Good morning, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to the ANR live panel here. We're going to be talking all things Hasbro PulseCon Day 2. It's early here in the Pacific, so thanks Hasbro for having it this early for us out here in the West Coast. But we're here, we're excited. Day 2 is going to be fun. Hopefully some nice, cool reveals. We have G.I. Joe, Fortnite, and Marvel Legends today, so it should be a jam-packed event. Next to me is you might be heard of in our podcast, Chris. Chris, say hi to everybody.
Hey everybody.
Chris has decided to get up early and join me today, so it's nice. We might have D pop in. We're not sure yet. D might pop in, and yeah, coming over to our chat, talk to us, let us know how you're doing, and if you want to switch back and forth from Pulse to us, that's great.
5.
Yeah, 4, 3,
2,
2, 1. Here we go. Hopefully it's going to be a good one. So our friend D said that he would join us doing the Marvel segment later on. And we will make sure we get him on. Man, I'm waiting for my tea to show up. Come on, DoorDash. Oh, please have some nice reveals for G.I. Joe. Please, 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 please.
Previously on Hasbro PulseCon, our brave travelers Jackie and Cleo crossed through the PulseCon gateway to arrive at the place between Hasbro universes. From there, they had the daunting task of hosting PulseCon 2021. 2 days, 11 brands, and countless reveals. But don't worry, they brought call.
They brought coffee?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
To a galaxy far, far away. They connected with fans and brought them reveals. Lots and lots of reveals. As day 1 of PulseCon came to a close, one thing was sure. We're not done yet.
Oh, Ghostbusters.
Join Jackie, Cleo, and the fandom
Our crew is you.
as the Hasbro universes align, and we prepare
It's just day 1.
for day 2 of PulseCon 2021.
That reveal
Welcome
for the...
to PulseCon, the one and only place where the Hasbro universes cross over into one big fan celebration.
That's right. We've made it once more. I am so glad that you're still here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us at Hasbro PulseCon 2021, Day 2. Yes, this is our second day live at the intersection of all Hasbro universes. A brand new day to cover fresh Hasbro news for our fans everywhere. I'm Jackie Jennings, and I'll be your host, broadcasting directly from a secret location where Hasbro universes meet. Look forward to lots of reveals, special guests, behind-the-scenes content, and so much more from your favorite brands. I'll be your pilot in an interdimensional, mind-blowing journey. And to help
Jackie's
me out,
really,
always
upbeat
incredible,
this morning.
Cleo Thomas. Hello.
She's had her
Jackie.
coffee.
Wow.
We're back. Hey, y'all. It's your co-pilot, Cleo Thomas. Jackie and I got so much planned for you.
Hey,
Prepare for a first-hand look at new
Getting
releases
music in the
and
background.
Hasbro PulseCon
Yeah,
exclusives.
they have their music.
And a reminder,
Yeah, but I
fans,
can't even hear them
Hasbro is
talking.
partnering with Toys for Tots, so make sure you stick around. For every viewer, Hasbro will donate
volume
a
up?
toy or a
Yeah.
game to Toys for Tots, up to 50,000 pieces.
Yep.
We have to call
and
in
on
our
second
technical
day,
guy, Young.
we'll cover some
Sorry,
very
guys.
cool
Sort you
stuff.
out.
First up, join the G.I. Joe product team for a panel on
I
all
can't
things
hear them
Joe,
talk
such
whatsoever.
as exciting developments in the classified
Like,
series
it's very
line.
faint, but
There
like,
will
the
even
music
be
sounds
a
better.
surprise
Oh, you rolling that up?
guest to
It is
help
us.
with one of the reveals. Then we pivot to news
That's as far as it
by
goes in.
Avalon Hill. We're talking about Hero Quest and Risk Shadow Forces.
here.
Later on the show, stay tuned for
Take it out.
Fortnite, dropping some legendary announcements
Well,
with the
Chris says
Hasbro
audio sorted out.
Fortnite
Oh, that's
Team.
weird.
Plus,
Okay.
the latest toys for fans to add on to their personal
good now, Chris?
on-shelf
Yeah,
battle
we're
royale
good.
and a designer
What was it?
preview
Your
of the
headphones the other way
Fortnite
around?
Nerf blasters.
It couldn't be plugged in
And
all the
speaking
way.
of Nerf,
Yeah.
get hyped as we look at the most
high-end,
iconic
gold-plated,
blasters from the
headphones.
Nerf franchise and more on Nerf Ultimate
All right,
Championship.
G.I. Joe right off the
Join
bat. That's how
special
you
guests
get the
as
blood
a
pumping here.
Magic
Watch me
Team
get
offers
totally
a look
disappointed.
behind the curtain.
And of course,
For
they
the
leave
Ultra Cute
Legends
Perfection
last.
Secret Lair drop.
Yeah,
and
'cause
the
that's their
Ultra
bread and butter,
Spooky
right?
Yeah.
October Super Drop. Finally, closing the show on a big note, the Hasbro Marvel product experts will discuss some exciting news around Hasbro's ever-popular Marvel Legends series line. Viewers will also get a sneak peek of upcoming, never-before-seen Marvel figures, and that's not all. You thought it was all? Guess what? It's not all. We've got a musical performance lined up from Weezer. This is how I say it.
Weezer's here.
I-
Wow.
Our
man, I
technical
am-
guy, Young.
To see
Marvel.
Weezer, like, do you even know that there's.
This
right?
is how I express joy.
This
is how I do it.
I love it.
I love
I
it.
love it. Let's do it.
Let's dive in. What better way to start the second day than with G.I. Joe? Sit back and get ready for some fresh intel
Are you
on
a
the
G.I. Joe
G.I.
fan at
Joe
all?
franchise. Are you all
Me?
set?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes,
Set?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I was born
I
ready,
think the
Jackie.
figures look
We will be
pretty
joined by the
sweet.
Hasbro marketing and design
I
team to
don't
get
have
an
room in
in-depth
my
look
collection
at
for
new
them.
classified figures. We'll talk about Snake Eyes,
Yeah,
plus
get enough
amazing
swords
product
and blood
reveals
and
that
guts
were
in the
top
collection.
secret
I enjoy
until
it
now.
from
All right,
afar.
I'm anxious to check those out.
Yo, Joe, make
I'm hoping
sure
that,
you
you know, I did the
stay
top
in the
5
know because knowing
on our YouTube
is
channel,
half the
the top
battle.
5 G.I. Joe. So let's see if any of my top 5 got announced today. I just need
see.
2. I just need 2 of them. Just 2, please. Let's see. Here we go.
G.I. Joe.
People to get to welcome you to day 2 of Hasbro PulseCon. My name is Emily. I work on the G.I. Joe marketing team, and I am joined by 3 of my amazing coworkers. Introduce yourself, guys.
Hi, I'm Lenny from Product Design.
Hi, I'm Corey. I'm the 3D sculptor for G.I. Joe Classified.
Hi, I'm Chris, Engineering.
And about some amazing new developments in the classified
Hi,
series.
Chris.
We are
Yes.
so excited that you guys love this line as much as we do. We've actually been kind of saving up our reveals for a couple of months to make sure that we have a really amazing PulseCon panel for you. So we have a lot of really, it's amazing. Like,
got
not
a
to
lot.
toot our own horns or anything, but like, we've got some amazing stuff in the
We got some
pipeline.
stuff to show. Oh, yeah.
Just like a few things. You're going to be excited about it. But so without kind of further ado, why don't we get started?
Yeah, let's do it.
So we've got, as I said, tons
Better
of
be more
products.
than
So
a few
up
things.
first, we know that you guys love a good Cobra troop builder. So we are so excited to welcome the Bat to Classified series.
Sweet.
Ooh, there you go.
So
Here you are,
here
little
he
friend.
is
Oh,
in
no
all of his
way.
glory. Here's the bat. So a little bit of backstory on the bat. In designing him, we went through a couple of different iterations on him. We needed to modernize him just a little bit, but ultimately we netted out as a
All right,
very
not too
close
bad, not
to
too
the
bad.
original design.
Not too
You can see
shabby.
that there's been
Troop builders,
upgraded some
I
metal
can get
panels
behind
added
this.
to his feet, onto his chest. But what's really cool about that is
I don't know
you
why
can
they
take
announced
that
this guy
panel
before the
off,
Alley Vipers,
you
but
get
hey,
that
you know,
old
I'll
school
take it.
look, they're exposing all of
It's-
his gobbledygook
it's getting
and
the
robot
party
parts.
started.
We added the panel because we felt like,
Honestly, that's a
he's
pretty
getting-
sweet looking
he's,
figure.
he's going into battle. He's got to protect.
I love the
his parts.
colors,
So,
the bright yellow
maybe
with
we can.
blacks.
Yeah.
You can't go
he's
wrong
not-
with that.
he'll be-
No. You know what that chest plate reminds me of? Do you remember that cartoon Visionaries?
But we
Oh,
did
yeah,
update
I
some
remember
of
that.
Think they'll
the
ever release
details,
those?
Yes.
gave him a ton of texture, wanted to really bring him to life. But also we were able to bring in some battle damage parts. you know, and which is really exciting
So
for
they
a
said
sculptor
troop
to be able to
building,
go in
but
and
they
show
didn't
some of those
say
little
if it's an
details
exclusive
to really
troop
bring the
probably a
roboticness
Target
and the
exclusive.
Oh, please don't
automaton
say
aspect
that.
of it to life.
Not this early in the morning.
You know, and so being able to have the battle damaged head here,
Walmart.
being able to show some of
Oh,
those inner
God.
panels, you know, and sort of the electronics in the eye.
It's a
just
Michael's Craft
so much
Store
fun to work on.
exclusive.
It was awesome.
You know, and
Walgreens.
he does
Why
come
why
with
doesn't
the,
Hasbro do that?
replacement
Michael's
weapon,
Craft Store.
or replacement hand weapons. And so with those,
Safeway
we got to do
exclusive.
a lot of, you know, pistons and wires and such
So
in there.
You might as
you know,
well.
to really just make it feel real and robotic. You know, but those replacement hands
do you think he has
were
enough,
a bit of a trick to get
rings
right.
in his
And
hand?
Chris, I know you went back and forth to
Seriously.
to get that. So
Yeah, seriously. So this figure comes with his 2 robotic hands
I
and his
wonder if he
3 weapon
sculpted all
attachments
those.
that all fit interchangeably. These parts are all made out of different materials. They have different shrink rates. So when we first got the samples in, they were kind of all over the place. Some were too tight, some were way too loose, falling out. Huge shout out to our partners overseas that really made the feel and fit perfect for you guys. I think you'll be really happy.
Yeah, it's good.
That's pretty cool.
Super cool feature
Interchangeable.
from the 80s we all loved.
And so really to kind
That's
of
what we
show
love
off
as
this guy and all of
collectors,
his amazing
right?
parts,
Yeah, options,
let's
yeah.
check out a diorama image that our photo studio took for us. Our photographer Corey did an amazing job with these. So here are the bats in
Oh,
a destroyed
I love
city.
when they do
I don't know,
these
maybe
things.
the city caused the battle damage on their armor. Maybe it was the fire, but I think that it's such a good representation of them as figures. I love it.
Probably ran into the roadblock or somebody.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I like
Oh,
that.
that's awesome.
And then, you know, with all of our
Don't you think it's a missed
classified
opportunity
series
not to
figures, we
enclose
have this
something like this in a
amazing artist
packaging or
series
even sell
artwork
it
for you.
separately?
So we're going to reveal a
Right?
new image today.
think.
But that's
Easy
not
money.
all. So all of the classified series artwork is now available in poster form, so you can hang it in your house or your work desk or, you know, wherever you like to hang your G.I. Joe artwork on trendsinternational.com. Again, that's Trends International.
Transinternational.com. Ooh, yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robot
coffee,
feel. I know
tea
that
in
sounds
the
like kind of a
house
cop
here.
out.
Oh yeah, I just love that it's an assembly line. You know, like, and he really dove into some of the design elements we were pushing on this guy. It looks like how Dr.
Not a
Mindbender
sponsor,
was
by
putting
the
these
way.
things together with all the gizmos.
But one day
So it's
McDonald's
pretty
will
rad.
sponsor
So good.
us.
It's
So,
a sponsor
just so
of
that
getting
everybody
my day
knows,
started.
This is the only figure that is a reveal only.
Cheers to
today.
everybody.
So what
Happy
that
day
means
two.
is that you'll see the figure. You won't be able to pre-order it tonight, but we promise that there will be more information about this coming soon. As you guys know, global supply chain kind of a mess right now. Just like a teeny bit. So something about a global pandemic. I don't know. But we've been taking this very seriously. We want to make sure
yeah.
that you have a really good product ordering experience with us. So we're holding off on doing that. So really, we're trying to make this a better experience for you. So bat reveal only. Stay tuned for more information about him. Robots don't really have.
I guess they got the angry emails.
Coming up soon.
Yeah.
But you know, that's
But
not
you know
all.
what?
So now we can get into some of the
It's
figures
not
that
just
you can
the
actually
action
order today,
figure
which I know that you'll be really excited
scene
about.
that's
So you
with
got a
a
little bit.
shortage.
Yeah. So we are gonna periodically throughout the
We're
event
changing
have short little
Zartan.
breaks,
So
and
as I
we'll
reach
notify
under
you
the table,
guys.
get his
The
parts and
stream's gonna
pieces,
stay
as you
on.
guys
It's not
can
gonna
see,
go
it
off.
comes with a
We're just gonna
boatload of
take, you know,
accessories, most
quick little
notably the
breaks, just
masks now.
go to the
The
bathroom
whole
or
idea
have
of the
some
color
food,
changing Zartan is
and
we
then we'll
knew
come on
we
through
needed
all the
color change
reveals will
Zartan
be
and
on
not
no
having to
matter
do
what.
Zartan without color change. But we know we need.
Look at the Zartan!
So that's where the hard master and soft master masks come from. So this
I
is
might
the
be able to
example
get this
of how
at
the assassin
Target
hard master
online Hasbro's exclusive.
as you guys know, when his face technology fails, it turns blue going into the sunlight. So that's where that comes into play. So speaking of that color change, we did change it up for this new release.
You know, I really think they should have
So we tried super
came
hard
out
to
with
keep
the
the
other
photochromatic change,
masks
for-
with the
keep it as
first
fast as
one.
possible.
Yeah.
But
'Cause this is
unfortunately,
a
quality
repaint.
standards has changed over the
And this
past
one
few
turns
years.
blue.
Who would have thought?
Oh my god.
I know.
I had those in the 80s and 90s.
Meaning the plastic will change
Action
with
figures.
temperature.
Hey,
So,
we even had the
if you
color
throw this
changing
figure in the
t-shirts.
fridge, the
Do you remember
freezer-
those?
Oh yeah.
Gets to
Those were
50
cool.
degrees Fahrenheit, it'll start to
Yeah,
change
we're
into
just
that
giving
light
away our
blue
age
color.
here.
And at 50 degrees Fahrenheit, it'll
I'm
get that
sure they
dark
could tell by
blue,
watching.
beautiful color.
Not me. I
What's
don't know what
really
you're
cool
talking
about it too is like we've been finding that we put them on ice, we chill them, we take them out, and you can play around with like actually the heat of your hands to make it look like the sunlight is dappling on him, so you can get really cool modeling of the blue for like an interesting shot. Like makes a good composition.
It's pretty cool.
Corey, why
Okay,
don't you tell
they
us
could
about
really,
Yeah,
if they have this
so
cool
with this release,
technology,
we did
could you
want to,
imagine a
give 'em
Mystique
some
I was
figure
just gonna say that.
that
G.I.
goes skin
Joe,
tone and
particularly
changes to
classified,
blue?
all about
Yeah,
that would be
storytelling,
awesome.
And, you know, this offering is, you know, the epitome of that.
Yeah.
You know, telling the story of the
I want his
assassination
mug.
of Hardmaster is so pivotal.
It's like a tiki G.I. Joe. That's awesome.
They have a
This
Snake Eyes
is
one too.
Yeah.
everything that you need for it. And so when we wanted to include the Hardmaster
Wonder if they
and
have vodka
Softmaster
in there.
masks, you know, we really
They're
wanted
gonna
to
need
make
it.
them as lifelike and
If they
realistic
don't
as
get enough
possible.
reveals up for us.
Oh my
which
god.
does
I'm
have
gonna
its
need it after
challenges,
this if
needing
we
them
get
to be
nothing
The
mapped
good.
Pulse
built
chat's
into
gonna
an
go
existing
off.
bigger space.
Yeah.
Alright,
So
did I
we made
win
them
any
all
money?
as consistent as
No.
possible.
Hey,
And
all
they
the
do fit
winnings come
onto
to me on
Zartan's face
default.
underneath
Okay.
the hood, which can help hide those seam lines, and it just really helps bring them to life and just tell that story.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he does come with a new giant sniper rifle.
Look out.
It's big.
The
it's
Zartan we
menacing,
always
and
wanted.
it has some functionality to it. The silencer is removable, articulated bipod, and the ammo is removable as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, just really fun offering. You know, bringing the color change with all this new story. It's just,
He was awesome. Yeah, he was fun to work on. Not
It's
gonna
funny
lie.
they give us a Storm Shadow head there, but we don't even have a Storm Shadow yet. A proper Storm
Oh,
Shadow.
seriously?
Yeah, we've got that Amazon Arctic Storm Shadow.
Okay, but let's.
our Rangers.
They've
Lightning
done it with
Collection.
Legends.
But I
Look at
love
when
this
we got the
package. So it's-
Mystique and we got
The cool
Lilandra's
thing about
head.
this is, you know how he comes with so many
What are we
different masks.
supposed to do with
so there's
that?
actually a wheel
We know
on
what
the front,
we
and
did
you can
with it.
Yeah.
change the face on the box to match all of his different masks, which I absolutely love. So you can choose how you want to display this piece, and then it
Shut
opens like a beautiful
up.
book. Check out that sweet Dreadnoks logo on
Yeah,
the
that's
inside
rad.
cover.
Check it
out. Show us.
So,
Branding
we
team
are
did a good
really
job.
excited about
not
it.
gonna show us.
I love the wheel of
That's a
misfortune.
Right?
tease.
Oh, it's
there
so
we go.
good.
It's a
You,
little
you never
rotating
know
thing on
what
top
face
there.
is going to come out to
Yeah,
get
but
you.
still, that's
Okay.
like
Yeah, yeah.
a cool feature.
So we have, let's see, do we have the full poster for that Tom Whalen did by chance that we could take a look at? Yes. Oh, it looks so
Oh, look at that.
good. Thank you, Tom. This looks fantastic.
Yeah, killed it.
And then, so, you know, with all of these amazing different parts, we are going to get some really great dioramas out of this. So our photographer, Corey, took a diorama picture for us that is beautiful. It's Zartan escaping from the Arashikage castle.
Gotta go.
He's accidentally turned blue. His cover's been blown.
That's so
He's
nice.
got
Look
to
at that blue
hightail
on
it
there.
out of
Yes,
there.
yeah.
But that's not all for dioramas. We
Oh.
actually had our friend Jason over at Backyard Battles do a really cool Zartan diorama for us. So he did some behind the scenes photos and assets for that. So let's roll the video from Jason.
Sweet.
Hi, my name's
Dios are
Jason,
huge
also
now,
known as
eh?
Backyard Battles, and I'm a toy photographer. I was a huge action figure junkie as a kid, and G.I. Joe was always my favorite. I still believe G.I. Joe of the 80s and early 90s is one of the best runs of any action figure
That's
line
so
ever.
cool.
The figures,
Wow.
vehicles, and
Beautiful
play
pictures.
sets are unrivaled even today. I love taking my G.I. Joe stuff outside and making large scenes or recreating the latest episode of the cartoon. I feel like I'm able to recapture that feeling now as an adult through my toy photography.
Wow.
I really like that this version of Zartan
Absolutely
is
beautiful.
focusing on his master of disguise traits.
We
I
gotta
love
step
the
our
mask
games
that
up
he
here.
comes with, and the color change
Seriously.
feature really takes me back to the vintage Zartan figure. Since he turns blue, my first thought was to put him in the ice cave diorama that I made some years back. The diorama that I used for the shoot was made using a cardboard
Wow.
box, some pool noodles, a little
Now,
plaster, and paint.
Would you
One
want
of the
him
many
to be
aspects
blue
of toy
in
photography I've grown to
the
love
get-go
is making
or skin tone?
dioramas and
Because we
setting
already
up
got a
scenes.
skin tone.
Yeah, I got the skin.
I shot Zartan in
But I
both
guess
the
it's
standard
probably
look
hard
and
to have
also
him
with the color
blue
change
and
in
then
effect.
change to
I
skin
hope to
tone.
capture his
Yeah.
Put him in
mysterious
the
nature
freezer.
with these shots. In my mind, this is his makeshift camp, and he's hiding from G.I. Joe. He hears someone coming and camouflages himself into the surroundings. It means a lot to me to be featured at this year's Hasbro Pulse Con. Taking these
love
photos
how the
always
eyes
makes
glow
me
right
feel
there.
like that
Oh,
little boy in
sick.
camo overalls all over again. If I could go back and tell him
This
I would
guy
one day
is
get opportunities
amazing.
like
Yeah.
this, I think he would be
When
impressed.
Chris says amazing,
I want
he
to say
means
thank
it.
you to the people at Hasbro for featuring me at this year's Hasbro Pulse Con.
He didn't just throw
It's
that
truly
word
an
out there
honor.
willy-nilly.
You can find my photos and behind the scenes content on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. Just search for
Oh,
Backyard.
his
guys are
Instagram
screwed
just
up.
went up, probably shot up right
Stop.
now.
Oh, seriously.
Oh, that was cool.
Amazing. Jason, thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate
stole your
you
line.
doing this Hasbro toy pick for us. I absolutely love it. So far, right, we have seen
Okay, my
two new Cobra
videos.
figures.
Yeah, you're like
so we
the
have
late
our
night.
new bat that is entering Classified Series as your
Look
new
out.
Cobra Troop Builder. And then we have our beautiful Master of Disguise Zartan with all of his fabulous masks. So just as a reminder, that bat not available for pre-order today. Just a reveal, just a teaser for you. But this Zartan, he's a PulseCon exclusive, and he is limited quantities only, so he will be available today to buy. So that is 4 p.m. for Pulse Premium members, 5 p.m. for non-Pulse Premium members. And remember, with all PulseCon convention exclusives, that these are limited quantities. There will not be restock. So if you miss out on this guy, like, go and get them now. We're
I
definitely going
hope
to put
you're
our
a
orders in right after our
PulseCon
panel's
premium
over.
member
Or not at
because
4, right? It's not when the panel's over, it's at
if
4.
you miss
Sorry for the
out,
misinformation,
you
friends.
gotta wait until late next year to get it.
So, I mean, I would argue personally that Zartan is like
What's
definitely
that?
one of the best
Remember
Cobra
last year
operatives,
with
in my
the
opinion.
Hellfire Club?
So with
If
that
you
in
want a
mind,
Pulse
which Cobra
premium
characters
member,
would you guys
yeah.
like to see
You
entering the
didn't get it
classified
for
line?
another year
So I'll go
and a
first.
half.
I think it'd be really cool to get some Cobra vehicle drivers in the line. I personally love the Rattler,
Oh.
specifically Wild Weasel. I think he's kind of badass, and he's all red. He looks gorgeous. I think it'd be really cool to get that in the line. That's awesome.
I'm going to take it a little more modern, a little more recent. I would love to see Shadow Tracker from the
love the
Pursuit of
Rattler.
Cobra line in.
In an
Getting
IPA
those
beer
dreads
form.
and seeing him, hunting in the jungle like a predator. It'd be awesome.
And I'm a really big fan of like a solid side pony,
Okay,
so I think
you
I'm
can
gonna
come
go
on
with
camera.
Pythona. I mean, she's rocking
Don't be
like
shy.
that pink cat suit. She's got a cape, like, I mean, the hair, her talons,
That's
like,
right.
always have to have a good manicure.
poisonous.
So she would be my pick.
And I think for me, there's so many we want to do, but I think it's got to be Road Pig.
Ooh.
We need like a big, like 400-pound dude. He had a hammer that had a cinder block on top of it.
Super
I feel
practical.
like it's not
These guys
very
are talking
effective.
about
That's one-time
things that
use,
they should make.
but he'd
Just
be
show
super
us
fun
more
to add. I
figures.
mean, we need to get
Yeah.
deeper to the dreadnoughts too.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what they
so,
should have done
yeah,
in
looking
this
forward to
part? Instead of
getting all these
telling
into the line
us
at
what
some
they
point.
want as the
I mean, we have a lot
creators,
of
they
characters
should
to
have
choose
went
from
out and
on
got
the line.
videos of fans
Yeah, the line
saying
is not
what they
going
wanted
anywhere,
to
guys.
see.
We're going to make a lot more figures.
Yeah.
Who knows if or when these friends might show up, but we have great things planned for a classified series. So now, fans, now that you've heard our choices for what Cobra characters we'd like to include in the line, which Cobra characters do you want to see added to
Oh, there you go.
classified series? Let us know in the chat. We cannot see the chat right now because it would be super distracting while we are presenting, but we will go back and check after
Yeah,
our
you're also
panel
going to
is
see
over.
booze.
Yeah.
So, super stoked.
Yeah, cool.
And so, also very exciting news for us. We love storytelling here on the G.I. Joe team. And so one of the things that we love is any really opportunity that allows us to go deeper into storytelling. So we are so proud to announce that we are welcoming in 2 new sub-teams for the 2022 year. So you know how we did the Cobra Island toys at Target last year and this year? So think that, but new with more figures and a little more
That's actually
excitement.
a little more story in this
more
one.
story.
Yeah,
Impossible to
So
get.
we are heading to the jungle. That's right.
And
so
that's
we are
why I
actually
don't
releasing
collect them.
both sub teams at the same time, so they will be mixed in with each other. And we really wanted to get kind of into the good
Tiger
versus
Force.
bad angle.
Jungle
so we are
Fury.
releasing
Oh, that's
Tiger
Power
Force
Rangers.
and Python Patrol.
There you go.
We know that historically these were not released at the same time, but we feel from a storytelling perspective like, oh my gosh, imagine the dioramas for this.
Yes.
Which we've actually seen a couple of them that are
Oh my
photos that you did,
God.
and they
We need to do a
are
Tiger King
amazing. So these
custom.
3 figures, so for all of Tiger Force and Python Patrol, like with Cobra Island, these figures will be Target exclusives. And Target knows that there were some hiccups with their pre-order process in the past for their exclusive items, so they promise they have been working on it. They have increased their pre-order quantity caps, so this should be a much smoother experience for fans. So we are all looking forward to it.
Yeah.
But let's lead with
God.
mustache greatness, I think. So
Yeah, they're ordering
beer.
5
we
extra.
love a good beer and a good stash here. So let's welcome to the classified family Tiger Force Outback.
So here he is in all of his gray bearded glory.
Outback.
Tiger Force Outback.
Get that,
so
mate.
Outback is super fun to get into and design. On this guy,
Outback
we
from
really
the
wanted
G.I.
to
Joe
bring
land.
something
This guy
different
looks
to
so
classified
good. Oh my
and
God.
something For the international
Yes.
fans, he's pretty obscure.
Thank you. It wasn't on my list, but I'll take it.
Never had him, but like he really reads Tiger Force.
As a kid, I was too poor to have any of them. So what are you talking about, buddy?
We really went in on this character, from his physique to his weapons and his accessories. Speaking of which, because
That
he's a
decal on his
survivalist
chest there,
trained
Yeah.
pro,
so good.
But seriously, that'd be an awesome Tiger
So
King
as a
custom
survivalist, Outback knows
figure.
he wants to
I think
You
I'm
called
gonna have
it.
to make
You
it.
called
I'm
it.
gonna have to make it.
his knife,
Seriously.
his trusty flashlight that all have leg holsters.
His lower
as well
body
as a
part
combat
looks like
shovel that
cables.
slugs into the backpack.
Oh, yeah.
And his classic strapped rifle. Corey, let's talk about this all new sculpt.
Yeah, this guy, was super fun to work on. And one of the main things that we wanted to do with this character and this figure is to take him to the next level of showing how grizzled and rugged Outback is. He's been in the muck.
That's the thing with these figures. I don't
out
collect
surviving,
G.I.
with
Joe,
all of his
but
gear
with the
that,
details and
he
the
has
stuff
everything
they
he
give
So
needs,
wild.
us, it's just
except maybe a
like, it's
shower.
so
Yeah, he
good.
probably smells
I
really
want that
bad.
figure,
Yeah,
and I
and so
don't
we
even
wanted to
really know who
wanted
he
to bring
is.
that into the figure. And so one of the main things that we did was played with his physique.
That head sculpt is
He
sick.
is a little bit bigger, a little
can
bit
make a
more
Marvel
muscular, a
Legends
little more
figure with
jacked
that
than
head
some of the
sculpt.
other Joes. But he's not quite as big as Roadblock, a little bigger than Duke, and just fits that nice sweet spot of always feeling aggressive, and
I know it's so
powerful.
random, but
So
for
yeah,
some
just
odd
love
reason,
this
can
character,
do an
love how
old
much
man Gambit.
attitude and character this figure got.
Look at his face,
So
dude.
good.
The lines are so cool.
We'd also be remiss if we didn't
do
mention
those
that
head
he actually
sculpts
has
fit on
arm hair
Legends?
deco,
Yeah.
so he
Do
has
they?
Yeah,
he has
some- not
hairy
all, some do.
survivalist jungle man arms.
You and I
which-
relate.
Yes, perfect. So now that we have Outback, who is, going to be skulking around the jungle, we obviously need some bad guys for him to encounter. So with that, let us welcome our first Python Patrol character. That's right, it is the Python Patrol Viper.
And as you guys can tell, this is a repaint of the
bear.
Cobra Island Viper. However, we knew we had to get that retro feel.
Wow.
With a little bit of a punch up, right? So
That's nice.
on that sculpt, some of the retro
Oh.
details
I'm a
didn't
sucker for bright,
work.
beautiful
well, at least
colors,
we
man.
didn't think they
Wow.
were going to work. But as I got into the deco, I was like, I think we can do this.
So
And I
far,
think we did a
from
really
what
good
we've
job.
seen
And
yesterday,
getting into the whole,
they're redeeming
the
themselves with
anti-radar
G.I. Joes.
thing, reticulated
Because,
cross-hatching
I'm looking
pattern
at
on him was
this,
super fun to
and
do and super
it's
fun to
something
design.
different
As I'm doing it, I'm
finally.
like,
You know what I mean?
Ooh,
Yeah.
poor Chris. I'm so sorry, Chris. This is going to be
So
hard.
this
to
looks like a
get to
repaint of the
factory.
Viper troopers that I
Chris,
got.
maybe you could talk to us about that.
But
so it wasn't the
I'll take it. It's
quantity
okay.
of the deco.
But
it's
does
not
it look
overly
different
decoed, but
enough?
it's the
Yeah,
complexity of
yeah.
especially
deco
with the
that,
shoulder of the
I
arm
was stressed
area
out a little
here,
bit.
Oh,
I
and
mean,
then the
okay.
helmet.
on
It's
curvature
different
areas
enough
where there's
for me
arm
to see.
anatomy.
Yeah, it's
Shout
Army Building
out
10.
to our digital painter
I need
to
8
really
of those.
communicate this to our
Just saying.
communicate this to our vendors overseas.
I'll have 10.
We really nailed it on this one. So super happy. Really relieved when
Yeah,
it,
I
when it
think
came
the
out.
spec was like 5 pages long because they have to literally show in digital format how this thing wraps around.
Yeah.
So it's fun
Yeah.
and hard.
I think that he looks
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's cool.
And the yellow really makes it so that I know
I'm
that
kinda
he has
disappointed
the
'cause I don't think any of my top fives
Like,
didn't get
okay,
hit today.
he's wearing laser lemon yellow
Hey,
on
you
his
never
outfit to
know.
blend into the jungle.
Yeah.
All right,
But
all right. I know.
in a
1980
sense, that's
science.
a good thing because what you're expecting,
Laser with a Z.
you're getting
Yeah,
the
exactly.
least expected. But
And
still,
they're probably gonna
And
release
last
some of
up
those
for
top
this
fives
set
throughout
of
the year.
3 new figures
Yeah.
we have. I know. Sometimes, when it rains, it pours, and today it might just happen to be raining bats. So let's
Yeah.
welcome the Python Patrol Bat to the line.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he
this
looks
guy-
so good.
So, as you guys know, there's never been a Python Patrol bat, but we felt it was a good opportunity to add a Python Patrol bat because they work perfectly. They're the support units of the
Ah,
Vipers.
come
and
on.
Troopers.
Don't ruin it with
So as you can
another
see
figure
here,
from
it
the
is
same
bat,
day. So
sculpt
this basically
with
made
the
bat
updated
twice.
Deco scheme on here. I think Tony and I
just
went back and
repainted
forth,
it.
maybe 15 different color palettes.
Should've
and
released this
combinations
another
of the
time.
gray and maroons and the,
You don't
and
do
the
that.
yellows and the. I think in some cases we did some greens, but I feel like this really fits the support team of the bats, just like the other bat.
It
there is
almost
Deco,
looks
of
like a
course, on
G.I.
the
Joe
inside of the
version of
chest, so you
Star-Lord.
can't display him like that. I don't know if I'm moving around the camera too
Maybe
much.
you could
but
pop
here's
Star
the
Wars.
inside of the
Star
chest.
Wars in on
He's
there.
good.
And then I'll show you guys. Oh, don't fall over.
How do you
The
do that?
front
How do you
of it
have the
has that
same
Python
figure
Patrol
repainted
logo on it,
on the
which I
same
feel
day?
like really
Is that
brands it as
considered
Cobra would
new?
do. I mean,
No,
Cobra
it's
loves
not.
branding
It's
their
considered
teams.
lazy.
So yeah,
It's a
super
new
fun to
paint
work
job.
on. It's really cool to actually bring. Technically, he's kind of the first new character
Yeah.
in GI Joe for a long time. So here he is.
Which is, we're all pretty excited about it. And oh, perfect. hide him with the rest of his friends down here.
Yeah.
That's right. There's a lot more figures to come.
Yeah.
There's many
Don't
things
look
hiding
behind the
back
curtain.
here.
Yeah, you better be giving us a lot more
And
figures.
so, with all of our figures
I
that we
waited like
reveal,
months
we
to
love
hear
to show you
anything.
some diorama shots of these guys in action. So without further ado, here is Tiger Force Outback in his jungle diorama. And our photographer, Corey, really kind of went above and
So
beyond
far,
for
he's
this. The
the,
jungle was beautiful. It was
he's the
raining
creme de la creme
on
right
the
now.
jungle set. It
Yeah.
was so much fun to watch him
By
work
far.
on this. But
See,
this does
in the
not look like the
photo,
kind of guy that
his
I would
shirt
want to
looks
run into in the middle of the
pink.
jungle.
Well,
Hard pass.
He's a Joe, so
It's
if you're
true.
lost,
That is a
he's got
cool
you.
figure.
But what if you're a bad guy?
Then better look out.
Yeah.
I like it.
And
So
then
good.
additionally, we have wonderful new artist series artwork from artist Hartley Combs.
Okay, so idea for you guys
It's so
watching
good.
this.
And I love kind of the
this is
contrast of
awesome.
the color palette of
I bet you
this
anything,
versus
everyone's
the color
gonna go
palette
out and buy
of the
the
Python
Mattel
Patrol
Cringer
ones that you'll see in a second.
and
Like, I
repaint
feel
it
like
to
this
make
kind
it
of
look like a
muted
tiger.
caveman almost
it would
situation.
scale
it
really
suits
well.
him really well, right? It works great.
There you go.
Perfect. So can't
I'm not
wait to see
charging
how
you for
this
that
looks
idea.
on packaging. So next up, we have our Python
Tiger King,
Patrol
let him
Viper
loose.
in his jungle diorama. He is looking fab. See,
I
I
love
mean
the
the yellow,
artwork.
don't get me wrong, I love a good
Radar.
color pop. Okay, all right,
radar.
all right. But I love this set that Corey made for us. I think that it is fabulous.
Oh, he brings it every time.
Yeah, oh yeah, most definitely.
I need that diorama
And then
set.
we have brand
The
new
background with
artwork.
the foliages
Yes,
and
brand new
trees.
artwork of
I
the
need
Python
that.
Patrol Viper
Just go in your
from
backyard,
artist
pick up a
Anthony
couple,
Petrie.
grab a handful
Oh,
of
which is,
grass,
literally
throw
on
it
fire.
the
Anthony's so
ground,
talented,
get some
man.
twigs.
He's
Kitchen
so
table.
good. He's
Yeah.
my favorite.
Break off a branch.
Man, so
Your
good.
wife's like, what is
So
this?
fabulous.
Oh, it's
I love
a
kind of the
centerpiece for the
building
table.
aspect of this artwork too. I think it looks really nice.
One of the best.
And then, last but not least, we have our final diorama, and we wanted to do something a little bit
Christmas is
special for this
coming.
one.
You can
So
put,
this is actually all
Santa
three
hats on
figures
them.
in
You
the
have
jungle.
those, right?
And a special treat, our sculptor Corey went to go help our photographer Corey. That's right, we have two amazing Corys on this. And Corey, correct me if I'm wrong. You posed this out with no wires, no wax, no strings. They're
sweet.
like Outback is literally
If
balanced.
you're a G.I. Joe fan,
in
let us know in
midair
the
being
chat
held
if you're going to be
up
picking
by
up any of
a
these
cobra.
guys.
Yeah.
And are you disappointed
yeah, I
they're
got
going
to
to
be
be
on set
Target
for this to
exclusives?
help, take
They
these
did say
photos,
that it's going to be
which is
more
just a blast
volume.
for me, 'cause
Target
I just
bought a
I go on
bigger
set and I
amount.
just play.
But
I love posing
it
my
doesn't matter. It
figures,
just means more
and so being
scalpers
able
will
to
get
do
it in
that
their hands
here, and
probably.
then the
They gotta
photographer
stop
Corey was able
doing
to just
so many
make a look
exclusives.
beautiful
I think,
shot.
like I said before,
It's
time
just super
exclusives, I
fun.
think, is key.
And yeah, this one
Have it out for 2 months
Outback
at the
is
store.
being completely supported
what
by
NECA
the back.
did.
Yeah, and then be
none of
available
those are being,
generally released for
there's no
everybody.
trickery
Yeah.
in there. Everything
Obviously,
is being freestanding and
Hasbro
balanced,
isn't
and it is
thinking about
super fun.
all
to
Hasbro
work on.
G.I. Joe marketing
Really
team is
happy.
not
You're a
thinking.
necromancer.
Yeah.
And
That's
one of the
true.
things that photographer Corey noted also with this is that these were set up in such a sturdy way where he could bump the table and they wouldn't even tip over,
Yeah.
which
That's
is
good.
like crazy impressive.
Yeah,
good.
yeah. There was a couple times where like trees would fall over, but the figure stood.
Perfect.
Quality figure.
Yeah, that's
Quality
really
Quality.
quality.
Instead of quality here on G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
And then we have beautiful updated artwork, the bat artwork that you saw earlier with a brand new color scheme over it by artist Mohammed Firdaus. I am loving the kind of pink and purple vibe on this, the Python Patrol logo that's in there. Like, this is looking
I can
good.
like hear cyberpunk music in the
Yes,
background.
yes, exactly. Perfect.
Cyberpunk
So,
music.
to reiterate, these figures are going to be available for pre-order starting today. These figures will be available starting at 5 p.m. on Target with limited quantities available on Pulse. We're super excited about it. There will be more Tiger Force and Python Patrol to follow later in the year.
Sweet.
So stay tuned for more information about that. So next up, we are really excited to be bringing this new G.I. Joe to the line, but we didn't really feel like we could do it justice. We actually had one of our fans reach out to us asking if they could be the person who revealed this new figure for us. So without further ado, let me throw it to Taboo from the Black Eyed Peas, who is in our Burbank office in California,
It's a repaint,
and let
don't
him
worry.
introduce this amazing new figure. Take it away, Tab.
Hey, thank you, Emily. My Lady J to the Snake Eyes right here, or Spirit. Take your choice. What's up, everybody? This is Tabu Nawasha, and I'm a co-founding member of the Black Eyed Peas. But most of all, I'm a toy enthusiast. I'm a collector. I am straight up geek mode. So when I was asked if I wanted to be part of this unveiling of one of my favorite characters, Spirit, I was
Woo!
like,
That is
yeah,
awesome. I
let's
never
go.
would have guessed.
Our boy,
So let me tell you
our
a little
boy
bit about
Brad
my
just made that
background
figure.
as a G.I. Joe fan.
And I
it all
knew
started when I was a
that
kid.
they're gonna release this figure, so I didn't say nothing.
The love for the cartoon, the love
That's
for
why I
action
stopped
figures.
customizing.
Yeah.
I
Most
made
of
a
all,
movie.
seeing
I made a
representation,
custom
that
movie
looked just like
Mystique
me.
figure,
Me being
and it was
indigenous, me
such a
being
pain to
native and
create because I
Mexican
had to
descent.
use super glue
When
gel.
I first saw Spirit
and then we get
on the
it.
big screen or on television, I was like, that's my guy. That is the person that speaks to me from the G.I. Joe universe besides Snake Eyes. I thought
I think
I
he
was
screwed up. He should have unveiled the figure at the
that's
end of
another
the speech.
story.
Because people want to see the figure now.
I know.
They don't want to
When
hear
I was
about
asked
his
to
speech.
do this, I complied because this is like a dream come true for me. Not just as a toy collector, but also as an indigenous person
Yeah,
that
I
is
knew
a
he was a
voice
toy
for
collector. I've
communities,
seen
that
it on
actually
Instagram and stuff.
loves
He's
to
a
advocate
musician
for
ninja.
change, erasing stereotypes.
It's that black eyed
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the
It's so good.
proper way
Seriously.
to give this amazing action figure genuine representation, especially because of all the time and effort that went into making sure that we revamped them, gave them a facelift, as far as like not making him stereotypical, simplifying him, taking away the word tracker to now being sniper, which I'm so proud of. That's just something that was very important to me. Just changing it up a bit and modernizing it and telling a story about this amazing hero that speaks to indigenous people around the world. Because even if you're not from the States and you're a fan of G.I. Joe, because it is international, you can relate to the embracing and advocating for change. And I think this character right here especially speaks to us because of the fact that he is part of G.I. Joe. Not everybody is, privileged or has the opportunity to be part of this amazing crew, G.I. Joe. And we go up against Cobra. And that's something that, as a kid, I would create like this crazy universe when there would be like, things were happening at home. I would be frustrated or maybe I was like disappointed about something. I would take my G.I. Joes and I would take my Cobras and I would go outside and start building a universe, storytelling. I wasn't aware that I was eventually going to get to write comics and do music, but that's how my love and appreciation started. For
I'm
being
listening.
a
I'm paying
storyteller.
attention. I'm doing social
Sorry,
media.
I'm shaking
posts.
the camera.
Yeah.
I'm just
Get some
excited when
G.I.
I'm
Joe
speaking
posts
to you
out
guys
there.
about the childhood, and
And if you're
in
watching this for
turn,
the first time,
it transferred
if you're
into my
wondering where our
adulthood.
social media
And now
is,
I get to
it's
travel the
at
world because of my day
AstonishingNR.
job as a Black Eyed Pea,
At
and I get to collect
AstonishingNR.
toys around the world. I am
This is
proud
dropping
that I go
goods
to
every
Brazil
day.
and get like amazing GI Joes that are specifically from
Ignore
those
the
regions.
NECA horror stuff.
Another thing that I really appreciate about this
Move
action
on,
figure is
Bible.
the movement. Like the fact
Those
that
are
it's
the
so
best.
mobile and the articulation of the joints and the body. It's really cool. The fact that you can like move his head, I don't think you could do that with the first
Like,
version.
look at that photo.
All the tactical gear simplified, of
Wow,
course.
look at that.
The fact that he has this
So
amazing
good.
backpack, where the Navajo word for eagle is atsa. So we have
Oh, he's got the eagle
atsa,
too. Look at that.
which is eagle represented, and that's his buddy right here. Boom. He goes on there.
And it sits on the backpack.
One of the things
So
that
sick.
I wanted to make sure that people know about is like his holistic healing. That's important. I'm a cancer survivor, and one of the things that I focused on was offsetting the westernized medicine with holistic healing, because that's part of our culture, that's part of our ancestry, and to have spirit have that same representation, it just speaks to the authentic, genuine representation that GI Joe is having in 2021 with the unveiling of Spirit. Also, another added bonus for me is having my brother Jeffy Varegi, who I've worked with on several other projects. He did the
Wow, what a
actual cover
package.
right here,
So
the
nice.
work, the
Love
artwork.
that paint job.
And he's a native there
The
who has
artwork's
been
right.
in work for so many years. I'm a huge fan of his. I'm proud to call him a
I know there's a
relative.
lot of G.I.
But
Joe
most of all,
fans
he's
are
an
excited for
influencer.
this
He's
figure.
an inspiration to our communities. He's
Even
also,
though he wasn't in my top 5, he
very,
was. If I had a top
motivational to
10,
the youth
this
to
figure
hold
would
on
be
to
my top 10.
aspirations,
Really?
hold
Yeah.
on to dreams, and that's what it is, man. If we can inspire the youth not just
It's
in
so
indigenous
unique.
communities, but all
How
over
many
the world to hold on to
toy
dreams
lines
and
you see a
aspirations.
representation
And
of
it could
the
start with
Aboriginals, right?
dreaming.
Honestly,
with these
we've
action
only
figures, 'cause
seen
that's how it
Hasbro
started
do it.
with
They
me,
did it with
you know,
Danny
going into my
Moonstar.
backyard, playing.
And no, they also
in
did it with the
building
Alpha
forts,
Flight.
playing in the dirt,
Yes, that's
creating
right.
storytelling or creating a
they're just
universe
Canadians.
that I could
Yeah,
in
they're just
turn channel into what was
They
to
thought
become
of
my
the
career in the
French.
future.
We're joking. We are
Yeah.
Canadians ourselves.
Yes.
Another important thing is the fact that he's Navajo. I had to bring in authentic, genuine representation, like I keep stressing, and I brought in my own consultants, Defi, who's a Navajo MC or rapper, who's a great friend of mine. I also brought in Kenneth Shirley, just to ask him questions to really get the blessing. Kenneth Shirley is a Navajo from Indigenous Enterprise, and I also asked Tracy Jackson, who's another Navajo female, just so that we can get that connection, so that Spirit always has the blessing of Navajo relatives and influencers. You know, unfortunately, I didn't get an elder, which
That
I
is
was trying to
awesome.
get, but we started with that, and I hope that we can give it as much authenticity, so that not only toy collectors will appreciate it, Indigenous people will appreciate it, the world will appreciate it. That's what it is, Spirit, taboo style. Now I
Yeah.
send it back to my Baroness, to my Storm Shadow. Emily, take it away.
Thanks, Tab. I am honored to be the Baroness to your Storm Shadow. It was so much fun getting to work with you on this figure. So like Taboo mentioned, we have done a really wonderful
that
job
figure looks
updating Spirit to be a really good representation of the Native American community. One of the ways that we
Ooh,
are
look
doing
at
that
that.
is that we are actually updating his bio
good.
to make him a little bit more modernized. So that information
Oh,
will be
sweet.
released soon. But in the meantime, let's take a little bit of a closer look at this
Look at the
amazing
face
figure.
sculpt.
And I gotta say, it was our honor to do that, and it means a lot to us that it is able to represent in the proper way. So, that being said, he comes with some awesome stuff. He comes with
It is a
changeable
reused
wings
body.
for
I
Freedom,
think
so
it's
that you can
due-
actually make it like he's
I have to
flying.
double check.
Freedom will go onto his backpack
But
or
that's
his
fine.
forearm. There's little
Yeah,
posts
I
on his
don't care.
forearm, so
It's
you
a
can actually
brand new
hold him, and he
character.
holds up
That
really
face
well.
sculpt is awesome.
He comes with
Yeah.
his sniper rifle with scope that looks awesome. The mag comes out of that. And then the backpack.
They finally
you can
gave us a
put
gun
the
that's
sniper
actually
rifle
not
on
like
there as
Space
well on
Wars.
this post.
Yeah.
back,
No,
new
no
post
Nerf
system.
laser tags.
And man, the Spirit
Looks like one of those guns
kids are
from
making this guy
Attack
and
of
updating it.
on
And hearing
Mars.
Taboo say that, like, it's an honor. So we're excited about him. Hopefully you guys are too, because he looks awesome.
And so let's take a look at him in action in a diorama shot from Corey in our photo studio. Ooh, yeah, the
Yeah.
wingspan on that eagle is like, come on, that's amazing.
You know this is
this
gonna
is
be
beautiful,
good. So
guys.
epic.
So good.
Yeah. And then
Oh,
additionally, we wanted
I didn't
to
know
show
that-
the
I
full
didn't know there's gonna be a
poster
wingspan,
artwork
so
for
that's
Artist
cool.
Series
That
by
the eagle
Jeffrey
can actually do the
Barreto.
wingspan.
I think that this is it's
beautiful.
this artwork is gorgeous. I absolutely love it. Oh, magical. Thank you to Taboo for being our special guest on this, and we'll see a
Oh,
little bit
wow,
more
yeah.
of Taboo a little bit later on in our panel, right after our panel.
Sweet.
So fabulous. But you know,
That's the
we like
spirit.
you know how we like to tell a good story here, right? It's not like
All
we've
the time.
it's not like I've said that a couple of times in this panel. or
I
anything. So we
roll.
wanted to do a little bit of a nod to the classic Sunbow cartoon with
right.
this
Jesus.
this collection
You're
of figures that we're
fired.
releasing for this wave. And so, you know, before there was a Snake Eyes and a Storm Shadow, there was a Spirit and a Storm Shadow
That's right.
rivalry. And
That's
so
right.
we really wanted to bring you a classic,
Oh,
amazing
wait. Do we
1980
have
Storm Shadow. So
Storm
this is
Shadow?
not your Arctic Mission Storm Shadow. This is not your Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origin Storm Shadow. This is true to the 80s.
Storm Shadow.
Thank God.
So we knew we had to make a classic
Yes,
Storm Shadow, but
finally.
we had to do it in a
That's another
classified
figure that Brad
So
just
as you can
customized
tell,
as well.
everybody knows him as the archer with the two swords. On the two swords, actually, we added some snake designs. So his hilts are actually like
Just
snake heads.
putting this
Gotta
out
get a little
there,
ostentatious
Ryu
with it.
custom.
And then also
Oh.
because he's the archer,
Hadouken.
if you look at his gloves, maybe we can get that.
Okay, we'll go this
We're here
He's actually
for
got
the
an
next
archer gloves
4
on.
hours.
All
That's
kinds
armor
of
is
cheesy
jacked
jokes
up
are about today.
that he's wearing. So we updated him a bit. You can tell he's
You heard our
textured to the
podcast,
nines.
you know what's going on
And he was
here.
super fun to work on.
Anytime you
He
get
comes with
us
an
two in the
extra
room
hood
with
if you
D,
wanna put it on
oh,
top of him.
yeah.
So he was super cool. Speaking of
Cheesiness.
accessories, Chris, why don't you tell us about it?
Yeah, so this guy comes loaded up with his two classic swords, his
That
bow and
is
arrow,
an awesome-
actual
yeah.
arrow piece,
Are they gonna start
that
doing?
all
You know what I
attached
would
to
love
his
to see?
backpack quiver,
Vintage
just like the
G.I. Joe
1980s toy.
collection, because I always
Speaking of
love
bow and
looking
arrow,
at the
actually,
old
QA
cards.
we got in a little trouble with QA.
Yeah,
We
that looks
actually
so
made the
good.
bow and arrow shoot
You
the
know, just saying,
arrow,
remember like a few minutes
couple
ago,
feet,
like
which is a
Zartan's
bigger
got this
arrow.
Storm
made
Shadow
some changes.
head.
Yes.
We got
Where's
QA
the
to be
figure? Here it
happy.
is. I can
We
finally
got
shut
QA's
up now.
place, So super excited for that.
What
but-
happened,
The
people?
arrow is no
Thank
longer
God this is not
projectile.
exclusive.
You cannot shoot it anymore.
I hope.
That is true.
They haven't said that
They
yet.
just
Safe
jinxed
toy.
it.
Yeah.
These are 4+. He's
Yeah.
a safe toy.
But enough of QA. Corey, please tell us about this awesome sculpt.
Yeah. It is an honor to be able to work on such a classic
Yeah,
and
Corey,
cool
tell
character
us.
like Storm Shadow, and this one was just a blast. With this character, we really wanted to bring him to life, and give him, as much attitude that we could, and so he.
Someone in the chat goes in
as
the
with all
Pulse
of our
chat.
classified,
I feel a great
textured,
disturbance
all
in the
over, and we just really
customization.
tried to bring his costume.
So many people make
and
Snake
give it
Eyes
as much,
customization. So many.
But it happens all the
yeah,
time.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I would never spend my time making customization of
hey, we also
mainline
push his
characters,
articulation
ever.
a little bit. But
It's never gonna-
especially in the
you're always
butterfly
gonna get that
joints.
character.
He's an archer, so we wanted to really be able to.
Some
capture,
people can't
as
wait.
much
Come
movement
on,
of the
we're
butterflies
like
as we
that.
can.
ninja run.
I'm talking to you, Brad.
Got to be able to ninja run, and really love how this figure
But
came
you know what?
together.
It's customization, so
And
probably
Lenny
have,
mentioned it does come with the
they're
extra
just
hood that
happy
could
to make
be
something
up
like
or
that, right?
down.
You know what I
and
love
the,
seeing is customizers
down
out
hood
there
also
who
just comes
like
off
put
if
their
you don't
own
want hood at all.
take.
And so,
on that
speaking of this
character,
amazing
which
sculptor,
I
let's
love.
take a look at what he looks like in this new diorama image from Corey in our photo studio. Which, by the way, thanks Corey for doing all these pictures for us.
Yeah.
Look at the texture in that arm. This dude is jacked.
Look at that
That is so
tricep.
good.
Dude, shredded.
Yeah, this is glorious. Nice work, Corey. This looks
man.
really good. And then we have all new artist series artwork by artist Yuko Shimizu, which is also on fire. That's the theme for the day. G.I. Joe's on
It's
fire.
the blast effect from
That's
the old
it.
box.
Yes,
you
there
know?
we go. Yeah, perfect. This is the new
wow.
updated retro
Yeah,
blast effect.
yeah.
And this artwork
That
is
would be an
gorgeous, and I think
amazing
that it really
tattoo.
suits kind of that classic Storm Shadow really well.
Oh, you just gave somebody an idea.
Ugh, amazing. So, guys, it's been kind of a big year for Classified. The brand only relaunched like a year ago, which
Yes, very young brand.
is crazy pants. So we are now up to a total of 33 characters that have been revealed, which is great. Over like the last 2 years, it's crazy, like less than 2 years.
I know.
So
I want to make more.
great,
more,
great
way
news.
more.
We're gonna make more, guys. So, what has been your absolute favorite of all of these to work on?
Ooh, for me, my favorite has been the Cobra Trooper. I am a collector and I am an army builder, and so I knew that the Trooper was going to be the figure I had the most of, and that collection is growing. And so, in working on that one, I really just wanted it to be everything that it could be, and Lenny, you killed it on the design, and so just bringing that to life and making that 3D, I was super happy with that figure, and expect to continue building out that army.
Dude, you crushed it on that figure. That figure's sick. For me, I think it's another troop builder, which we just showed you guys today, is the Bat. You guys may know my past
Yeah,
life on
have a look at
Transformers. So being able to dive in
Last
on the
message at the
sculpt
bottom
and put
from
and
D.
really go in on like all the gobbledygook that makes a robot work. I mean, like I think yeah, that's right. We stripped it. We stripped the head down to be like, what does the robot synth skull look like inside?
Oh, you just
So
changed
we have
something.
designs for that actually. So he was super fun to go into. Love doing all the gobbledygook. I could talk for hours on that guy. But the bat was probably my favorite so far.
Yeah, I think for me, as Spirit, the figure comes with a bunch of stuff already, and then the challenge to add a fully articulated eagle. Thanks a lot, Lenny. But it came out amazing.
Sorry.
Figuring out the articulation.
Sorry,
figuring out-
not sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad we did it. But figuring out how to post into the arm, into the backpack, multiple different wings. Also, it stands up on its own. I think it was an awesome challenge that came out amazing and super fun to work on.
Yeah.
He can also grab the arrow in his claws.
Can.
Oh, it's so good. There's going to be
Just
a
like a
diorama.
cartoon.
There's a diorama shot of that. When you see the Econ PDP go up for pre-order, you'll be able to see that picture. It looks so good. And I think, my favorite, is definitely been Fiona. I played with a lot of animal toys when I was growing up. And so this is really why.
But we haven't told him about Fiona yet.
No, we did already.
No, not yet. We have to tell him about Fiona.
It's been a really long month,
It
guys,
has been,
prepping
bro.
for this, which we're so happy. But okay, my bad.
Oops.
So sorry. We have one more figure for you. Please welcome to the
Is that, like,
classified series,
real?
Crocmaster and his crocodile
Really?
Fiona.
Yes.
Quite possibly, I think, one of the coolest figures that we've done in the line so
and that's
far.
right. On the box, the crocodile's name
God.
is Fiona.
This is official.
She
This
did
is
screw it
now-
up.
And we kinda
She
did
did
that.
screw it up.
I mean, everybody in the team was like, yeah, he
Yo,
looks like a Fiona.
not gonna
Yeah.
lie, that's badass.
So
right there.
Crocmaster for me.
Good day, Meg. Crocodile
my
Dundee over
Super
here.
into reptiles and dinosaurs.
he
so of
looks
course
like
I grabbed him.
Bane.
Plus, he looked like
That's
a
not
luchador.
enough.
He's an awesome character. But we wanted to modernize him a little bit, and being into reptiles and all
That's
that.
not a
we're also
crocodile.
when it comes to the
This is a
details and textures.
crocodile.
Let's make him wearing an actual.
Where's my
taxidermy
Foster's
crocodile.
beer?
So actually,
Oh, and he
wearing
comes
on
with
his
a
vest,
whip.
You can see
And you got
that's a
baby
crocodile,
crocodiles there,
basically
too.
Torso and on his back, you can see the spines of the crocodile.
That
on
is
the actual
sweet.
Mr. Master here, and then his.
This is what
rebreather,
G.I.
which
Joe's
is
all about.
removable.
Crazy, wacky
And,
characters.
on Fiona,
It's
we went
insane.
nuts.
The
we had
different
to
types
make
of characters
a
they
real
have.
crocodile. Look
Sorry,
at the
his
dentures
name's
on her.
Mr.
She's
Master.
Incredible, Corey.
It sounds like
Can you
from
tell us about
South
that?
Park,
We've been
Mr.
there.
Slave.
Oh, absolutely. Sculpting animals is one of the best things that a sculptor can ask for. It there's so much texture and organic, just life to them that they're always fun. And this one was just killer. We're making a dinosaur, and it is huge. As you can see, compared to Crocmaster, Fiona is 12 inches from nose to tip of tail.
She big.
Yeah.
She big,
And a ton of
You know what?
articulation in this.
If they start making
particularly
G.I.
happy
Joes with
how the jaw
dinosaurs,
articulation works. So she
I
can
want the
snap down
dinosaurs
on
to
your
create
jaws.
the
And,
Savage Land.
She can also carry her
That would
babies
be
in her mouth,
amazing
which
from
is really
Legends.
fun.
Safest place to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is crocodile accurate. That is something that crocodiles
Very
actually
true.
do.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And we really did study crocodiles for this. We wanted to make sure that the scale patterning was accurate to life, and it just really came to
So
life.
badass.
I love it. One of the most important things about a crocodile is its tail. And so we really wanted to figure out the best way to do that. And Chris, you made that happen.
Yeah, so we really had to figure out what the best way. We went through multiple iterations of this tail, and none of them really looked great. It just didn't look like the quality of everything else. So we ultimately resulted in actually molding the tail
I
around
gotta
bendy
admit,
wire.
they're
So now
bringing
you
out
have
figures
all
that
of
I
these
did not think
poses
or
and
see
great
them bringing
looks,
out.
and
Like,
Croc looks like it's actually
this figure
about
is
to
out
attack.
of like
And it fits
out of left
in with the
field.
quality
I did not
of
see
the
them making
figure
this
and
figure
the rest
because of the
so
crocodile,
super
right?
excited
Yeah.
and super
I didn't
pumped
think
how
they were
it
gonna
came
throw
out.
this guy in there.
So
Oh,
good.
an
And
expendable
see
tail.
Fiona in
Oh, look at
action.
that.
Check out this amazing
You know
diorama
what?
shot
They're
from our
doing so good
photographer,
the
Rachel,
second
in
day
photo
of the
studio.
Power
I would wager
Rangers
that this is the coolest
unveiling
diorama
was
that
just
I've ever
like
seen done in the
is,
photo studio.
absolutely.
It was all
Rachel
good.
built a legitimate swamp on her table in the photo studio. We put live aquarium plants in it.
That's right.
And she let me be her assistant for the day. It was really fun. I got to have a can of fog in one hand, compressed air in the other. So
I'll
this
tell
is
you
an
later.
unedited shot. Like, this is literally what she
That is
captured while she was
awesome.
on the floor taking her fun
I
pictures.
feel like old Gung Ho wanted with some gumbo.
Yeah,
and he got,
we're gung ho. It was a hard
he
day
got
for
a lot
gung
of
ho.
leather instead.
And then we have beautiful new artwork by artist Luke Priest to celebrate both Crocmaster
No animals
and
were harmed
Fiona.
during the making
You know what?
of this.
This
figure.
artwork reminds me. We forgot to tell
No
everybody what the gum
crocodiles.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Artwork, as you can see in the artwork, Crocmaster comes with a meat hook because you got to hold
But she
Fiona's
dropped
mouth
the
open,
ball,
right?
though, huh?
Also comes with
I
a
think
boot
she
knife that's
did
got
it
a
You think so?
purposely.
skin
You know what?
on it.
That's the
It
thing
comes
with
with this
social
really
media
cool
and
pistol that you can
Instagram.
You
They're
can take it any
like,
direction, right?
yeah,
the skin
it's
on the
like,
handle as
check
well.
out my new
And of
haircut, but let me bend
course, we
over
have
while you can
little
see it. You know, they
Diablo,
try and create shock value.
in white, and we have little
But maybe
Georgie
it was legit.
over
but
here.
anyways,
Really
it was an
equality in the
awesome
naming
way of
situation here.
We had fun
introducing
with
it.
these characters.
So amazing.
Georgie.
So we have revealed 8 classified figures for you
Does it
today.
come with SS,
Hot dog.
Georgie?
Like this is a big day for
Yeah, pretty
classified
cool.
series.
Or
Like we
fan-
just
well,
revealed a
only
lot of
get that.
characters. So to sum up, remember that first bat that we showed? Not available for pre-order today. Reveal only. More information
want a
on
hot
him
dog
to come.
real
Those Tiger
bad.
Force and Python Patrol characters going to be available starting at 5 p.m. at Target and with limited quantities available on Pulse. 5 p.m. Master of Disguise Zartan. I was like, what's his name again? Master of Disguise Zartan. PulseCon exclusive, available starting
What
4
time?
p.m. for
Fine.
Pulse Premium members, 5 p.m. for non-premium members. And then we have our mainline figures, which are Spirit, Storm Shadow, and Crocmaster
They
and
changed
Fiona.
it, 'cause
Did I
usually
nail
you could
everybody? Okay, perfect. Who are
pre-order
also going
right
to be
away.
available starting at 4 p.m. for Hasbro Pulse Premium members on Pulse, duh, and then 5 p.m. for non-premium members on Pulse, and at all of the other retailers that you can
My
usually find
wallet
our
is gonna
G.I. Joe
take a
action
dive.
figures. So I think that was a quick summary, and then,
How did you remember all that?
who knows? I've looked at this a little bit. So we're running just like the scoshiest bit long because we really like talking about our figures. So we're going to speed through some things because quite honestly, the last thing that we're going to talk about today is probably going to be the coolest.
Talks too much.
But for now, we have some Snake Eyes content. So let's talk Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins. We're going to start off with this amazing video by street artist Rudy Willingham. Take it away.
Walk me through my two-step.
Speed technicians.
I don't know what this is.
It's cool.
It's art. It's unique. But this movie was not that great, so
They're trying to re-promote it.
That was so great. Thank you so much, Rudy. We love that video. We were all back here dancing.
Does that make the
we're
movie
really
better?
thankful that you didn't show our dancing.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
that was better
So
than the
before
movie.
we talk movie, with Halloween coming up, who
Did it
wouldn't want to be the international man of mystery that we are talking about right now? So, hey, Snake Eyes, do you want to show the fans your new
Yes.
Halloween costume? Oh, yes.
Look out.
Fabulous. I love it. Work it. Work
Cosplay.
it. Ooh,
Oh
with
my
accessories.
God.
Yes. Ninja-tastic.
That's rad.
Oh.
I swear that's Elvin.
So you can find this costume both in adult and children's sizes. Plus, these super cute tikis that we
All
will
day,
be
every
giving out all
day.
You have to buy the silly straw separate.
When no one's at
on the
home,
new
he gets
G.I.
out his
Joe
G.I.
branded
Joe
page
cosplay,
on Amazon.
and he's like
So
rolling
lots of really
around
great
shooting
stuff
little
to follow
plastic
there.
ninja
But now, we're
stars.
thrilled to be able to premiere some exciting bonus content from Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins, which is now out to own on digital, Blu-ray, and 4K Ultra HD for those of you who are super fancy, with an all-new bonus short film plus deleted scenes and other special features. So now let's start it off with some Storm Shadow because it's kind of a big day for Storm Shadow here. So please enjoy this deleted scene of Andrew Koji going absolutely ham on some bad guys.
Oh, he's a beast.
Roll the clip.
He's a beast.
Honestly, Storm Shadow, the guy who played him, the character,
Yeah.
was actually the best part of the Snake Eyes movie. Really. He did a good job. But that movie was really bad. Like, writing was terrible.
Now I don't need to watch it.
This was so great. I loved Andrew Koji in the movie. It was cool to see a little bit more about Storm Shadow's background in the scene. I mean, who doesn't love to watch somebody else kicking butt?
Yeah. That's a Storm Shadow.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, this is not something that I don't want to speak for all of us. None of us could do what he just did in that scene. I don't think. I mean,
No.
No.
I could.
That dude's awesome.
Yeah.
Good choice.
So we are really excited to announce that 20 lucky winners will be gifted both a Snake Eyes digital download and a classified series Baroness figure from the movie. And now I'm going to say a really long paragraph of things that our lawyers are going to make me say about the contest that you'll be entering.
Legalese.
To enter, simply comment hashtag Hasbro PulseCon giveaway in the comments on social by October 24th, 2021 at 11:59 Eastern Time. No purchase necessary. Hasbro PulseCon 2021 giveaway is open to legal residents of the US and the UK, 18 years of age or older, void where prohibited. See official rules, methods of entry,
Not
odds
Canada.
of winning, and prize details at the link in our bio. Sponsored by Hasbro Inc. 1027 Newport Avenue, Pawtucket, Rhode Island 02861. So make sure that you are going
just
to
do
enter.
the contest for
available
the
to
day
anyone.
of.
Go on social, enter the contest. This Baroness figure
It's only
is
Baroness, I'm
amazing, and you
sorry.
definitely want to add her to your classified collection.
It's
But
like
I mean,
the worst
you know,
figure from that line.
We're getting ready
You
to
know, I
transition
want
to the next
her
part of our
only
panel.
for
so
her
this actually
feet,
wraps
for a
up our
custom.
modern
Oh, yeah,
GI
yeah.
modern day G.I. Joe panel. We're going to have one more featurette that we'll play in just a second. But thank you so much to Corey for hanging out with the team today.
This was awesome.
Lenny, Chris, and I will actually be back after the featurette.
None of my top five, but we got a spirit,
G.I. Joe
so I'm happy with
retro
that.
product
We got
news.
Snake Eyes.
You're not going to want to
Storm
miss it.
Shadow.
I promise.
I'm happy with that.
I
This
think
is
they
gonna be
had a
really
good
good.
unveiling.
So now,
Yeah, it was better than day
let's
one. I'll
learn
tell you that
this-
right now.
or-
It was
well,
better than Star
sorry,
Wars.
live.
It was better than Power Rangers.
Watch this featurette to learn more
Good
about
start.
what goes
Good
into
start
the
to today.
behind-the-scenes work of the amazing stunt work from Snake Eyes G.I. Joe Origins. Let's take a look.
I'm David Dowling. I'm the prop master on Snake Eyes. I have a couple of the stunt swords that we had made for the film. This is Snake Eyes' sword, the Morning Light. Tommy presents it to him when he's sort of wandering the grounds of the castle. It needed to be something that was a very traditional looking sword.
Probably all the special
with
features
a little bit more
on
contemporary look for it because it sort of fit
if
the
you
next
buy the
generation
DVD.
of the Arashikaji, so it seemed to make sense. One of the biggest challenges was to make a stunt-friendly curved rubber sword. We did lots of research regarding getting something that would satisfy Kenji, our Japanese stunt/fight coordinator. He had some samples that he had brought over from Japan that were excellent. So we took some of the ideas of those swords and made our own.
Kenji is a legend. Like, the speed that Kenji and his team have is amazing. Like, it blew me away, just their sword work and how fast they are. It's insane.
My name is Kenji Tanigaki. My job is I belong to stunt department.
Did you see
First,
what
new
he
genre
said?
stunting with
I might have to
Robert
stock up on that
Tommy must
body.
be very skillful because he
Might have to
trained
what?
in Arashikage
Stock up
for
on that
many
body.
years. And Snake don't have to be very skillful, but he knows because he's coming from the street.
The type
You
of
would not
training
believe
that we
the-
actually went
the amount
through
of
was
female rubber,
predominantly focused on the
toys
choreography.
he has in his
because
room.
through the fighting and the martial
So
arts,
the
your
scene that they
body
just showed
changes.
in there, I'm tired
First,
of
I do the
seeing
basic
Cage
movements, quite
fights.
traditional stuff. It's called
Like, we
Tachimori.
get it in
Refining
this.
the movement,
We got it
psychology
in
to how we
X-Men
fight.
Apocalypse.
Kenji
We got it
Tanigaki
in
is,
the
genius level on
Shang-Chi
sword
movie.
choreography.
Shang-Chi
He thinks of it
movie.
on the spot.
Kenji, he's just
And
so
also the
enthusiastic and
first
so
X-Men
creative.
movie.
Yeah.
So, in a way,
Like,
it's not
really?
just great action, which is not easy to do, but the process of it is really giving us, I think, a lot of flavor to the action. It is also going to establish, I think, in a way, the real quality of what is the Arashikage.
I always sort of loved
So I
the
think
idea
next up
that
is
Snake Eyes
Avalon
went
Hill.
to Japan
So
to
we're
train with
probably gonna take a
Arashikage
little bit of a
with
break.
Storm Shadow, and he learns the way of the Arashikage and
He's like,
changes it.
"Silence!"
It gives him a momentum, it gives him a purpose.
And he knows it's
if
you.
there wasn't a Arashikage clan, there wouldn't be a Snake Eyes.
Oh, why? Because he heard.
All right, welcome back, G.I. Joe fans. For those of you who may have missed our classified panel but are tuning in for our retro segment, my name is Emily from the G.I. Joe marketing team, and with me are...
I'm Lenny from the design team.
Chris, engineering.
Awesome. So pretend like we had like a really cute costume change during the break. Turns out it's really hard to do that live when you have microphones to do, so we just decided to scrap it so that we could make sure that you could still hear us. But we are super, super excited to talk to you about the new, kind of new G.I. Joe retro expression.
Reborn.
Reborn. There it is. That's the phrase. That's right, guys. Classic retro 3 3/4 inch O-ring figures are back in the
right. Oh.
G.I. Joe universe at Hasbro. We are stoked.
Are
So
you a 3
really fast
3/4
before we dive
fan?
into this, what does retro G.I. Joe mean to
Don't
you
get me
guys?
wrong, the
Wow, I didn't grow up
legends
in the
look
80s,
pretty
but
cool,
G.I. Joe
but
means to me is that anyone from
they're
any
very
background, any
limited.
occupation,
If you're a
can,
collector
come
of
together,
them,
work together,
that's
become a hero,
awesome.
Yeah.
fight
But
evil.
it's just-
I think that is one of the coolest things to me.
And riding off of what you just said, I think to me, like having that 1980s G.I. Joe, super, super diverse group of people, both on the Joes and the Cobra side. It's anyone from around the world. There's no magic in the G.I. Joe universe. It's just really capable people
interesting how
coming
they
together
have
to solve all of these
two
amazing
massive
issues. I mean, the issues aren't good,
brands.
but they're solving
Well,
them.
that they're
It's
coming
good.
together to do it, and I
Yes.
think
beginning
like for me
and
as a
end
kid in
of
the
the
80s, I mean,
show.
I watched a little
Yeah.
bit of syndication.
Because they know if they,
Like,
they had both
it
of
means
them
my
at the beginning,
childhood.
nobody would
So
watch
I
the
was
rest of the
very
show.
much into G.I. Joe toys as a kid. My parents
Yeah.
would take me every couple of weeks to get two at a time. I've mentioned that before, and man, like they're
The
heroic.
G.I. Joe 3 and 3/4 though, I did have them as a kid. I had no other option, right?
Crazy.
Well,
and
I think
just, like,
everyone
it just
had
inspired me to
and they
become a
were so
designer.
badass
That's
because
why
you could
I'm
put
a
them in the
character designer,
vehicles.
you know?
I
And
had
it
a
just-
lot of
it means
vehicles. I
playing
remember my
outside in the dirt.
helicopter
That's
was
what
like
you do
this
with
big.
G.I. Joes. You take them
It
out
was
in
like
the dirt and you
massive.
play with them. And we
Well,
put
I
that in
remember when
classified
we were
too.
talking
We
about it on
want
the
these toys to play
podcast
with. They're not just
how
to live on a shelf for the rest of their lives.
I think our
Take 'em
cousin
out,
lent
play
us
with them.
his duffel bag of them, and I would play around with them.
Absolutely.
And
Take
I
your
thought
toys
I
out and
was
play with
like
them.
one of the
So to
Cobra
fans, while we're
troopers.
talking about this,
So I
in
would
the chat,
torture them by
what is
twisting
your
them because they had
favorite
the rubber
1980
band,
G.I. Joe memory?
and
Share
I
it
would
with us.
twist
What does
them
this
too
line
much
mean
where
to
it
you?
would
We would love to
snap,
hear more.
and it'd be.
Totally going to go back and read all
I know
of
it
these after our
explains a
panel
lot,
is
but-
over. But
It was
without
fun, I
further
was a
ado,
kid.
we
Very
are
twisted.
very excited to announce our first 2 O-ring figures. So they will be available in a 2-pack exclusively on Hasbro Pulse. So the O-ring line is only coming back to Hasbro Pulse, but please help us welcome back O-ring, Snake Eyes, and Storm Shadow.
That's right. So what we're including in this pack is, of course,
Yeah,
classic Storm
no.
Shadow and Commando Snake Eyes. We decided to go with up front. As you
They
can see,
better
they
not
come with a lot of
introduce
extra
any new
accessories. They
figures
come
in
with
this line and not
stands,
having the 6-inch line.
nunchucks, the ammo
Seriously.
box, extra Uzi.
Like, we're Dr.
crazy silver gun,
Mindbender,
'cause you
come
remember back in the day,
on.
sometimes the guns came out of nowhere.
Tomahawks
And
and
then
Zaymon.
really cool
There's a
extra Storm
2-pack
Shadow
we should
sword,
be
as
making.
well as the box that it'll be in, if I can get that on there. Really cool. I know you all remember the little
don't-
carrying cases
okay,
we all
well-
had that was made out of like cardboard and stuff. So it's right there. They
Plastic,
both come in
yes.
there, and yeah, it's really awesome.
Yeah, I think these are absolutely amazing. And Chris, I know that with some of these, so there are like a couple of tiny little tweaks that we did with these.
Yeah, so every time when we started this line again, we heard 2 main things, 2 main issues. The thumbs always broke and the O-rings never lasted. So what we did this time around, we made the lower arms, or the lower forearms and the hands made out of PVC. So you'll have a little give when you're putting the accessories in the hands.
There's
No
your
more
rubber
broken
band.
thumbs. And now we upgraded the
O-rings.
O-ring to be a food-grade silicone, so it'll last much, much longer.
You can cook
This will
with it.
allow you. This will allow you
Yeah,
to play with
there you
future
go.
generations. Yeah, you can cook with them, but do not cook with
The
them.
O-rings
Do not
are
cook with them.
silicone,
They're
yeah.
high quality.
It's a
Amazing.
challenge.
So these guys are coming back to the G.I. Joe collection. So they will be available starting today at 4 p.m. Eastern Time for
Someone go
Hasbro
shut
Pulse
up, take my
Premium
money.
members on Pulse and 5 p.m. for non-Pulse members. We have big plans for this line moving forward, so expect to see some really great things, including, now that we're on a little bit of a retro kick, we have some kind of big news today, right, guys?
Yeah, we do.
So if I could get like, and we're
You
gonna
know
do
what I
this
love
for
about
ourselves
the
because
song that they have
we're
playing
really
in the
excited.
background? It sounds
Drum
like
roll,
an
please.
old school sitcom.
We are very, very proud to announce the very first G.I. Joe HasLab. Roll the tape.
What? Whoa! Oh my God! Hello.
Saving the best for last.
Mustard out of that crazy hot dog.
The best is back to celebrate the 40th anniversary of the real American hero toy line and to showcase the relaunch of G.I. Joe's classic 3 3/4-inch O-ring figures. HasLab brings you the ultimate jet fighter, the G.I. Joe Sky Striker.
So it's only meant for the 3
The classic
3/4.
Sky Striker arrives with a modern upgrade. 2 cloth parachutes, a variety of decal options, separate landing gear and wing levers.
But don't you get those on a plane anyway?
A never-released co-pilot. And so much more. Start your ultimate collection and create a true-to-life runway experience
Do you
with
think it's gonna
incredible
happen?
add-ons and stretch goals.
Yeah, I think it will. There's enough fans out there that this will get unlocked. Wow, they're already talking about the unlocks. That's
yeah.
The G.I. Joe
You know
Sky
what?
Striker has
I might jump on this
Oh,
just
come
to have
on,
it on my
Duke.
coffee
Where's
table
your
or something.
spirit of adventure? Give a teammate a hand.
Send Cobra a message they'll never forget and back it today.
I am
Guys,
gonna send
did you have
Cobra.
any idea this was happening today? I think we actually may have kept
looks
this a
so
secret, which is
small.
crazy.
Yeah.
So this is your 1983 Sky Striker reimagined to tell the
I'm a
story
sucker for
of the
jet
pit, the
planes.
GI
Like, you know
Joe
the
Command Center.
Transformers?
So this comes
I
with
have all of them.
everything you saw in that crazy video, and we have 3 different unlock levels that we will be talking
But here's
about
the thing,
today.
like, it's a
this
HasLab,
is insane.
but
Not only that, this is an
it's
officially
just a
licensed
regular-sized
Northrop
plane that
Grumman
they would
product
have released
the original
back in the
jet was
day.
based off of. So SRP
You gotta
on this
make
is going to run
something
you
that, you know, is bigger.
$229.99, and we
Make
need
it for the 6-inch.
10,000 orders to back the base offering.
$229
Those unlocks
US.
kick in at 13,000, 16,000, and 18,000
it
orders.
better be that cheap
and
for that
we'll talk about
size.
those in a minute. But you know, while we're here,
Oh, man, it's a
there's
tough
so
one.
much
Do I
stuff
jump in
that this
here?
thing comes with. It is loaded out.
The thing that
so
I think
each of these
is
pieces
cool
help
about
us to
it
tell
is
the story
the base
of
that
the
it
pit.
sits
really
on. You
creates
can
a true to life
actually
one
tilt
experience
it.
for you. This thing's gonna look amazing on
I just
yourself.
love the crew
All right,
that's
guys,
there. You know,
let's
like
rapid
I've
fire
always
through all
wanted
the
a
features
big
of this
battleship.
friend.
You know,
So
those crews are
200
sitting there on the
decibels on the
ground,
jet
and they're
itself,
like telling them,
actually.
"Look, you can go
200
now."
plus,
That's
right?
what I was
200
thinking.
200, yeah,
Right.
crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For the first time ever, the wing articulation and the landing gear articulation function independently from each other. 2 different
Whoa.
levers.
So nice. Those levers
I
are
need to
a
go
lot
play
easier
Flight
than the old
Simulator.
one.
Yeah. So we updated the design
Practice
just a
for
bit,
when
but
you
we
get
wanted
this.
to pass the squint test. So when you look at this thing, you're like, oh my God, it's what I had back when I was a kid. However, we did do some updates. We added way more scribe lines to make it more like an F-14 Tomcat. I wish I could show you more here, but inside the
But you know what?
cockpit,
It's
actually
great
the
that they're
back of the-
bringing
of
it
the
to the
pilot seat
collectors.
has navigation
It's not
details
meant for
on the back of
everybody.
it, so that when Wayne Ruthell is showing Ace where to go, you actually have something to play with. And also inside of there, probably can't see it, but there is a pilot panel and a joystick, which the old one never had. So we actually made we made a cockpit inside of it.
Yeah.
So.
We also tried very hard to make sure the structural integrity of this jet was really, really strong for you. So hopefully now your parts will not be falling off, your missiles will not be falling off all over the place. It's a super secure and high quality jet for you.
Yeah.
And speaking of, it is crazy customizable. So this thing comes with so many decals. You'll be able to see on a picture in front of me. We do not have the decal sheets with us. So to note, this is
I
a
don't want to
gray
put the stickers on
production
myself. I want it
model.
already
so
on
this
there
is
for
like really
$300
early on in the development
Canadian,
process. We
right?
really wanted
Yeah.
you guys to see just how big this thing is, how
Nothing
much
sucks
stuff
but
it
when you
comes
mess
with,
up the
because it
sticker.
really makes
But
the
let's
experience
face
magical.
it, like
What you'll
everything
notice on
that
the
we've
decals
gotten
is
from
that
them
you
before,
have
there's always
decals
going to
where
be
you can make
something
this
that
an
we need to
authentic
fix.
1983 Sky Striker. You have decals where you can make this an officially licensed Tomcat with 2 different options for the stickers that you put
Headlamp
on the
says
tail
Alvin
fins.
is all
Right
about
word,
the
tail
nonsense.
fins.
That's right.
Nailed it. Or it can be anywhere in between. So we're really thinking of this
Oh,
as
isn't that
kind of your
Justin?
Army
Yeah.
Builder GI Joe jet experience. So if you have
Fired.
multiple of them, you know, it works out really well. It also comes with a second canopy
you type
because I
that?
know that you're going to want to put
No,
those stickers
I am.
on for who your pilots are. So we really wanted to give you some flexibility with that. But there's even more options for customizability. So as I mentioned, tail fins, it comes with 2 sets so that you can actually make that box accurate version that you saw on the original packaging. We have missiles, we have fuel tanks, we have dog bone pins so that you can do 2 different kind of weapons loadouts. I mean, you can see it here. This is an insane amount of stuff.
Oh, so live. We also have the artillery cart, which can pull the fuel cart. You can put your
See, all the little
gas tanks on there as
details
well
of
if you'd
the
like to.
artillery
And also
cart
you can put
here.
the ladder on the side as well. It's got little handles on it, so
Yeah,
you can make
so
it
good.
like somebody is pushing it along. And of course,
No,
we have the
I must
refueler
resist.
cart, which has an actual rubber hose in
You're
it that can
not.
be reeled in. I'm probably going to break this model if I play with it too much, and it's not on camera. There it is. There's the
There
rubber
you
hose.
go.
And on the side of
That's
the jet, I would
a
take
cool
the panel off.
feature.
The panel does come off, and you can
You know
actually
you're
put
going to
it
do it, so stop
in there
acting
to
like
fill
you're
up your
not.
jet with some gas.
So cute. And then, we have, and
D,
so
should I
this
get
comes
it?
with 2
Oh, why
figures.
am I even
Remember how
asking
the
him?
old Sky Striker only came with Ace?
You can
But
enable
on the
yourself.
box cover, it was suggested that perhaps there should have been 2 pilots.
I'll do it if
including
D says do it.
Wayne Ruthell.
If D says
so
no, I
now,
won't
for the
do it.
first time ever, Wayne Ruthell will be an actual G.I. Joe figure.
Yeah, and we tried to keep it pretty close to what that box art looked like, so it's super fun to add them on.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, the Joes get out right before the Sky Striker gets shot down. So of course we added ejection seat blast effects to make it out just in time.
Perfect.
That's
Pilot
cool,
never
dude.
does that.
That's awesome.
Okay,
help
that's
the
pretty
Joes
cool.
Land
That's a great
safely.
selling
Of course
point
we
right
added
there.
the classic parachutes, but this time They're a soft good material
Yeah,
to
why are you
improve the
asking?
classic look, as well as these strings now are easily detachable.
See, I wanted
from
the
back of the seat,
parachute guys
so
to
that
be
you're
a
not worried
6-inch
about
figure.
untying these
We
strings
wanted
and
to
putting
throw
them
it off
away.
a two-story
Makes it
building to
very
see if
easy for
it
You
guys.
could probably
Nice and
attach
hidden
those to
inside the
6
seat, which is
inch.
really cool. And then also we have the blast effects. So those weren't in the original toy, but this is not the original
Looks like
toy.
you're
it's a
buying it.
replica
He
of.
goes, yeah, why are
we
you
added
asking?
Yeah, I
blast
know.
effects to bring this thing to life.
Come on,
when
D.
we played with this
It's supposed
thing,
to be
put
the
blast
Rock
effects
here.
on it as it was coming up off of the stand, it looks super real. And then we even am I getting ahead of myself? Getting ahead of no, I'm not.
No, you're
so the
good, you're
jet
good.
stand, the jet stand. So in the jet stand, we added artillery or dog bone pins, so you can put the blast effects and your missiles on there as well. So it actually looks like you're deploying missiles. And this stand's awesome. I mean, like as you can see, I've been articulating it because I'm in love with it. But
It'd be amazing
you
if
can
they
move it
made the
around. You can
base
make the
clear.
jet bank.
Yeah.
You can have the jet take off. So it's like have fun with it. Put this on your shelf on your work desk. Like it's a piece. It's awesome.
Ooh. And hiding in the very back.
Yeah, our graphics team did a great job replicating
He's like,
the
maybe
original
that's
package.
why
Huge shout out to
you
them.
ask. I'm like a
Did
two-headed
great
coin.
job.
You'll
It
always
looks just like the
know
original
the
1980s
answer.
toy, except with our
And then you
brand
can
new
blame
Sky Striker
me
on it.
when you're
with
way
the
fast.
pilots. Looks amazing.
Yeah, it's
It's really
true.
amazing.
And note that the final box will have artwork on all
That's-
sides.
I
This is
love
just
that
an
they
early
do,
comp
like, the
so that you can actually see
original
so the box will
looking
actually be
box
this
art.
big. It's huge and full of amazing things.
I guess we can
so
do that on the break
do
coming
a
up.
real quick recap of the
that?
base
Wait.
offering. So
Huh?
it comes with
By
the
Carmine?
Sky Striker, the jet
No,
stand,
no,
the
here.
blast effects, the missiles,
I'm
the
looking
fuel
at
tank, the
that.
figures, the
Sorry.
I'm like,
blue
what the
wiggle.
heck?
Everything that you see on here is
Yeah.
included in the
We'll do that,
friggin' base
we're gonna be
offering.
going
This
for a
thing
little
is
quick
bananas
break here.
for $229.99.
The stream's gonna stay on.
I feel like I'm on some kind of, I don't know, TV shopping channel. But
For a limited time only.
yeah. But seriously, limited time only. It's a 45-day funding period, as with all HasLab.
Yeah, D.
I
Obviously,
was
I'm
seriously
gonna
so
say
excited
to
about
my
this
wife,
earlier that I
if she
had
asks
press
me
on nails
why did
on,
I
and I
buy it,
like
it's my
popped them
friend
off
D
accidentally
enabled me.
because I was like just
That's the
playing
whole
with the
reason,
Sky
D.
Striker.
And
Oh,
this
it was
video.
so good.
Oh wait, I just kind of
So,
gave myself away in the
Sky
live stream.
Striker funding is going to open this like basically now as soon as we stop talking about this thing.
Camera guy, edit
so
that
be
whole
one of the first to
conversation.
fund this today. So it takes 10,000 orders of this to unlock the base offering. But that's not all. We want to really show you that we are thinking about the story of the pit with this. So we want to show you what our 3 unlock tiers are going to be. So at 13,000 unlock, or 13,000 backers, we will unlock, that's right, it's Flight Suit Scarlet. Brand new figure exclusive for this HasLab. This will be the only time that you can get her. So she is going to be in this beautiful blue flight suit as really an homage to Scarlet being one of the Joes that really flies the Sky Striker. Comes with a crossbow, that classic
See, one of the
O-ring
things I'm
articulation.
afraid about is if
She
I buy
is
this and
looking
then they come
fabulous.
out with a HasLab for the 6-inch
And
line.
our second
Go
unlock,
get it.
if I could reach it, here we
So
go.
far away.
No,
is
I don't wanna
Ripcord.
buy
So this is not
two.
just Ripcord. It's going to be Night
How
Force
many
Ripcord, and we
Sentinels
felt that
did
it
you
was really
buy?
nice,
That's
kind of
different.
obscure,
And it's the same thing.
unlock
At
to do
least
for the
they'd be
figure, or
different.
for the offering, and then he comes with all of his accessories as he came back in the day. And I feel like that black Night Force style really goes with the tactical
It's gonna
feel.
look so cool.
Yeah, he's gonna be rad.
And then, last but not least,
So we know the pilots can't do everything. Unlock number 3 at 18,000 backers is the 2 pit crew figures, both of their 2 crew wands.
Someone goes,
These 2 figures will
rest
really
in
complete
peace,
your
Ripcord.
diorama.
That's one of the top 5 that I
Fueling the
had.
jet,
The character
loading missiles,
because it comes with a parachute.
getting ready, getting your Sky Striker ready for its next mission.
and one of them has a really cute mustache. You know, we've been talking about cute
Yeah,
mustaches
he's got a
today.
good stash.
He's got a good stash. We like a good stash on this team. So to recap, 1983 Sky Striker, upgraded for the modern era to tell the story of the pit, officially licensed by Northrop Grumman, $229.99. Only takes 10,000 orders to get this into your hands. This is the only version of the Sky Striker that exists today. All the pictures that you've seen up here, these are digital renders. This is not a version that exists. So we need your help to bring the Sky Striker to life. Seriously, guys, this thing is really friggin' awesome. So 10,000 to back, unlocks at 13,000, 16,000, and 18,000. So help us bring this Sky Striker to life. So now that we've gone through that, as you know, we're gonna wrap up the panel really quickly. But it's been a really hard few months for us losing some of our Hasbro family here, including one of the creators of the 1980s reincarnation of G.I. Joe, Bob Prupus, who put together a little tribute video that we'd love to play for you right now.
So unfortunate.
So we just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Purpose
That was a
for
nice
continuing
tribute.
to
I like
believe
that.
in Operation Blastoff, which is the code name for G.I. Joe back in the day, and that everything we really do
Oh, no
on the
way.
G.I. Joe
That's
line
cool.
is now because of your work. So thank you so much, and you'll definitely be missed. But, you know, that concludes our G.I. Joe panels for PulseCon. So on behalf of the entire G.I. Joe team, you know, we have all of these amazing coworkers who aren't here with us today. Thank you guys for being fans of our products and our brand. We literally couldn't be doing any of this without you. It is only because you are excited about our products and
Yeah, not
purchasing
bad.
them.
I'm satisfied
you
with
know,
some of the stuff that
tons
released.
of
I'm
pre-orders.
excited,
We have
you
all the
know.
classified things we mentioned in the last panel. Don't forget
I
to
like the
pre-order
first
your
figures
O-ring
that they
figures,
released.
Snake Eyes
And
and
the
Storm
Spirit
Shadow,
and the
starting
Storm
tonight. They're
Shadow.
available in a
Those are
2-pack. You only
great.
have to hit that button once. 4 p.m. for Hasbro Pulse Premium members, 5 p.m. for non-premium members. Sky Striker funding open. It should be now, I assume. I don't know. Nobody in my ear has told me otherwise. Back the Sky Striker. You are seriously not going to want to miss out, guys. And so now we are going to throw it back to our friend Taboo for a musical performance. So take it away, Taboo. And thank you guys
All right.
so much for having
So
us.
we're going to go take a little break, and we'll be right back for the Fortnite reveals.
You will.
Enjoy the show.
Stand up with the First Nations and our people that been living here for thousands of years. Stand up. We've been fighting for freedom since the Nina and the Pinta and the Santa Maria. Stand up. Like Geronimo, Sitting Bull, Red Cloud, Crazy Horse, Leonard Peltier. Stand up. Now they're poisoning our water for our sons and our daughters, so we on the frontier. We won. One nation, one cause, one people, one tribe. Now it's us against the pipeline. Get on your feet for Standing Rock, and we'll show you how strong we could be when we unify. To all my native people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my tribal people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. To all my native people, to all the original people, to all my indigenous people, recognize yourself, keep your head up. Stand up, 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 stand it up, stand it up.
And we are back after that seriously powerful performance by Taboo. I mean, that energy was awesome. Also, we saw new figures, learned some cool behind the scenes facts, and got a sweet tease of some future launches. I mean, there's a lot to unpack, right?
Oh, so much, so much. And if you're joining us just now and you missed out, don't worry. We're here for you, all right? Check out this recap. We
Yeah.
gotta get into everything that we saw, man.
Let's just run it down. We had Bat, we had Zartan. We were kind of freaking out for Zartan.
Zartan, he turns blue when you put him in the refrigerator, the freezer. I love
Come
that.
on! We had Tiger Force Outbreak with the Tiger t-shirt, Python Patrol, we had Spirit, Storm Shadow, Crocmaster, and Fiona, which, Hasbro, if we're not calling her Fiona Applegator, I don't know what we're doing. That's from me to you. We had Sky Striker, the HasLab project. I mean, there was so much amazing stuff. And remember, pre-orders start today. Sales for Hasbro Pulse Premium members open at 4 p.m. Eastern, non-premium and other retailers from 5 p.m. Eastern. Some exclusions may apply.
Right, man. I cannot wait to see what the Joe fans think.
Yeah.
Let's go to the fan wall. Let's see how they're feeling for
Let's
everything.
see, they seem really into it. Let's look.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, guys.
I see
Whoa.
it.
Yeah,
Oh, he's
this
excited.
guy.
He's ready.
He's
ready.
ready.
Oh, look at her collection.
Whoa.
Yes. I know everything. That was
Yes.
probably when he saw Fiona for sure.
It had to have been.
Yeah.
It had to have been.
Oh, man.
I mean, they're psyched. We're psyched. We love to see your reactions, guys. It's great. And now it's time for some tabletop action. The game board is set. The path toward Avalon Hill begins now. Are you ready to go on a quest, Cleo?
Oh, I'm ready.
You ready?
I am the game master. Video games, board games. I can't be beat.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of are the game master. And now the team from Avalon Hill will tell us about Hero Quest, Risk Shadow Forces, and the new gameplay of Risk Legacy.
Take it away, guys.
Hi, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for the Avalon Hill panel of PulseCon. I'm Patrick from the Avalon Hill team and your humble MC for our short but action-packed panel. If you love games, we have some exciting news in store for you. There are two topics that we're going to cover today. First is where we are at with HeroQuest and the plans for the future, or at least what we can talk about so far. And second, we are going to head to the studio and our development team is going to show you an exciting project that's in the works. Now, I don't want to be sitting here alone talking to a camera, so let's call in a couple of friends to help me out. Joining my crew are Olga from the marketing team, Bill, our community manager, and Doug from our development team. Hey, everyone. Let's dive right in because I assume some people might not know what Avalon Hill is or what we're even talking about. Bill, you're the voice of the community. How would you describe Avalon Hill to someone who might not know about it?
So Avalon Hill is a board game company that has been around for about 70 years. They're known for making such influential titles as Advanced Squad Leader and my personal favorite, Amoeba Wars. More recently, Avalon Hill is known for making Betrayal at House on the Hill and the new remake of HeroQuest.
That's awesome. And you mentioned that relaunch of HeroQuest. Olga, I'm sure everyone has one of these two questions on their mind. Either, what is HeroQuest, or what's coming next for HeroQuest?
That's right, Patrick. Okay, so let's start there. HeroQuest is a dungeon crawling game that first launched in 1989. It's a beloved game that helped so many people discover their love of gaming and of miniatures. Now, thanks to our backers, we were able to relaunch HeroQuest via crowdfunding campaign last year. Our Mythic tier backers are going to get everything from that campaign. They're getting the base game. They're also getting 2 expansions, The Return of the Witchlord and Keller's Keep. They're also getting all the special bonus miniatures and all the stretch goals, including John Manganiello's quest, The Crypt of Perpetual Darkness with the Venom Dragon miniature. Now, our backers should be getting their sets very, very soon, and we're just so excited for them to get the product because none of this would have been possible without their support.
Olga, do you have any updates on the companion app?
Yes, we do. So, back in August, we announced we were working on a companion app that would take on the role of Zargon, controlling the creatures in the dungeon, which allows for all players to play as heroes. We surveyed the backers to ask which features they prefer to see, and currently we're working on prioritizing the most popular features, which will make it into the app launching very soon.
That sounds great, and that app certainly is coming along. Hey, Doug, you haven't said much yet. Come on, tell us, what's going on with game development?
Oh, just keeping it chill.
As a guy leading the development of this game, is there anything you can tell us about the future of HeroQuest? Because that rumor mill is really churning.
Well, there's nothing I can reveal yet, but I will say we have every intention of bringing more HeroQuest back to you very soon. We're currently looking at classic expansions as well as crafting new stories to tell. And since HeroQuest first came out, the world and gaming in general has evolved quite a bit. The team and I are currently looking through the archives in an effort to bring HeroQuest a new and updated future.
That sounds awesome and like a ton of work. But Doug, you're telling me that there's more coming for HeroQuest soon?
Definitely, and we'll be listening to fans who helped bring it to life, or just heard about it here for the first time. We're going to bring the next chapter of HeroQuest to you.
All right, on. And if we're being honest, we have to say that we have not been perfect in keeping everyone in the loop on all things HeroQuest for the past year as we worked on building out this team. The HasLab campaign started as a small passion project that went far beyond our expectations. So it took us a little bit of time to build a team around it.
Yeah, but now we have Bill, so...
Well, I know I'm pretty great, but it's really Zargon that does all the work.
All right, Bill. Now you got to describe Zargon to everyone.
Oh, wow. How to describe Zargon? He's an evil wizard who has kind of taken over our Twitter account and now won't give it back. He's magically locked me out of the account, and I don't know how to get in. So I guess follow @HeroQuest on Twitter to see what Zargon's up to on a day-to-day basis and to get all the HeroQuest updates.
And despite the fact that Bill lost control of our Twitter account to an evil sorcerer, the team is more dedicated than ever to connecting with our fans. As the year progresses and we continue to work on our new projects, we plan to give you even more behind-the-scene access to what's going on and what's in the works.
That's right, Doug. Avalon Hill has a great legacy in the gaming community that goes beyond just HeroQuest. We're working hard to bring that same level of passion to other titles in our portfolio, from classics like Risk to modern-day favorites like Betrayal, and new stuff that is going to push beyond fans' expectations.
Did I just hear the words risk and legacy in the same statement, Olga? Because, speaking of legacies, does anybody know what game came out about 10 years ago that helped change the landscape of tabletop gaming today?
Yeah, Patrick. We all read the script for the show.
Well, that's right. I'm talking about Risk Legacy, a campaign-based legacy game where each play session is built upon the last. New armies and events change the game and permanently alter the board. So each game builds upon the last to create a unique outcome that only exists between you and your friends.
And now that it's 10 years later, the team felt it was time to take Risk and legacy mechanics to the next level with an all-new project called Risk Shadow Forces. And it's up for pre-sale right now. So I'll stop talking and turn it over to Chris Nadeau and Craig Van Ness to give you an exclusive sneak peek of the newest chapter in the Risk story, Risk Shadow Forces.
A new age is about to be born from the embers of the old. The passing of the existing order was shocking to witness, a horror to experience. For the world changed more than anyone could have predicted. Desolation and carnage were unleashed on an unimaginable scale. But we survived the ordeal. We rebuilt. Now, as the new status quo begins to take shape, the battle for the destiny of humanity, its very soul, is about to begin. You must prepare your armies, your shadow forces, for only the bravest and boldest will survive. Shadow Forces, a new Risk Legacy game from Avalon Hill. Choose your faction and raise your banners in this dark dystopian near future. But this time, with friends, the story is yours to tell, to create. Which faction will you command? The off-grid paramilitaries, cells of independent thinkers in vast networks, the nefarious private corporations deploying their mercenaries across the world, the criminal syndicates, Oya bands and godfathers, moles in every city, every structure. The desperate masses risen. Without choice, they resist tyranny, fighting for survival. Or the unified armed forces, the last echo of the old order, with honor code and iron discipline. You will also need to recruit a warlord to lead your forces. Each candidate is a once-in-a-generation talent, and all have an unbridled hunger for domination. Angus Smith, dubbed the Snake, who takes whatever he wants, repercussions be damned. Cassandra Evans, the ruthless authoritarian, as cold as the sword she wields. Jet Sinclair, the whirlwind of destruction, pandemonium unleashed. Kai Weller, superstar defensive genius. She moves crowds with her charm, slays with her skills. Raz Garcia, the icy executioner, who claims no target is beyond his reach. Each can snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, if you can apply them at the right time, in the right place. How will you win this, the most pivotal war humanity will ever wage? You will need to dig deep. For you will need so much more than luck to win this, the Shadow Conflict.
Welcome to Risk Shadow Forces, where players will battle not just for conquest and world domination, but for the destiny of humanity itself. Hi, I'm Chris, and I lead design development for Avalon Hill, and this is Craig, a member of our development team. And we're going to give you an early sneak peek behind some of the components and gameplay of Risk Shadow Forces.
Happy to be on the Avalon Hill team, and I'm super excited about Risk Shadow Forces.
Yeah, so Craig, one of the new things that we're introducing are warlords, where they have unique tactics and strategies you can customize throughout the game. And they'll lead your armies not only on the global map, but also on separate skirmish boards where they might be fighting to secure hostages or item payloads.
Right, and that's what's cool about this game. There's two different types of games, right? There's the skirmish game and the global game. In the global game, each warlord has a slightly different deck, right? And after each game, you're going to be able to like tune your deck the way you want. You're going to put the powers in that you want, and you do this throughout the campaign. So when it gets to the later parts of the campaign, your deck is very much what you want it to be. In the skirmish game, each warlord has their own statistics and their own abilities.
Yeah, so Craig, let's give a couple examples of these warlords that players are going to choose to raise their war banner on the battlefield.
Right. One of my favorites is Kai Weller. She's there on the box. She's also that figure right there. Her deck is tuned with like special surprise forces, right? So you think you're okay, you're going to attack Kai, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, she springs these troops on you. In the skirmish game, she has this combat medic action that she can use once per game.
Yeah, so Kai is like that phenom defensive genius. She's always outmaneuvering and redeploying her forces, so she gets her units in the right place at just the right time.
Yeah, the other guy we could talk about is Angus Smith. He can gain troops. He can make mid-turn maneuvers, which is pretty cool because normally in Risk, you can only make one maneuver at the end of your turn. So he can just, if he needs to attack a certain area, he can shift those troops into the right spot at the right time. He also can duplicate cards. In the skirmish game, he has a cool power called Stealth Armor, which allows him to dodge attacks completely sometimes.
Yeah, Angus is the frontline battlefield commander. Always wants to be in the thick of it. He's fast, he's agile, and he's out to really uncover who is ultimately behind the Shadow conflict. So now that we've explained a couple of those warlords, let's share how those warlords and their unique tactics and strategies kind of apply when they lead these different factions, because that's when you really get some unique combinations.
Yeah, the factions are really cool. I mean, when I game design, I always think about what combinations can I deliver to the players. When you open this box, the first thing you have to do is like you get your faction and you get your faction card power that has two powers on it. You have to decide which one you want to put on and which one you want to tear up because you'll never use that power again. You pretty much play with the same warlord in all the global games, but you have to draft a new faction every time. So that's where you get like this warlord might work really good with this faction's power. If we were going to call out some of the faction's powers, I feel like the yellow faction is pretty strong. It's got drone strike ability, which allows you to like do damage without even risking any troops at all.
Yeah, the yellow faction, they're kind of the ex-military of like a former age. And so they feel like they're the only faction with any real moral authority. But as the defenders of humanity, they're kind of at the doorstep of also being their masters.
Right. Another faction we can talk about is the white faction. The white factions are about mutations and toxic gases. So they tend to like deliver critical random damage in places that you're not aware of.
Yeah, the white faction, they have like the best tech. They have the biological warfare abilities. They have all the cyber tech. They're private corporations that are out for absolute world domination. And frankly, they've probably already planned how to carve it all up. So now that we've explained how the warlords and the factions work and how they interact and create these awesome combinations, what's great is you're going to play with these across an entire campaign setting where every different mission varies in setup, the rules kind of change, and honestly, we're going to introduce some stuff to Risk that have never been done before.
Right. You're going to have scar cards. You're going to be marking the territories, changing future games forever. You're going to be tuning your warlord deck so that it's exactly the way you want it and you put the right powers into it. You're involved in this immersive story that you're making your own because the decisions you make change your story.
Yeah, Risk Shadow Forces is going to be available in fall of 2022, but you can pre-order yours right now by heading over to Hasbro Pulse. So with that, back to you, Patrick.
Thanks, Chris and Craig. And again, if you liked what you saw, you can head to Hasbro Pulse to pre-order your copy of Risk Shadow Forces right now. Like, right now. Okay, that was a lot to cover in a short amount of time. If you want to learn more about any of the things you saw today, head on down to Hasbro Pulse. And be sure to follow us on Twitter at Avalon Hill for the latest updates. And follow at HeroQuest to get the latest updates on whatever Zargon does on a day-to-day basis. We also just launched our Instagram account at Avalon Hill Games, so be sure to give us a follow if you want to see more of what we're working on. Thank you for watching.
Up next is
We'll see you
Fortnite.
next time.
I'm interested
Can
in
you
seeing them.
guys
I'm not a big
believe
Fortnite
the
player. I
Risk
actually barely
Shadow
play the
Forces
game.
pre-sale?
But I'm
I mean,
excited,
right, Cleo?
excited to see the
great breakdown of
figures.
everything.
the
that's
figures
coming.
and see if we
And
can swap them
you know
out.
it.
You know, with
Pre-order start
customization. It'll be
today.
fun.
Sales
these
for
guys
Hasbro Pulse
always
Premium
come with
members opens at 4 p.m.
accessories.
Eastern.
Oh, accessories and,
non-premium
like,
other retailers from 5
Wacky,
p.m.
colorful,
Some exclusions may
characters are
apply.
all over the place, and there's
And now,
such a
my favorite,
huge
the
amount of
sensation,
creativity
the global
in Fortnite.
phenomenon of metaverse for
Let's
everyone.
see how this is gonna go.
I'm talking Fortnite. I
It would be
seriously
kind of
love
cool
Fortnite,
now
man.
that they got the
Let me tell you
Fortnite.
why, though, because you never know
they've
what
released
characters
some
are gonna show
Marvel
up. There's new
characters
skins,
in
you can
Fortnite,
customize
so that'd be
everything. They
cool
just
if we
released
got
this
like a
imposters
Fortnite.
mode. Gotta love Fortnite.
You gotta love it. Players
Deadpool.
everywhere, unite for this one. Join the Fortnite team as they give us the scoop on new reveals and take us through what's coming up. You don't want to miss it. So what are we waiting for? Time to hop on the bus and get ourselves a victory royale.
There you go.
Hey everyone, we are excited. We are the Fortnite team. We're happy to be here at our very first Hasbro PulseCon. I am Shanna from the marketing team. Joining me is my fellow designer, Edgar, and my fellow marketer, Jeremy. And then here to help Vanna White today
I
is
wonder if they're gonna
Kyrie.
get DC rights.
Hi everybody, I'm Kyrie, and
Because
welcome to all the Fortnite fans.
So, and there are Edgar and Jeremy
guys.
up on the screen.
Better than McFarlane.
There you go. We're live.
Oh, I didn't say that over
You
live.
said it.
Sorry,
have some
we're
really
live.
awesome reveals for you
You got
guys.
it on
but
record, you said it.
quickly, we wanted to show you our brand new line,
That's
which is
my
just
favorite.
launched the beginning of this October in the US, Canada, and the UK, and in other select markets. So Jeremy's going to take us through our very first item, which you can see up here on the screen.
That's right, Shanna. This is actually our
Our
first
D-
hands-on
our
look
boy
at
D
the
is just
Victory
probably
Royale series
salivating
line
at
in
the look of
person,
these.
live. And
Okay, they
look
already
incredible.
look
We've got
amazing.
Midas Rex here. We've got Ripley up on the wall, Chaos Agent and Lynx behind us posed out too. But these guys came out so incredible. I'm going to actually toss it over to Edgar to talk about a couple more of these guys.
There's a Phoenix
Thanks,
Wing
Jeremy.
type of character.
If you
there.
think those are awesome,
Look at
our
all the
deluxe
accessories
figures
down
are
there.
equally as impressive. They come with so many accessories,
Baby
which
shark
open up so
doo-doo-doo.
many potentials to play with these guys and take them out. I mean, like, Shadow Meowscles comes with this weight set that's huge. I mean, look
Oh
at this
my god,
thing
I can
compared to
spray
my
paint
hand.
this
It's like
black
your
and
workout.
have
I know,
and
it's
have one of
crazy.
the Marvel characters
And
doing bench.
we got to talk
like,
about
Rogue
Ollie.
thing.
We've
Oh
designed
yeah, the
Ollie
Rogue.
in a way that you can
Hulk?
actually take Sky and have her sit on top
Okay.
of him, and it actually
Bravo,
allows you to
Hasbro.
recreate
Yes.
the Ollie bounce mode from in-game. Not only that, but
so
you
buying
can
that.
actually have her Sky also
Look
pose
at this,
out
another line that I have
and
to.
using Ollie as a
Oh.
glider as she does in the
But
game.
you know
That's
what?
Super
We
awesome.
again,
That's what
we
I'm talking
love
about.
accessories,
That's
so
a
this
pretty
is going to be
fly,
awesome.
big
I know.
dog
I know how I can.
We can
Figure we
create
get
that
started with
terrible
Thunder,
scene
I
in
guess.
the X-Men movie where Mystique's lifting
So
weights.
I'm going to take you guys back really quickly
I can get
to
the thing
our
from
6-inch
Fantastic Four.
figures
There's a
because I
comic
just
book
want to
cover of
show
him doing
off
weights.
the
Don't you
amazing
have that coming? I didn't
premium
post it
materials
yet.
on these
I
guys.
have already two things.
Here you go. You
No,
gotta see.
I have
the
Look
fanta- the
at
new
Ripley's
Fantastic
translucent
Four
material.
Hand
And
Spoiler
Midas
alert.
has this amazing metallic deco on him. I just wanted to make sure that everyone saw that we didn't move too quick.
Why is there a picture of the
Because
guy's knee on
these
there?
guys look awesome, and they're available right now on Hasbro Pulse for you guys to order.
Wow, already available to
Those
order.
look
Look at that.
They look good, huh? So next up we have our accessory packs. And the first of these
Oh,
is our
there
arcade
we go.
accessory
Packs.
pack.
Yes.
That's how you
What's
do it
awesome
right there.
about these is
Accessory
that,
pack.
just give me a minute to get them up here for you guys to see,
Oh.
is that they're not just accessory
I
packs.
wonder if they took idea
They
from
each
what's
come
that?
with
Prime to
3
the First.
accessories,
Yes.
weapons,
Shout out to Prime to the
and
First. He makes some
harvesting
great
tools, but
arcade
they also
stuff.
can be posed out
I
with
bought
your
a bunch
6-inch
of them
figures,
off
which
him.
is really great.
This is cool, but
they're not
not
just
as
a throwaway.
detailed as what
No, he
does.
kills
And
it.
as
He
you
does a
see,
weird
Henry's going
job.
to turn it around so that we can see the back.
I'm actually gonna have to go in.
So if
and-
you open up this part right
Oh,
here, this compartment, you can
bro,
house your
if you're
accessories
watching this, you need
inside,
to go
or
do
you
that
can
shit for
turn
me
it
in the back
around
right
and
there.
actually display them while they're posed out with your figures on your shelf.
I want to 3D print
The
those
deco
hooks.
is unique. There's
I wonder if our
2
boy
in
Young
this
can
first
3D print
wave
some
of the
hooks.
collection.
So then I can
Deco is
make make a
unique
gun
and
rack
inspired
myself.
by
Wouldn't that be
what you
amazing
would
if we
see in the game.
started using the 3D
Yeah,
printers for
we're
something
getting
better than hooks?
It's coming.
Those
Oh
are
yeah, we
pretty
can get better
rad.
hooks. Yeah,
But if we're going to be talking
Yeah,
about unique
we haven't
accessory
used
packs, we
them
gotta
yet.
talk
It's
about
coming, it's
the
coming.
But
upgrade shark too.
instead of printing
He
like an
comes with a
actual
ton of
figure or
accessories. You
head
see a
sculpt,
handful
let's
here on the
print
table,
hooks.
zoomed in from really far away. But he
Really?
actually has articulated
Anyways,
mouth
baby,
motion,
shark
and our design team is so
I'm buying this.
paying
Look, you
much
can
attention
store
to
stuff
detail
inside
that
it.
they even sculpted the ribs in
I
here
can
to
put all
split
the
them
loose
apart.
hands
There
are
you
all
guys
over
go.
my carpet.
That's not it though. You can
Get
actually
sushi
take the
with
fishing
it.
rod that you see there, hook it to the shark's fin, and attach any of your 6-inch characters.
I
to
can have
the
this
water
fighting with the
skis that you see
crocodile
there,
from
and
the
they can
G.I.
ride
Joe
behind the
figure.
shark. So it's
In
a
the
pretty
swamps
sweet
of the
accessory
the
pack,
bayou.
vehicle, figure, all of the above. I love this
Actually,
thing.
sharks don't swim in.
Kind of crosses off all the boxes.
Here's the packaging that you guys can see too. The packaging looks
Someone
awesome.
wrote awkward
So here's the
dudes.
shark package, and then want to make sure that we get our 6-inch package up here too for you guys to see. So turn that around.
I love that we've definitely taken the more artistic renders and put them on front
should
too.
give this
It
to
gives a
my
whole
niece.
other
She's a big baby
element
shark
to the
baby.
game and to the
Oh, is she
packaging
2 years
to really
old?
bring everything
Oh,
to
I'll
life
give her
for
this
us.
one?
Yeah, it does.
Do it.
There you
Sure.
go.
I had to order
So
5.
that
I
was our
guess I'll
quick
give you
recap
one.
of what is available right now that has just launched again for our 2021 line.
I have to
you can go get
say-
it now at Hasbro Pulse. They look amazing.
Bravo to Hasbro. These
we are
figures
now
look
going to move
amazing.
on to the main event, our reveal. So here is what is dropping into our line in early 2022. Jeremy's
I
going
was
to take
gonna
it away.
say,
I'm going to
They're
go
not
ahead and
even
kick us off
surprising.
with a
They
staple.
already had
It
everything
wouldn't
on
be
the table, but
Fortnite if
here
we
we
didn't
go.
bring you guys gliders. So whether you're hot dropping off the bus, trying to land to get the advantage on your opponents, or if you're launch padding over to them to be one of those super aggro players, you've got to have a glider in the game. And everybody mixes and matches there. So I'm going to have Edgar take us through a couple of the first designs that we're going to offer you guys.
Thanks, Jeremy. We got some really
Gliders.
sweet
Oh.
gliders lined up for you
Those
guys
base stats
that
are
are going to
sick.
drop next year.
Yeah.
First up, let's talk about the Llama Corn Express. For those of you who love wacky, fun, colorful designs,
Deadpool.
look no further
With
than
the
Llama
unicorn
Corn
one.
Express.
Yes.
I mean, look at this thing. It's so fun.
Him hanging
That
off,
thing
that'd be so
screams
cool.
for it.
See,
Doesn't
and
it?
this is the
And if you
great
look at
thing
the
is
top,
it's
that
going to
is, in
bring
fact,
a
my
new
friends,
element
a
to
farting,
Legends
flying unicorn
collectors
llama on this
with
thing.
all these
I mean, come on.
farting,
That's,
flying
that's crazy.
unicorn
Not going to
llama.
not include that one in the line.
Custom
You know?
by Matthew says, "What's
But
up, gents? I'm here
we
for
got you
Weezer."
covered. For those of you who are looking for something a little bit more serious in tone, we have the downshift.
Why don't you make a
glider.
customization
This
of
one is a
Weezer?
perfect pairing for some of our stealthier figures from
Since you
the
love 'em
Victoria
so
Royale
much.
series.
Who's
It's super
Weezer?
Cool. Well, they're both
Oh,
I know
I'm one of
who
the
he
more
is.
serious players, so that's kind of more my lane. But I
Mic
know
drop.
a couple guys
Yeah.
that are definitely around the llama corn, picking those up for sure.
I can totally see that. And each one of these gliders is going to come with our Victoria Royale series glider stand. We've designed this stand to be cross-compatible.
Headlamp,
with
are you
all of
into
the gliders
Fortnite
that
at all?
we'll be
'Cause I know you're a
releasing in the
gamer.
Victoria Royale series line. Even some of the more oddball design ones, like Ollie, which I showed to you guys a little bit earlier. But that's not all about this thing. If you actually look at the base of this, some of you Hasbro Pulse fans might be recognizing this and seeing something here that you might be going, hey, that looks a little bit familiar. We've actually built cross-compatibility with the Hasbro Pulse figure stand. So if you own that stand, some of those blast effects, you can actually pop them on here and really build this thing out into an incredible diorama.
You could have
display
like
piece.
the
I mean, look
explosions
at
that
this
you got
thing.
from the
There's
Black
so much
Widow.
action
It's
going
right over
on
there.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get this on my shelf.
It's so awesome
Oh,
of Edgar
there
and
we
design
go.
team to pay attention to such details
That
like that and being
looks
able to use
See,
them
that's-
universally.
these
because
guys are
at first
brilliant
when I
because
saw
they
the sculpt of the
realize that
stand, I was like, what
they're
are
the
all
new
these
kid on the
extra
block,
slots
but
for?
they want to
And
integrate with some
as
of
you
the,
guys see here,
the
he's found
famous
a
lines, right?
place for 'em.
Yeah.
So much versatility out of this thing. Love it.
That looks amazing.
And then goes, nope, I'm an
So,
adult.
Moving on to our
I don't know about
next
that.
reveal for you guys.
I seen you geek
we
out
wanted
hard
to
over
show
Battlefield.
you the next wave of 6-inch figures. Keep in mind, these are early samples, so what you see for final is actually going to look even
Customs
better
Matthew says, if you
than
want
what
to
we're about
destroy
to
my
show.
sweater.
First
It's
up,
a lyric from a
Jeremy's
song.
going to walk us through our first fan favorite.
I've never seen him
figure
wear a
outfit
sweater.
From the
We should get him to wear a sweater.
So yeah, with our first series launching earlier this October, it's crazy that we're already bringing you guys the second wave to reveal. So first up, we've got Ragsy. And like Shannon was saying, these are some early prototype samples, so you're getting a pretty early look at behind
Ragsy.
the scenes. But as you guys
Pop
can
the
see
head off.
already,
You can put a G.I.
these are
Joe
looking
Lady
pretty
J's
clean
head
and
on
tight.
there.
So when we get get to the final product, you're going to have some top-notch stuff. Edgar's got one in hand too, so I think he's going to walk us through a couple more details on it.
Thanks, Jeremy. Ragsy is a super awesome way to start off this wave. So she's our post-apocalyptic character, and The details on this figure are amazing. We've been able to get so many wonderful textures on her sculpt, and the colors, they just pop. It just works so well. We've also made sure that all of her accessories equally work as well with this figure. It's such a wonderful pairing. She comes with the Snack Attacker harvesting tools, her Heartless back bling, and her weapon of choice, the Tactical SG. This thing is super sweet.
I was like, you definitely get a mixture of both the serious and the silly parts of Fortnite all in one with this kind of figure, huh?
For sure we do. You know what, guys? Let's talk articulation for a second. So some of you might be noticing, hey, Ragsy has insert elbows. Why no double elbows? Well, on the Victory Royale series, we want to make sure that the articulation that we're cutting into these figures works with the character designs. Fortnite has so many different skins, from tall to skinny to armored, you name it, it's in the game. So when designing these, we want to make sure that when we give articulation, it's meaningful articulation that also doesn't interfere with the wonderful designs that we get from our partners over at Epic Games. And if you notice on Ragsy, she actually has a rolled up sleeve design, and a double elbow wouldn't work as well with that. So we gave her insert elbows, and it retains the character design while still having amazing articulation.
It sounds like each and every one of these figures is going to be individually, uniquely tailored depending on the design that it is.
For sure they will.
I mean, it only makes sense. You've got so many different ranges of characters and skins in the game.
Mm-hmm. What a wonderful way to start off this wave. But the next figure, equally as impressive. Why don't you take us through Funk Ops?
Oh, yeah. All right, Funk Ops, guys. This guy is here to bring the noise. For real.
Oh,
like he's got his boombox on his back, like you guys can see there, but I've got him posed out like he's rocking
ball
the
hammer.
over his shoulder.
That's like
a little bit more my
Deadpool's buddy
style.
from the
I know
waist
we had
down.
DMC on yesterday,
that
so I'm
boombox.
probably blaring some Run DMC with my Funk Ops skin here. But no, he's definitely a fun character. Some more of that liveliness of Fortnite we're bringing to you guys. Like I said, he comes with his boombox back bling. He also includes the Disco Brawl harvesting
G.I.
tool,
Joe panel
and he
was
comes with
pretty
none other
good.
than a boogie
It
bomb.
wasn't great,
because what
but
else would you give this guy?
It did give us some
Yeah,
good
he's pretty incredible. But this is really just the start with
not my
Ragsy
top
and
5, but they were my
Funk
top
Ops
10.
here. We've got a couple more
Spirit
fun
was a
characters
really
like
nice
this
addition.
next adorable guy that's going to help us branch into some more unique characters.
My
Man, I'm
Shanna.
really liking these Fortnite
What
figures.
a segue.
Right?
What a segue. All right, let me just get this cute guy up here. Okay.
Looks like he sprouted out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. Next up is my
Oh my
personal
God.
fan favorite.
Nice
Bush
try.
Ranger.
That's not you, D.
How
He's
adorably
way
ready
cooler than
for
you.
battling and bombing
He's got a boombox.
is this tree
You got an
person.
iPad.
D's like, hey,
Tree
it's
person.
me.
We won't put a label on it.
My Halloween costume.
Happy, cute. I think my favorite part is that the face is highlighted by this amazing faded deco, if you guys can see. So it looks like layers of leaves, which is amazing. And
What is
then
that supposed
this
to be?
adorable face is then highlighted if you look closely at this amazing bandolier that is sculpted in of acorn bottoms.
My Halloween.
You guys see that?
This is your Halloween
it brings
costume right
a
here. This
whole new meaning.
was it the
to
last
Chico
character?
Warrior.
No. He's talking about the
I'm
foliage
glad
one.
it's not only
Oh.
me.
I'm,
my
I'm
God,
definitely.
you
I
guys
know
with
he's
the
talking about the
puns,
foliage character here.
It's crazy. I also, Shanna, am in love with Bush Ranger. He's also my personal favorite from this wave. I mean,
Bush
just
Ranger,
working
that's
on
what he
him,
wants
he
to
has
be.
this adorable smile that made me smile when I was designing him. It was so fun. Some of the fun details we were also able to get onto him. If you notice on his limbs, he actually has birch tree striping that we were able to sculpt on, and it makes him feel that much more realistic.
So it's like you did your research on the game as well as your nature and made sure that these birch stripes are accurate.
Oh yeah.
Impressive.
His, equally as fun and as impressive are his accessories. So similar to how we've been doing with all the other figures, we want to make sure that all the accessories that we're pairing with these guys really works with their aesthetics. So Bush Ranger comes with his weapon of choice, which has a really nice sculpted wood grain, again, going with that nature vibe here. And then his back bling is the buzzy back bling. Say that 5 times. Not an easy thing to do, I bet. And then his harvesting tool of choice are the honey hitters. These things are so fun. They got a nice drip of honey going down the front of them. So cool.
Pretty sweet stuff.
Yes.
You guys missing on my honey jokes here?
My God.
All right, fine. Well, these figures have been great so far, but like I said, I'm a little bit more of a serious player. Like I'm running with the downshift glider, but our next guy up is Metal Mouth. and his design is. I'm actually just going to let Edgar take you guys through this guy.
I mean, what an incredible wave so far. And we gotta make sure that we round it off with a serious character, like you said. And Metal Mouth, he's that one. I mean, this guy's he's got so much attitude to him. His design, he's our military character of this wave. He's got his camo fatigues on, and then around his neck, he's got this really cool neck armor piece on the front and the back that cuts such a unique silhouette. And as you look further down, we gave him this, he's got this vest overlay piece that's got pouches, straps, harnesses, you name it, it's on his chest. But don't worry, I can already see some of you guys going, oh no, that's going to really interfere with his articulation. We made sure that we molded this in a soft durometer PVC so we can fully take advantage of all of the articulation we cut on this guy. He has a really sweet ab crunch, and that overlay piece is not interfering with it.
Nice.
It's super sweet. Continuing down and looking further at his design, you'll notice on his waist, more similar to how in his chest overlay piece, he's got, again, more pouches and whatnot, super detailed sculpted. He's also got a really detailed carabiner sculpt on the front that we hit with a nice hit of silver deco to make it pop that much more.
That is the most obnoxious, incredible accuracy I've ever seen.
Isn't it? I love this thing. And then off to the side, he's got a holster with a removable sidearm to give you guys that many more options to pose these characters out and more playability with them.
And I don't know about you guys, but for some reason, looking at Metal Mouth, it just makes so much sense that Hasbro would be the company to make this figure. He seems like he fits right in with the Hasbro family.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He looks
Speaking
awesome.
of access, yeah.
He looks
Speaking of accessories, he comes with the heavy SR, which this thing is massive. It's like nearly half the size of this figure. I love this
Nice.
accessory.
Are those the spiked maces and catalyst grappling too?
Good eye. Similar to our other characters, we've also tied in accessories that work beautifully with these characters. Metal Mouth and the rest of these figures are such a great wave. I can't wait for all of you guys to get these in hand.
And actually, you will be able to in early 2022. We are going to move on to our very last reveal, which is probably the most exciting because you can pre-order it today. This is the next addition, to our
He's pretty
7
cool
collection.
looking.
The
Yeah.
7 collection. So you guys might have seen, we released the Foundation
Wow.
earlier this year in a pre-order. This is the Scientist.
Morning,
He is
Skinny
amazing. I'm going to hand it over for Edgar to do a quick overview. We're running a little bit late, but I want to make sure that we show you guys this incredible figure and give you all the details you need so that you can go over and pre-order it right after this.
Thanks, Shanna. The Scientist came out amazing. We gave him a really nice metallic dark gray color and gave him a high gloss finish, so he really feels like he's made of metal. He also has in-game a carbon fiber texture on his design. Now, we couldn't really afford, it wasn't in our budget to give him actual carbon fiber, but we did the next best thing. We sculpted a texture that looks pretty convincing, and I like how it contrasts with the high
Storm
gloss.
shade?
It works really well on him.
Yeah, he's pretty sweet looking.
Yes, he is. And he comes with
Storm
his back
Shadow.
bling, the Star Surge, and the tactical
But who am I
SG.
talking about?
And again,
Star
similar
Wars
to Metal
figura.
Mouth, the back bling is nice
Figura,
figura.
figura.
So it'll get out of the way when you're posing.
Yeah,
them
Storm
out.
Shadow is really
That's
nice
clutch.
to see that. I'm so glad I waited.
So in the game, as many of you know,
I just hope I
the
can get it
Scientist has
because
multiple patterns of
Scalper's gonna
lights
go
that
crazy
show up
over
on
that
his
figure.
visor, and our design team wanted to bring that to life so that it looked like in the game. So this is our first electronic figure, and what's really exciting
Well,
is
Headlam's a big Star Wars
if you
figure.
take
Hold on.
this clear visor off, you can put any of these face plates on,
Wow.
push this button here,
Shut
and his
up.
face lights up.
Oh.
Just like in the game. It's awesome. So it comes with
Damn
6
it.
face plates. One
That
has red
is
on it.
so
it's not clear,
cool.
so that if he's just sitting on your shelf, you don't have to be constantly pushing that button.
Ah,
But
crap.
then
This is gonna
5
cost my
others
wallet
that
a lot.
show the different
Ugh.
patterns, just like you would
All right,
see.
time to reduce the
inspired by
payroll
the
in the
game.
ANR department.
I love that it includes the
Yeah,
second
pay me
one, so I don't
more.
have to drain my battery on shelf.
Ditto.
Kidding.
You don't have to sit there and keep pushing the button. I think what's most impressive about this figure, Edgar and the design team and our engineering team did an amazing job of hiding all of the electronics in this figure so that he still looks amazing, and the level of detail is incredible. I know
That's
you
very
guys
shady
saw
of you,
that I was
Customs, when I met
pushing
you.
the button, which is right here. So,
Dad jokes
Edgar, wanna
all
walk
day
us through
long.
really
Pew, pew, pew.
quickly How,
And it's
how you did
storm
this?
shade.
For sure I can. So it's actually really clever how we went about designing him. So if you actually pop off his head, we actually notice that his neck joint is actually made of a translucent clear plastic. That's done because the LED is actually housed inside of his torso, and it's light piping that light
So
all
any
the
way
way
you turn
to
his
the
head.
clear LED ball joint. And that allows us to take advantage of the head joint, of the head that has a cutout, and that way the light comes through and you can see the visor lighting
take
up.
back what I
It's
said about
really
this
clever
dork
how
on the
this is
left.
done.
You're speaking
He's
a foreign
smart.
language to me, guy. I'm glad we got you on the team.
And like Shanna said, you press on this rectangular
what
hose
happens
on his
when
chest to
McFarlane
activate
doesn't
it.
get to
We
make
didn't want
toys
to
anymore?
put an unsightly
We get better.
something sticking out of this guy that would ruin his super
Kapow!
awesome design.
Right in the
in-game. So we hit the button underneath that hose, and it's done in a nice way where the hose, you can actually, like, you press on it, it has just enough give, and it acts as our activation method. Also, let's talk real quick about the light. Now, you mentioned you press, it turns on. So we kept you guys in mind. You know, we know that you're like posing them out and taking cool pictures. So the light's designed to help you pose out and get the best shot. It stays on when you turn them on. It stays on for about 15 seconds, which should be plenty of time for you to get that great pose and get that super awesome shot of this character in action.
That's awesome. He's got a couple different light modes to him, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. So that's your first one. It's your typical on mode.
Yeah, D
Pretty
said they did the same thing with the
self-explanatory.
Sentinels.
The other one
They
is
just
my
had a
personal favorite.
clear
This one's called
bulb underneath
pulse
the
mode.
joint.
And as the name
The head
implies,
plops on,
it
and then
basically has
that way
this
any
pulsating
direction you put
effect.
the
And I like that
No,
because it
'cause
really
the
makes the
light
character
would-
feel like he's coming
It
to
looks
life.
like it would fade when you try
Seems like
turning
Pulse
the
is a strong
head.
theme this weekend, huh?
See, you don't know
Hey,
everything.
hey.
Oh my goodness, so many puns.
Yeah. So speaking of the scientist, though, I really
So
love
our
the
podcast
packaging
is gonna
that he
be
comes
fun.
in because he stands out a little bit from our other line, from the rest
It's
of
gonna
our
be a lot of
line.
cat fights.
He actually comes with this unique packaging that includes a fifth panel to reveal the window inside. And as you guys can see here, it's got some pretty dope graphics of the figure, as well as the
I'll be honest with you, with
design
how
element that we have on the front
good
here.
these
kinda
figures
more
are. The
deco-treated
packaging
and
is
I
cool,
love the
but they
stylized
shouldn't have
artwork that
covered
we have
up
on
the
our packaging.
figure.
Yeah, I don't know,
Windows,
something about
always
it is
windows.
Really,
Yeah.
Nobody likes the
intimidating. It
closed
seems like
box
it's going
like
to be a
that.
really good, strong
Because you got to
focal
think
point to
about
add to
the
your guys'
people who
collection.
keep them, the collectors
Yeah,
who
so
keep
like,
them in
like Shannon was
box.
saying earlier, this guy's available for
And with
pre-order
all the
today.
detail they did,
Like-
it's like covering
like
it
today.
up.
So
Don't
after
do
this,
that,
you guys just, like,
Hasbro.
open
I
another
guarantee
tab.
they're gonna change
Keep
that.
watching the rest
down
of
the
Pulse
road.
Con.
Someone's gonna say,
And pre-order
knock it off.
scientists.
Like,
Yeah.
right after this.
Or
But
like
you
right
know,
now, whatever,
for
whatever's
their
covered.
first panel,
Right now.
I
Thank you
think they did a
again,
pretty good job
for joining
with
us
the releases.
Oh,
on
yeah.
the Fortnite team. This was a blast.
Bravo,
I hope
good
you
job,
guys enjoyed
these guys.
everything that you saw.
The rookies,
and
right?
like Jeremy said, go order the scientist now.
I mean, such
Chris
cool
doesn't have a
stuff there from the
Sentinel.
Fortnite team.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He's
If you
working on
skip the
trying to
beat,
get
don't
one.
you worry about it. We got you covered. Jackie, what did we actually just see throughout this entire presentation?
I'm so glad you just asked. First things first. The new gliders came flying over the Fortnite panel with two different models making their debut. We had Glider Llamacorn Express and Glider Downshift.
My favorite. That
Yeah.
was my favorite for sure, because I'm actually rocking the Snake Eye skin in my Fortnite game right now. So I would like to have that in real life to match my in-game character.
Yeah, you gotta be ordering on your phone. You got a system. And next we had our second wave of 6-inch figures with 4 new amazing models. It's the Victory Royale series coming in strong to the battle. What a team! Check those out. The 6-inch Wave 2 Ragsy. We got the 6-inch Funk Ops. Bush Ranger, I loved. That was mine.
He had tree bark legs.
He
That's
had birch
such a
bark
great
legs.
design.
It's
so
so
cool.
good. The attention to detail. Oh, it was so good. Metal Mouth, all available winter 2022. And our last character standing, an amazing launch, the very first electronic figure by the Fortnite team, none other than the Scientist, part of the 7 collection, complete with full gorgeous details and light up modes. What a reveal, and the packaging. That's what they were talking. I mean,
was amazing.
like you said, you're like, oh,
That's a bad guy package.
That's a bad guy
for
package.
sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Pre-order yours today. Sales for Hasbro Pulse Premium members opens at 4 p.m. Eastern. Non-premium and other retailers from 5 p.m. Eastern. Also, some exclusions may apply.
But Cleo, what did the fans think?
I know they're excited.
I think they're really excited. Let's look at some comments.
Absolutely.
All right. I love the arcade machines.
In this case,
awesome
I'm glad
diorama
Ron
pieces.
lives
We didn't even,
closer.
yeah.
The fact the arcade cabinet has blaster hooks on the back of it to be able to show that off, I thought that was a great
That was
detail
awesome.
for sure.
Okay, not a Fortnite guy, but they look great. Articulation, paint apps, plastics. That's even if
Our camera
even
guy,
if it's
Young,
like not necessarily your brand,
they're
you can
getting
look at
summoned
those
by
and be
our
like,
friend
You
Mike.
appreciate the
these are
details
awesome.
of it, yeah.
Yeah. An Elastic Bandit, Hasbro, awesome stuff. I gotta say, I agree.
We coming with it this year. I
Yeah,
love it.
you guys are psyched, we're psyched, and we're also moving on. Nerf fans, stand up. We'll get you up to speed on all things
It's Nerf or nothing.
If you love
Chris.
video games, movies, and entertainment in general, who doesn't? The next segment is definitely for you.
That's facts. Oh boy, you guys are not ready for what's coming. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of one of the most amazing video game sagas of all times, the Nerf team collaborated with the people behind the franchise that changed the game. I'm talking about Halo. One of their most iconic blasters is coming to you as a Nerf reveal. Get ready.
And that's not all. We also have a brand panel where the Nerf team will come together to unveil and discuss the latest addition to the limited series. I mean, let's take a look.
Let's do it, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
I think you might have to
Hi,
get some
everyone.
of those Fortnite
Thanks for
figures
joining us
to
today.
review.
I'm Pete from the Nerf team. I am so excited to be
You
here.
had to say it.
In just a few minutes,
You
Isaiah,
have to.
Justin, and Mike
Yeah,
from the
probably
Nerf
will.
Limited team are going to reveal our next Nerf Limited blaster. But before they do, I just want to talk a little bit about the Limited segment. You know, we started this segment about a year ago, and our goal was to bring to life some of the coolest and most iconic blasters and items from your favorite entertainment and video games. And we wanted to bring them to life in only a way that Nerf can. So last December, you might remember, we launched the Star Wars Mandalorian and Band Face Pulse blaster. This blaster is incredible. It's one of the longest blasters we've ever done. It's got premium deco, premium packaging, light up scope. The fan response to this thing was absolutely incredible. That pre-order is currently closed. More recently, we launched the Aliens M41A Pulse Blaster. This thing is incredible.
D's most anticipated
Premium
segment right
deco inspired by the Power Loader.
Nerf, really?
Insane packaging. This thing is still live
This
now
alien
on the
gun's not
Pulse,
bad.
but not
Pretty
for
cool.
much longer. So if you want this thing, go get it now. Speaking of that,
Oh, it is.
before I kick it over to the team,
D, you
I
should
just
do a
wanna make
review
sure
then if
this
it's
is
your
clear.
favorite. We'll make
Nerf
that happen.
Limited, these
Do a
blasters
Nerf
are
review.
only planned to be available
Right,
during
Chris?
the pre-order windows.
Since it's his
As of
favorite,
now, we
make
have
him
no
do a Nerf
plans to
review?
have these premium items available
I
through
already know
traditional
how he feels
retail
about
channels. So in other words, if you want these things, go get them now. Go get them when the pre-order is open.
No.
Or you might miss out. All right. Enough from me.
trying to
I want to
hear
kick it over to the team. I'm so excited about this next item. Isaiah, take it away.
Thanks, Pete. So when we think about one of the most iconic video game franchises, our mind immediately goes to Halo. And if you're a Halo fan, you know that there's one blaster in particular that stands out above the rest. Before we dive into it, I'll pass it over to our friends at Halo to speak more about that.
Ew.
No matter what version you're playing or what faction you're fighting, nothing says Halo quite like the sleek alien design of the Needler. Its ammo, exotic crystals mined from the Sanghelios moon of Suban. Its function, lock onto an enemy target and land enough motion tracking shards to super combine with explosive results. There's a reason why they say
Look, you gotta
fear
shoot
the
this guy
pink
like
mist.
17
These
times
things will
before he dies.
practically follow you
Sounds
home.
so much fun.
Once used primarily by the Covenant, the Needler is now also employed by banished
Smell a Nerf
forces,
battle in the
including
near
the ones
future.
standing in your way on Zeta Halo. And while we're
That'll
certainly
be Nerf-
eager to
it won't
wield
be
this
Halo
weapon in
guns, it'll
Halo
be actual
Infinite,
real
we're also
guns.
incredibly excited to get
You
our
should go
hands
do paintball.
on another very special
Paintball,
edition
yeah.
coming from our friends at Nerf. But We'll let them tell you more
He
about
goes,
that.
I never thought I would
We'll see
hear
you
the
on
word
Zeta.
pre-order and Nerf at the same sentence. Well, actually,
Can't
D,
tell you how excited
Scalper's
I
all
am
over
that
this.
we're bringing the Needler as the next item to Nerf Limited. Now, although we won't be able to blast actual crystals, we will have some amazing effects with the blaster.
I think
Why don't we
Headlamp
take
should
a
get
closer
the
look
Star
at
Wars
the Nerf
Trooper
Limited
figure we're giving
Halo
away.
Needler.
What do you think?
From Nerf Limited and the
Make some
legendary
insightful
video
comments.
game
Yeah.
franchise
He's a big
Halo
fan.
comes the iconic
Where are the
Needler
figures?
Blaster. With
They're over
design
there.
inspired by the one in Halo Infinite, this premium special edition blaster includes a touch sensor to light up needles, a 10-dart drum with 10 elite darts, fully motorized blasting, a Forerunner-inspired stand to showcase the display mode lighting effects, and comes in Nerf Limited
this is a
premium
Hasbro too?
packaging. The new Nerf Limited Halo Needler
Oh
Blaster.
For all you Nerf and Halo fans, we heard you loud and clear about wanting a full-size Needler blaster.
I
and
hate
have
when they
with
show
me
renderings. I
Justin
wanna
and
see
Mike
what it's
to
gonna
talk
look like
all
in
about
person.
the features. Mike, I know you're
Yeah.
dying to reveal something for all our fans out there.
It's a panel, but they can't
What's up,
bring
Nerf
the
Halo
actual
super
product
fans?
out.
I'm super excited to show you the Nerf Limited Halo Needler.
There
I'm
it is.
a huge
Oh.
Halo fan. I've been playing since Halo CE.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
And working on something like this has been a true marriage of my two favorite things. Nerf
That's
and
pretty
Halo.
cool
We're
looking.
happy for
If
you,
it
Mike.
lights up,
So you guys got to work
yeah, I
pretty
think so.
closely with the Halo
Better.
team. Can you tell us a little bit more about that experience?
Yeah, it was great working with the 343 Industries team as a big Halo fan itself. But they gave us all the 3D assets, all the in-game files to
People
get all
are
the
asking
turns,
in
the
the
different
Pulse
surfaces
chat
and
if
cool
the
kind of
Marvel
chamfer
Legends
transitions
Weezer
and
figures
contours
will be
to make this
released
thing
as
almost
well with these
a
head
full
sculpts.
one-to-one replica.
If not, don't
Yeah,
worry, Customs
you know,
by Matthew
working
will
with
make
that
you
team.
those Weezer head sculpts.
And working specifically on the Nerf limited items.
'Cause
you
he's
know,
doing,
as huge fans of the series and the
He's
IP,
doing some other
but also
less
as
unknown
Nerf fans,
band or
we,
small
you know,
band.
we really love bringing the mechanisms and the,
I think
the
they're
iconic
they are
features
well
of
known
the
something
IP
biscuit or I
and
don't
the
know
items from the
whatever
game
it's called.
to
Limp
life. So
Bizkit?
one of the key
Whatever they're
things that
called.
we wanted to do on this
Is
blaster
it
is make
Limp
sure we
Bizkit or was
captured
it
the essence of that
green,
needler.
brown
you know,
day
get
or
it in your
orange day,
hand, straight out of
whatever.
the TV, right in your hands. It
I
really
would
feels like
hit
you're
a
holding
map
that,
for
that
you,
Covenant
but
weapon
I
in your
wanna
hands.
keep
So,
my
These
job.
lesser known bands that nobody
for
cares
this, we
about.
felt that we
my
needed a
God.
fully motorized blaster. We needed a fully motorized mechanism.
they're all working
We
at
needed
grocery
good capacity,
stores,
and with that we
bagging
have a
groceries.
10-dart elite drum in this. We've got awesome lighting effects, and the size and scale, like Mike said, working with the Halo team, we think that this thing is full-scale replica of the blaster
Should I
from the game.
grab that
So you guys
figure?
just briefly mentioned about the mechanism. Can you just tell us a little bit more about
Should I
like, what's
grab that
inside
figure?
the
Yeah,
blaster?
if you want, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
we really felt that it needed that single-hand use, trigger pull, and you're blasting out darts. So for all you old Nerf fans, we're bringing
No.
back the Speed Swarm
That's right in
mechanism
front.
from the old
Yeah.
Dart tagline. So that thing just feels so
There it
natural
is.
for this Covenant alien-inspired design.
It looks like
and it
toasted
gives us that,
marshmallow trooper.
that fully motorized function to blast out those
It
10 darts
does.
in the rotating indexing drum.
Well, when you take
Headlamp.
a look, it obviously looks
There
amazing.
you go, buddy.
Staying as true as we
Congratulations.
can. To
You
the
get the
one in
Star
Halo
Wars
Infinite.
headlamp.
It has a great mechanism, like you just mentioned, making it fully
Oh,
motorized.
okay, sorry.
But there are
I don't know
some
why I'm
pretty
doing it there.
cool features that you haven't talked about
There it
yet,
is.
right?
Right. So with us today, as a design and development team, we're always super
So we
excited
gave away
to show off,
Transformers
in
yesterday.
development models. So we
And
have
today
our
we gave
grayscale
away Star
engineering model.
Wars.
As you
We
can
still
see,
have
we've got the guts still hanging
Power
out. We're
Rangers.
working on this
Nobody
thing
wanted
day and
Power
night to
Rangers,
make
I
sure
guess.
it's as awesome as
Nobody
possible
cares
for you
about
guys, the
Power
fans.
Rangers.
So
But we have a Marvel Legends figure to give away still. So we'll give it away during the Marvel
and with
Legends
this, I want
panel.
to just show you guys how the blaster works, how it functions, and then show off some of the awesome lighting features that we have. So
Does
to
this
use
light up
this,
yet at all?
we have the mandible of the Needler up front.
It
But the
must.
shield opens
There's a
up,
wire
reveals
hanging out of
access
it.
to the dart drum, and from there you're able to rotate it and load your darts in.
So
and
why
close
aren't
back
they
up,
showing
and
it
you're
on
ready
the
for
actual-
blasting? So
I
now
don't know.
the big moment.
I think
we
that
want
was
to show
just
you
a
guys the lighting
mock-up.
features. If we could dim the lights.
I thought that would be a mock-up. Oh,
And with this, the awesome capacitive touch sensor, all you have to do is place your hand on the blaster. Woo! Look at that.
Ooh, it barely lights
It's
up.
incredible.
Ooh.
That's pretty amazing, if you ask me.
You should have had it
Bring
pulsing.
the lights back on.
it is.
And get ready for
Wait,
the
are
firing.
you sure you want the lights back on for this?
You're right, Isaiah. So with that next, with the blasting feature, we have an awesome
Skady and 9, I
sequence
know
that we'd
you're a
love to show
Halo
you. So
fan.
if we can
Are
actually
you
bring the
gonna
lights
get
back
that
off,
Nerf gun?
we're gonna showcase the firing of
Don't
this.
say
So you're
you're
gonna
a
make
fan,
sure
you're not
you
gonna
want to
support
really
the
zoom in on the needles.
Halo
This is gonna
brand
be awesome.
here. You should get this gun.
All right,
Look,
let's bring those back on. And
It
Mike, why don't you
shoots
talk
out
us
8
through
bullets.
Of course,
Which
I've
is
got the
almost
glasses
as
on to make sure we're
amount you
safe
need to
with
take a
the
guy
eyewear.
down.
Why don't you talk us through the lighting effects
Look
that
how
we worked through
fast
to make
it
sure that
shot.
this really feels like the Needler from the game?
Yeah, we really wanted to make it true to game. So as you could see when Justin was firing, all the needles kind of turn off in sequence as he's shooting the darts from back
Is
to
that
front.
what the gun actually sounds like in the game?
And
Probably.
another key feature of this blaster that we're so
Down,
excited to bring
down.
you guys. This is not the final stand. Of course, just like the blaster, we've
They
got a
need to
prototype
make
with
one
us.
that's
But it will have two
does
modes.
pew,
We'll have the
pew.
on mode that you just saw, fully functioning blaster, fully motorized. And of course, the display stand with display mode with 2 hours of lifetime before it'll time out. And then from there, if you'd like to keep the LEDs illuminated, you just go ahead and give the touch sensor a tap and it reactivates the LEDs.
I mean, if you ask me, there's nothing cooler than that. So
You're really
I'm
wearing
really excited about this.
sunglasses.
Justin, Mike,
Nerf glasses,
thank you
man.
guys for walking us through this
Nerf
blaster.
or nothing.
But again, this wouldn't be a Nerf limited item if it didn't
That's
have
very
amazing
catchphrase,
packaging. So as you can see on the screen, the packaging for the Needler captures iconic design elements from Halo Infinite, and it's going to look great on your shelf. This is a must-have for all you Nerf and Halo fans. We hope you love it.
Packaging looks good.
Wow, guys, this is incredible. Mike, I know you've been trying to make this thing for over 3 years, so I'm especially happy
sharpener
for
in
you.
the game.
And for the fans,
Sweet.
I hope you guys love this thing. Like I said,
Wait,
these things are going to
is
be
it the
available
one
for the
that's
pre-order window
automatic
only.
sharpener
so if you
or
love
the
this
one
thing,
that
if you want
you
this
No,
thing,
it's
or you're a
automatic.
Halo fan or a Nerf fan,
Dude,
go
I'm
buy this thing
joking.
now. We hope you love it.
I remember
Thanks so much
those
for
where
having
it's
us today.
like you're
Guys,
doing a
as
test in
always,
class
remember,
and you're like,
it's
I need
Nerf
to
or nothing.
sharpen my pencil, and it's like, "Arrgh."
Hi, and welcome to our panel for Nerf Ultimate Championship. We hope you enjoyed watching that short teaser, and we have another big update for you today. At PulseCon, we're revealing the characters for our Season 1. So if you don't know this game and you're just finding out about it here at PulseCon, Nerf Ultimate Championship is a competitive multiplayer game that's built exclusively for VR, and it's coming to the Oculus platform next year. So this game is going to bring all those epic Nerf battles
That's
into
platform.
virtual reality.
That is going to be fun.
We are
I'm gonna have to
Secret
do a
Location.
VR.
We're the
I
studio
need to
behind
get
the
a VR
game.
in
We're
here,
also
in
part
the
of
office.
the Hasbro
You're gonna
family.
need to make more
and so it's a very
space.
special day for us today. It's our first PulseCon.
Yeah, but I want my own,
My name
too.
is Claudia. I'm the marketing manager at Secret Location.
link up then,
and
right?
Let's get our panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Josh, Studio Director.
Hey, I'm Patrick, the Art Director.
Hi, I'm Marin. I'll be the Community Manager for the game and our moderator for today's panel.
That's right. So Marin is our moderator for the panel. You're about to see some never before seen artwork, and we hope you enjoy it. Shout out to the VR community watching. Thanks for all your support. And Marin, take it away.
You got it. Thank you, Claudia, for the intro. So let's just dive right in. Secret Location, now we're part of the big Hasbro family. There's a whole lot of overlap between Nerf and VR gaming. Nerf's kind of always had this thing of active play, friendly competition, and that aligns really well with kind of VR gaming in general. How did that factor into character design and kind of the overall vibe of the game?
So yeah, as you said, when we joined Hasbro, we're VR developers, and VR's very naturally like an active gaming platform. We thought about what brands could work well with that, and sort of Nerf fit the bill. Nerf's an active brand, it's a social brand, it's competitive, and those things really align well with sort of the world of Nerf Ultimate Championship, where we're bringing together like great athletes from around the globe to train and compete in like this futuristic sport. So it just melded really well and made sense.
For sure. Well, with that, we're going to introduce our first character in that world of exceptional athletes. Got up on the screen here is Float. She is our Korean breakdancer. Patrick, do you want to give me the lowdown on Float for us?
All right, so here, introducing Kim Soo-min, hailing from Korea. She's our Queen of Dexterity.
Specializing in dance and rhythm, Float's a master of tempo and agility. She's an internationally recognized superstar in the field of breakdancing. She's confident but quiet, and just kind of described as this like rising tide. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and loves to prove those wrong who question her athletic skills.
Nice, for sure. You kind of got that. I like that rising tide type thing mixed with this breakdancer vibe. Can you give us a little bit of insight into the character design for that? How you brought that out in her design?
Yeah, definitely. We all really love the idea of her specializing in breakdancing. Overall, the energy and the style kind of meshed perfectly with the world of Nerf Ultimate Championship. Her costume kind of pays tribute to a modernized version of the tracksuit. We wanted to keep the design kind of lo-fi and comfortable, but overall just versatile. You know, she needs to have freedom to perform, but also look stylish at the same time.
For sure, the kind of versatility and comfort all in one. I like it. Next up, we've got Vault here, our French parkour legend. I'm going to throw this one to you, Josh. You want to give us the run through of Vault?
Sure, Bastien Leroux, or Volt as he's known in the Ultimate Championship. He's a French parkour legend. He's famous for being in the sport for a long time and bringing a lot of innovation to it in the future. He's the type of guy that hates the spotlight but wants to prove that he's the best. He has his socials on private, so he's a very sort of private person in that respect.
Yeah, for sure. He kind of got his dark and mysterious and a little bit broody character here, even with that face mask coming in. How did you kind of bring that personality, that attitude out in his overall look?
Yeah, he's the only character that we have in the game that has a full face covering, which calls back to his sort of the private way that he is. And it's sort of a reflection of how he's progressed to this point in his career. Like parkour and his actions in the sport haven't always been, or maybe possibly rode the line of sort of what's legal and what's not in terms of, let's say, maybe trespassing and like finding the biggest and best spots to perform his stunts. So that was a big part in it. And then also like his feet, his shin guards, his knee guards, just giving him protection as he's leaping around the field as well.
For sure. Kind of got a practical, mysterious vibe still, though. I like it. Next up, we're introducing our next character. This is Sprint. She is our Jamaican track star. Patrick, do you want to bring us up to speed on Sprint, please?
So here we have Cedilla Backford, or as we call her, Sprint. She's a speed demon from Jamaica. Overall, she's like an icon for speed and strategy. She's a second-generation track star or Olympian, on schedule basically to take another championship here in Nerf Ultimate Challenge. Her history is kind of full of competition, mostly winning. She's extremely she's extremely confident, but overall I would say that she's just generally restless and always on the lookout for her next challenge, so finding herself here has just nested very naturally.
For sure. Yeah, I like that. It kind of got this cocky vibe in with the attitude to back it up. Do you want to talk a little bit about her kind of look and how you came to decide on all of her aesthetic features there?
Yeah, so just going back to the track star, like Olympian thing, we really wanted to imbue that like classic runner feel with her. So we're using that like track star spandex suit. Again, it's been modernized, just to be update. I mean, we're talking about a futuristic game here. We really wanted to nail the feel of her being the Olympian and also the ability to like defy gravity. She's using some aerodynamic shapes. You know, there's some wing shapes on her. The shoes are kind of designed to have these shapes that we drew reference from like sports cars and motorcycles. So we wanted to feel like she was always ready to take flight. Overall, her body language just generally conveys the sense of her confidence and her cavalier attitude. And rightfully so. I mean, she's always been able to win and keep her edge and crush her competition at lightning speed.
For sure, for sure. I like that. You know, we got our next character up here. We have Clash, our American quarterback star. I'm going to throw this one to you, Josh. Can you bring us down memory lane and talk a little bit about Clash for us here?
Sure. Jackson Clash Carter. He's an American football star. He's the quarterback. We wanted a character that could be a leader or an icon for people in and outside of Nerf Ultimate Championship. He's relentlessly positive. He's very personable. He's uber competitive, but he's always a gentleman off the field. Not always on the field. That competitive streak comes out in him, and he wants to win. But definitely off the field, he's a very positive guy.
I like that. Yeah, you get this kind of leadership vibe and relentlessly positive. I like that. How'd you bring that out? How'd you bring that kind of vibe and look into his how his character looks here?
Yeah, so thinking about his sporting background and how he got to Nerf Ultimate Championship is, again, we looked at a lot of sort of like college football outfits, a lot of training gear. Like he's always hitting the gym, so we've given him the college jacket, we've given him the shorts, the shorts and the shoes, very much athleisure wear. Like he wears nice gym gear outside of the gym as well. So that's the sort of look that we're going for.
Totally.
For sure, I like that. The athleisure wear definitely coming through there. All right, and with that, we've introduced our 4 characters, and we're going to be moving into our final 2 questions here. First up, we are going to, it's a community question. It's come up a lot on Twitter. I'm going to throw this at you, Patrick, because you are responsible. Those shoes. Can you give us a little bit of the inspiration and story behind them?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, shoes are just such an iconic element of any sporting series. For us, we really aim to design the shoes to feel like they were specifically catered to our world and our sporting series. So there's an overarching design plan here to kind of synchronize the functionality of all these things, but also highlight the individual strengths or like sporting attributes. We're picking out different kind of elements for every character and really emphasizing some core things that would benefit them in their own profession.
Awesome. Perfect. And our final question, this is a bit of a bigger one. Inclusivity and a universal kind of global appeal have been pretty key to the lineup thus far. Can you guys tell us a little bit about how that process looked?
Yeah. Initially, we knew we did want to have a cast of characters that were from a bunch of diverse backgrounds. So we just started with a bunch of like one-liners of what could be interesting, like sporting backgrounds, like a second-generation track star, an underground sporting icon. Those sort of things have interesting backstories that can be filled into them from there. And then from there, we brought in like the sort of global aspect of that as well. Where could these people be from? How does that impact their backstory and their personalities as well as they've gotten into Nerf Ultimate Championship? We had a lot of discussion and iteration within Secret Location itself with the development team, and then also Hasbro at large as well, gathering like a wider range of feedback just to make sure that the ideas that we were putting forward that we thought were good were resonating with people, and that perhaps sometimes just double checking as well that we weren't offside with some sort of assumptions that we had, and just trying to bring a lot of different voices to it, so that we had this cast of characters that people could see themselves in.
Yeah, and to add to that too, I suppose one of the reasons, inclusivity was so important to us is because the brand is so universally appealing and even multi-generational, right? So it was important that all of us saw ourselves represented in the game, and it was really a rewarding experience to be able to not only count on the Diversity and Inclusion Council at Hasbro, but be able to, have these conversations as a team and be able to be honest about how we felt, me as a woman, how I felt looking at these characters. And I remember giving some notes on a few of the characters, and it was really, really cool. And we hope that, we had fun making the characters, and we hope that all of you, have fun playing with this diverse cast.
Yeah, well said.
Definitely.
For sure. Thank you. And thank you all for tuning into our talk here. This is the end of our panel, but we've got a few quick announcements before we leave. First up is an answer to the very, very, very frequently asked question that we get on Twitter, which is gameplay trailer. When's that coming? We're happy to announce that it'll be dropping in holiday season for 2021. And that we're also going to be having our Discord going live in December. And again, thank you for watching. We hope you're as excited for Nerf Ultimate Championship as we are. And if you want to keep up to date with things, the best place to do so is on Twitter. We're at NerfVR. And you can join us in with the conversation, keep up to date with the latest things. And we're going to be putting up a poll soon to see who your favorite characters were. And with that,
nice.
I think we're done.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Bye.
See you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Wow.
Bye.
Okay, we're going to walk you through all the amazing stuff that was revealed.
Even she's
one more
excited it's
time.
over.
As a proud member of Nerf Nation, I loved everything that was revealed.
Hassan Van Matthew said he can't wait for
Championship coming
Marvel.
for the VR.
I'm
that's
hoping that
one
he gets a
thing.
call
With the
from work
needler,
that he has to do a Zoom meeting at
dream
that
of mine
moment.
to actually
That would be
able to hold.
fantastic.
And of course, Nerf would be the people to bring that
Of
to
course.
life.
I mean, anytime during a panel, they're like, hit the lights.
Terrible.
Something cool is about
Something
to happen.
special.
Work is work.
Yeah.
Man, it has a
The way-
10-pound drum. Oh, my, your Master
So,
Chief brought to
D
life
might
the
be
lights
joining
as
us for the
drum
Marvel.
Yes,
enter-
our
enter
boy
down
D
ammo.
is going to be joining us for the Marvel Legends panel.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
He too is working
I needed to.
diligently.
Okay, we're gonna look
Hey,
at what you
did
guys
you
thought.
use
some
that
comments.
excuse I gave you
Newer.
yesterday to
You're the
use?
pink mist, baby.
You know, it's
I'm right
never
there with you,
questioned.
Rust Belt. I'm right
Yeah,
there
people
with
can
you.
get diarrhea
I can't
twice.
wait
Oh
to
my-
have that on display. It won't sit on the shelf long. It'll probably go
It
everywhere
was
with
Taco
me.
Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
yesterday, right?
Absolutely.
Friday
Legendary
Fijalas.
Holy cow.
Friday
take my
fajitas?
money.
No, Fijala.
Take it.
Refried
I'm
beans.
with you on
Oh,
that.
sorry, Fijoles.
Nerf team,
Yeah.
take it.
Rude.
Some
Daniel
frijoles
White,
on
I'm a
Fridays.
big Halo fan, so I'm getting this. That's what's cool. It's like Halo, Nerf. Either way, you're covered, and either way, you're having fun.
Yes, man, they
Yeah.
brought it to life. They did a great job,
They
man.
really did.
Shout out to
They
the
really
whole team
did.
at Nerf for bringing this to
Yeah.
life, for sure.
Okay, last one. Rachel Wilson, just want to say thanks for streaming. I've been waiting days for the PulseCon, so it's cool to see how awesome everything was. I'm feeling impressed. Rachel, yeah,
Yeah, Rachel.
of
Is there
course.
gas?
Glad you're having a good
mean,
time with us.
We're glad, yeah, we're glad you're having fun. There's
Go
so
buy Linsky
much more. Next, though, since we're in October, we have a treat for you MTG fans.
That's for sure. Everyone
All
has
right,
been
so
locked in for MTG.
during the
We'll learn
Weezer,
all behind the screen-worthy
band,
October
whatever they call
Secret Lair
themselves,
Super
little
Drop,
garage
hosted by
group,
Matthew
whatever they
Lillard
are.
and featuring
God, just
Wizards
say
of the
Weezer.
Coast, Tom,
Weezer,
Jen Cott, and Mark
Beezer,
Heath.
Bieber, I don't know whatever their names
Then
are.
you'll be more than happy to hear
Wheezy.
about what's coming next. The Magic the
We're
Gathering
gonna
team
take a
will
break
share
doing that.
insights into the
We're gonna
creative
be on
process
still. We'll take a break, but then we're gonna drop
behind
in with
the
our boy
perfectly
D.
adorable Perfection
The
drop.
three of us will be doing the
Do
Marvel
it.
Legends
Wow,
breakdown.
now before we
It's gonna be
begin,
awesome.
everyone take a look at this beautiful illustration by Rio Charisma.
I mean, this is really cool. This is
Let's
amazing.
take a look.
皆さんこんにちは。私はウィザーズ・オブ・ザ・コーストのエーペックのソーシャル&コミュニティリードの金子正美と申します。さて本日はパーフェクション・シークレット・エアドロップのアートを手掛けていただきましたアーティストの石黒彩子さんにインタビューする機会をいただきました。石黒さん、本日はよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。ではまずは簡単にで結構ですので、
How polite
石黒さん
they
の
are.
自己
So
紹
nice,
介
huh?
をしていただけますか。
はい、
So nice.
はじめまして石黒彩
How
子
come you
で
guys
す。
don't bow when I come into
日
the
本
office?
で、
ありがと
絵描きをしております。絵描きでいいのかな。
We're making your new rule
絵
here.
描きをしております。あと
Because I give him the finger
Every
behind
time I
his
walk
back.
in, namaste,
よろしくお願いします
よろしくお願いします。
He turns around and I'm like, ありがとう。
では、最初にお話しした通り、今回石黒さんには新たにパーフェクションシークレットエアドロップのアートを手掛けていただくことになりましたが、石黒さんには以前にも
I was supposed to
スト
actually
リ
go
ッ
to
ク成分
Japan.
の日本語ミスティカルアー
I
カイ
actually
ブ
was
の
about to
う
buy my
ち
tickets
渦
to
巻
go.
く知識と、胸躍る可能性の
And I
2枚
think
のアートをご担当
literally
い
a
ただ
couple
きま
days
した。
later,
この時の
the
ファンの
pandemic
反応いかがでしたか？
I was like, I was gonna buy it, like literally within that 48 hours. And I was like, oh no.
ああ、
And I think there was a cruise ship or something in Japan, right? That people couldn't get off it for like a
普
month.
段 Oh yeah.
They're like quarantined in that cruise ship.
Yeah, Magic before Weezer.
Yeah.
ありがとうございます。
There's no magic before Weezer, my friend.
発売のパーフェクションシークレットレアドロップについてお伺いします。
You know he's never gonna do you a
今回
favor
4枚のカー
at
ドが
all
収録されています
anymore.
が、
Matt,
これらの各カードの
you're
アートに
like
ついてコンセプトやどのような考えで書いたかなど教えていただけますか。
Matt has some favors for me.
それではまずはジェネラルスギフト、
It's a love-hate
こちらのについてお願いいたします。
I hate he loves.
そうですね、あれはなんだろう、やんちゃな子供っていうご指定があったので、それで全部猫っていう決まりがあったんで、ちょっと猫に象の被り物ってあまり想像がつかなかったんですけど、でもまあちょっ
I
と
think he dreams about putting epoxy putty on
猫
my
ら
mouth
し
to
さを
shut it
残
up.
しつつ子供っぽさを出すように
That would help.
ちょっと頑張って書いてみたん
I'll
ですけ
break
ど。
through.
Try and
ありがと
customize
うご
that,
ざいま
Matt.
す。はい、
Alvin
では
being
続きまし
quiet.
て、チェーンライティングに
Best
つい
custom
て
you've ever
お
done.
話しいただけますか。
これはですね、まあ、得意分野の妖怪など私、自己
Retirement.
紹介で言ってたんですけど、妖怪を描いてるので、ちょっと猫股にしてみました。尻尾が2つに分かれてるんですけど、なので、一番描きやすかったカード。
ありがとうございます。では続きまして、小玉ズルイチについてお願いいたします。
これはそうですね、なんかもう、ぐんぐんと緑が育つ様子みたいなのを表したかったんで、ジャングルのようなイメージの植物を
Yeah, that's
描
the
いて
oh, thanks for bringing that up. I'm like, here's
That is the art, the right behind the guy. That's the Magic the Gathering art.
But no, like Magic the Gathering, it's cards, and some of these cards have amazing
得意分野ってわ
artwork,
けじゃないんですけど、まあ、
and
日
it's
本
just
的
like
な感
I
じ
wish they would show us.
を出してほしいっていうことでしたので、ちょっとでも一番これがもしかしたら日本の猫らしいカードを仕上がったかと思います。
ありがとうございます。石黒さんのアートといえば猫が特徴的ですけれど
I don't
も
know if that's a thing.
猫を描くときにどんなインスピレーションを感じていますか？
そうですね、あまり可愛いは可愛いんですけども、なんかそっちよりも、もう猫のその妖怪っぽさというか怖さというか、そっちの方に焦点を当てた絵にしてます。
ありがとうございます。
Is it time for WWE?
石黒さんといえば、まあ、
This guy's on the
いろい
wrong.
ろなアートを手掛けておりますが、その創作のアイデ
And
ア
that's
は
from
ど
the
うやって
Hasbro
生み出
chat.
しています？
It's like
アートを描き始め
WWE
ると
now
きに、
it's
どうやっ
like
て描き始めたりとか、その最初に
Mattel.
こういったことをするとかってい
Apparently
う
they
のを聞か
announced
せていただければと
two
思い
more
ます。
Ultimate Line
そう
figures.
だな、なんか本当に思いつきで描いちゃう時もあれば、なんかこう本や映画を見て、あ、こういうのいい
Yeah,
なと
once
思って
Magic the
描いたり
Gathering
と
kind
か
of、wraps up
意外
because
と
we're already halfway.
そうですね、視覚やあと
So
音
just
楽
a reminder, we're going to take
と
a
かか
quick
ら
break
インスピレーショ
once
ンを
this Magic the Gathering panel
受
is
けて
over,
書くこ
and
とが
we'll be
結構あります。
back in time
ありが
for
とうございます。
The Big Boys.
それではですね、石黒さんご自身も、まあ、その猫を飼っていらっしゃるということですけれども、実際このインタビューに出演していただくことは可能ですか？
Cats.
はい、じゃあちょっとお待ちください。
Show us your cats.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
That's a pretty cool piece she's got there. That alien thing?
Oh,
that's sick. Show us that.
かわいい。
Oh, she's got a cool cat. Look at that cat.
おー、look at the
名前が
nose.
千丸
They rubbed
千
himself
丸
on
さん
ink.
おー鼻のところ塗ってかわ
Call
いい
him
ですね。
ink blot.
So cute.
寝てたので。
今日妊娠
Tomorrow.
ですかね、画面に。ちなみになんですけど、まあ、日本では結構、まあ、猫の手も借りたいなんて
He
いう
does
ことは
not
あり
look
ますけれども、
はい。
No.
その猫が
Okay,
絵を描くのを
this
手伝ってくれることあります
This
か？
discussion just got
も
better
う
with the
邪魔
cat.
邪魔はすることはありますけど。
It's always
本
good
当
to
に
have cats
す
in
ごいとん
videos.
でもない邪魔をされて、
はい。
Any
They're
kind of
instant
本番の絵を
animals.
台無しにされた
Dogs,
ことは、
cats. Love them all.
いやなかなかねうまく手
Oh,
伝っ
that's
て
a
くれない
creepy
です
laugh.
ね。
ありがとうございます。いつか、そうですね、猫股になって賢くなったら手伝ってくれるかも
そうで
しれない
すね。それぐらい長生きしてほしいです。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
はい。ではですね、現在、
The
ハズブロ
Webkit
パルスコンのウェブサイトで
Hello
は、石黒彩子さ
How
ん
you
のアー
doing,
トを手
man?
掛けたパーフェクションシークレットレアドロップの、フォイル版とノンフォイル版を、期間限定で購入することができます。これらのカードはあなたのマジックコレクションにパーフェクトを加えるものです。ぜひお買い求めください。石黒彩子さん、本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Obviously, Headland. That's why we're still here. I mean, we didn't want to take a break doing this. The cat was so awesome. That's the new magic card, the cat.
You guys, hello. My
Spelled
name's Matthew
K-A-T.
Lillard. You may not recognize my face,
Matthew
but let me
Lillard.
tell you who I am. I'm an actor. I've been in several movies in my life. Most of them are pretty horrible.
Yes.
Some of them are good. I was Shaggy in
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
I love that guy.
I also
Scream.
played Killer in Scream. I don't know if you know that Scream's a horror movie. And I played one of the killers, and it's October.
Yes.
And because it's October, I'm here hosting the Secret Lair drop. How crazy is that, you guys? It's me, Matt Lillard. And you guys, can you introduce yourself to the entire community at home? Mark, Tom?
This guy's so
Let's
awesome.
do it. Hey everyone, I'm Mark Hagan. I work here at Wizards of the Coast. I'm a product architect, which means I help work on
Don't
some
you
of our
dare
new
say that,
products,
Web Kid.
what we should
What
make,
if the
how to get
Marvel
made.
Legends panel would be getting
And
no
one of the
way
things that I
home
work very
being
closely on is
revealed.
Secret Lair. So all of the Secret Lair drops that
Don't
we
you
do,
dare say that.
are,
I would literally
things that I
throw
get
this
to play
laptop
around with
across
and,
the room
and
if that
help kind of bring
happens.
to life. So I'm super excited to be talking Secret Lair.
Nice. Tom?
Hey everyone, I'm Tom Gencon. I work on
I
all
really
the
hope we
booster
see
fun and
some
Secret
new
Lair
vintage
drop
Legends.
stuff. Lead up the
Retro
creative for
carding?
that.
Yeah.
The Secret Lair drop stuff is super crazy. I love working on it.
Nice. So
He's the art guy. Tom's the art guy. He makes it all
you're
look
the
good.
art
So
guy.
he's
And
the
what is-
secret to the
if
whole
he's
thing.
the art guy, what are you? Just the handsome supermodel who leads the
No,
whole
that's
thing?
not AI.
He's my muse. He's my muse.
As a host, I don't know if you know this, I'm the host today. I've never hosted. This is obviously a mistake that they put me in charge.
Congratulations.
So before we get, I have a whole bunch of things to talk about, and I have things over here that we can talk about. But before we do, I just have to tell you, spending my entire life in the creative arts, there are very few jobs that I envy as much as I envy your two jobs. I mean, what you guys are creating and your ability to tell stories.
So
to
people who
lead
are watching,
art
what do you hope
and
to
be
see
creative entities
in the Marvel
Can you
panel?
just talk a little about
What
like,
Hey, you know
how
what?
you've been at
WebKit
Magic
says
and,
Alfred
what
Molina
are your,
Doc
give
Ock.
me, give me,
I wouldn't
give me
mind
like two
that.
of your favorite
Just
things
because
about
I had
being
that
in the
figure
shop,
when
'cause
the
from the
first
outside looking in,
Tobey
it
Maguire
looks
movies
like
came out,
an
I actually had the
incredible
movie
experience.
line. I wouldn't mind that it's not as
He could be a deluxe figure.
Yeah, a deluxe
Sure.
figure with the actual
Let's see,
tentacles that
I've
you could
been
probably
there
put in
almost
your Doc
15
Ock, right?
years now.
Yeah.
Worked in a bunch of different
Actually,
departments, but I've
tentacles
been in
that
this
hold the
studio
figure in
this
the air
role for just a
suspended. That'd
couple
be
now.
nice.
Um,
I wouldn't mind that
Two
one.
of my favorite things. There's a lot. The people are amazing. Everybody there, working with almost 100% gamers all the
What
time.
is this oh,
is
it's
amazing.
still on
And then
Magic.
of course the art, specifically all of the art is just amazing. But specifically this crazy stuff that we're doing with Secret Lair Drop. It's just so exciting day in day out. Like finding these artists, working with them, and seeing what we can come up with together.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been here 5 years, just about 5 years. I grew up playing Magic. I was
So
I started playing
besides
Magic
the
in
Doc Ock,
4th grade
what
when
figure
beta
do you want to see?
hit.
What do I watch?
And so my entire
Or
life,
like
my
a
entire,
wave.
going
So
to
I
school,
did a
having
Marvel
other
Legends
jobs,
top
like
5,
living
right?
life. I always
on our YouTube channel,
just
but
dreamed
not
of
on
someday
that.
Not on that?
getting
Oh,
close to
wow,
the
okay.
machine, like
Put me on
actually
the spot
knowing
there.
how it actually worked.
Man.
And it took
I
a
would
long
like
time
to
to even
see
think
a
of it as an
retro-carded
actual.
lizard
It wasn't a goal.
from the
It was just like
Spider-Man animation.
like a
We know
daydream,
that's
it just kind of existed.
You don't know that it's coming. How do you know that's
Magic
coming?
was always part of my life.
I bet you
and then,
$5
not too long ago, I
it's
thought,
gonna be in here.
oh, maybe I can actually be
we
part
can't
of it.
bet on just
and so now
$5.
being
We
here,
have to do
being in the
something
building,
more
it's
outrageous.
just every day.
I don't have that
it's
type of
unbelievable.
money.
Every day I walk in
No,
the
not
door,
money.
I
Do
can't believe I
something
actually get
funny.
to do it. And
Okay,
it just never
if
stops
I
being fun.
win,
Kind of
because
not
you
too far
have like
from where I
no
used to
hair,
sit when
you have
we
to
sat
wear
in the
a
office,
wig in your next toy
before
review.
everything was on Zoom.
Done.
I was so lucky.
Done.
I would get
Okay,
to
if
walk in
you
the morning and
win,
glance over and see the
are we
blank
going hair?
win.
Are you gonna shave your
Balancing
hair?
the future of the
Go
game.
bald?
So it's just like
No.
all these greatest minds, all these like pro level.
Then what
Magic
can you
players
do
just
that's outrageous?
grinding
then?
out games,
That's up to
debating,
you.
like building decks in real time, making changes to the cards.
games,
Okay,
and just
what
to be
kind-
near
what
that,
kind of
just to be
D,
like
what
in the
kind of D?
same room
Okay,
as
well,
that,
you
to
think
feel
of that.
energy.
energy. It just never gets old. It's amazing.
But yeah, and not only that, but when you walk around those offices, I was there years ago.
I'm hoping for a
I have
few
company called
more
Beetle
AOA,
Grims. We do
X-Men,
stuff for WotC.
Toad,
But walking
Avalanche,
around those
Blob.
offices,
Yes,
like the
Matt,
amount
we
of
hope to
elements
see
that are in
that.
that space.
I would love to see
it's
Star
full of
Jammers.
creativity.
Yes.
It's full
For
of like,
I know he's on my list, but I would love to see that
artifacts
Starjammer
and, like, the huge
crew just start
dragon
build out, or
thing.
maybe a
And
wave of
everyone that walks
Starjammers
around
with the BAF being that
is
big
in
guy,
a creative
right?
space and creating and what you guys are making.
I wanted
the
to
game. Look, having been a fan of the game for a long time, I just think for me personally,
honestly,
the game
I
gets
would
better and
like
better.
a Corsair
The secret layer
and
is such a cool
yeah,
element.
definitely the
because,
Starjammers.
You know, we're about to go over it
And
now,
it'd
but
be
you don't know what's
cool.
coming next.
I had to create
And
it,
every time
but,
something
like,
drops,
I
you're kind of
made it,
blown away. And
crystal.
so I'm really
The
excited here
Emcron
today as a
crystal.
fan to get to talk to you guys. We've been gabbing for the last 20 minutes as we're going through the technical stuff.
Yeah, William
But
Dafoe,
let's get into the cards. Let's share with people what you have, what's being dropped right now. And I think we should start with Stranger Things, right? Is that where we should start? Great. So, you guys,
stop giving him
I just want
ideas.
to say that I
Stop it.
You know, I just
Stop it.
was sitting there with my whole family watching Stranger Things season 1. And this set is obviously it's built on season 1. Was it hard to choose
If
the
Chris
iconic
wins, what do we
moments,
got it?
in
Matt,
the
think of
show to
something.
build
Guys
the
in the
cards
chat, think of
around,
something
or,
that Chris
like,
has
how
to
did that
do
process work?
if
Yeah, you
Blizzard
know,
is not
in a
shown
way,
today. Think of something
it's easy
creative.
because it's overflowing with possibilities. Like it's this embarrassment of riches. There's so many like moments and scenes and
enough notoriety.
dynamics.
Well,
and,
the Jammers, I think the Jammers, you
relationships.
can even
It's
throw in
just all-
Dekend
like,
or
there's so
somebody
much
from
with
the
this- with
Shi'ar
this show and these
Empire in there,
characters.
right?
Yeah, okay,
So,
Matt, I
as
get
the
that,
team sat
but,
down to
like,
think, how can we,
what was that
transmute them
rot
into cards? How can we
snake
reflect
guy?
them as a card? It's like, well, here's 10 cool things that we could do,
Armadillo?
or 10 cool kind of
No,
moments we could
the
riff off
blue
of, and
snake
then you
guy,
could just pick
that
one of those.
figure that
So
they
it's
did,
less
he's
of,
got like that weird
you know,
half
the
helmet
team wasn't
around
arguing
his.
about this. It was like
He was
whoever
like
can come up with the best
on
idea
for
kind of wins
$5
the day.
at EV
And there's
on the
again, there's
Friday.
just such good source material.
That's so many.
These
Oh, yeah,
characters,
okay, yeah.
You know, for
What's
fans
his
of the show, we spent so much time
On
with
it-
these characters. We've seen
That's
them
the
in
thing
action.
that I like about
and so it's in some
Hasbro
ways
is
it's kind of
they
easy
tend to
do.
give us
It's
the
super
unknown
rewarding.
figures,
Like when you
but
see
if they
11,
do
you're
a
like,
good
oh,
job, I
that's
think
that's or Mike the DM. Like all these
Right.
images.
I would
are
love
so,
to see
I don't know,
Angel with the
rewarding.
feathers.
Do you
That'd be
consider
nice.
mechanics
Because we already
first?
got Archangel,
Or-
that'd be
or-
nice.
Or Tom, do you like?
And
do
plus
you come in
everyone
and say, "Here's the
knows the
mechanic. I'm
Phoenix
going to apply
Saga.
the art,"
Yeah.
or do you build the
I think you
art
can
and then
mishmash the
apply
Starjammers with the
mechanic
Phoenix
behind it?
Saga.
He has to shave Elven.
Yeah, well, it usually starts
Is
with.
right.
I think Mark was closer to this, but picking the characters,
no.
coming up with the mechanics, and then
The
when we
mullet
get to the art,
Put that Chris in
we
brackets.
we see what the card does, and then we try to show that in the art.
The mullet
Right.
stays,
If they're,
okay?
you know,
I
if
said he
they're
had to
spinning
wear a
some
wig.
sort of spell, or they create a token.
Okay.
that
Are
stuff
we
shows up in
being
the art, and that's the same thing
a little
for Stranger
insensitive
Things.
here by not even talking about
I'm
Magic the
available
Gathering?
for a sitting. Like anytime
No.
somebody wants to-
Okay, carry on.
So-
Just checking.
I'm available.
So
anytime.
then,
Just
if
put
I
that
have to
anytime
shave
you
my
want.
hair,
What are you
let's
guys-
amp
the
it up
mechanics
because
of
I'm
this
just
is-
No,
getting
I'm not
him
gonna-
to put a
what-
wig on.
Can
He's
we
got to
talk a
wear
little
a dress
about- I
too.
know that
I'm not wearing no dress.
Mike's the DM. He's got like an investigation.
And I can't even say
that's
that.
new and different.
We can
Can
dress
you
up
talk a
as
little about
Invisible Woman.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so there's a mechanic that we've
God.
actually done previously in Magic called Investigate, and the way that works is when a character investigates, or when a player investigates, then they
Yeah,
make a clue.
exactly. Sort of
And so a
Armadillo, we
clue
should
is
have
a
got
little
Doc Ock.
artifact, and we actually
That
have
would
one
have
of those in
been
the set.
more
We can
sense.
put it up. And
Don't
so a clue
touch
is a
the
little
mullet. You got a
artifact
fan
that
there.
have
Wow,
while
you
you're
have
playing,
a
and then at some
fan.
point you can kind of crack it open. You pay a
Look,
couple mana.
kissing
you
up to
draw
Chris
it,
is not
you get
going to
to
get
draw
you
a
the
card.
final figure
So you get
today
to
of
kind of
Marvel
learn a lesson
Legends.
from the
It
clue. So
could.
we've done that years ago in Magic sets.
You
and
got
it
to
works well.
choose
It's
the
always
last
fun to draw
winner.
cards. It's fun to have artifacts
What was the
sitting
Marvel
around
Legends?
so
Oh,
that
it's
you can
the.
do them within this
You want to go
system
grab
of Magic.
that? Marvel Legends
And so
is
as the
right
team
there
started
behind
thinking
Gwen
about,
there.
okay,
It's
how do we
not
bring
Gwen.
this crew to life? What's kind of a through line that we could
There it
put
is.
with them mechanically? they came to this idea of clues, but a lot of the show is about figuring out what's going on, working together, following the trail.
This is the last figure that we're giving away. And we'll give it away during the Marvel Legends panel.
Investigating kind of runs through this group
This was
of cards.
our last
they all do
winner.
it in different ways.
Got this one.
They kind of have their own take on
to grow
creating
a
these
soul
artifacts
patch.
or using these artifacts. You know,
Don't you have a soul patch?
I'm not gluing
you know,
no wing.
11 is rewarded by having a lot of cards in your hand.
I'm gonna glue his mouth
Ability
shut.
where Normally, in Magic, you can only have 7 cards in your hand, but with 11 in play, you can have.
Chris is the best on your podcast.
And so, all these clues let you draw a bunch of cards, and now you can keep them all in your hand because 11 lets you do that.
I think I should just choose the winner
I'm gonna
now.
throw up.
She gets in there. She's kind of an
ND.
action-based character, so she gets out there.
Do you know who that
and
is?
when you cast a lot of spells in a turn, then she creates these clues. She kind of uses the momentum to keep things going.
Ah,
and
you
then
you
Lucas can
forgot to
shoot those
put the eye
artifacts
in
with
there.
a slingshot. And so there's these kind of combinatorial systems where you can do what you want with these clues.
You gotta do it
invent
all
your own
over again
combinations
with
as
the
you
whip,
go,
WebKit.
and do some really powerful stuff. But it kind of
Just
all runs
adore
on
'em.
these
I
clues.
do.
The art that you've chosen for the token artifact and the clue, I think is so cool.
Right.
It's,
We
you
are
know, so
totally
relatable
ignoring
to
the Magic
show.
the Gathering
I mean, I just
Right.
think
and
that
all
it'd be
its
hard
coolness.
to pick
Oh,
one thing.
is it-
And I think that you guys have
I
done
can't believe it's still on.
a great job, like sort of choosing these
X-Men or
elements.
Spider-Man. I hope for
and then there's
more.
another thing
Well, we
with
just
Friends
got
for Life.
AOA.
We just got
There's
Spider-Man.
like,
I
two
think, but you
commanders
know what? You can never have enough
working
of
together.
these two
Forever.
wings. They're so
Yeah, so
popular, right?
No,
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at
yeah,
before we
Friends for
started
Life. It's
getting
very different.
any
Those are our
X-Men
matching
in the
tattoos.
Legends.
Our
It was
matching
like,
tattoos.
how
You
many
and I are
caps?
friends for life.
Oh,
can we
that's
get?
he's asking about his hat choice. I think you gotta go X-Men,
So,
bro,
yeah,
because you
so
know
Commander,
I
which
did
is
the
kind of
House
our-
of X right
our
there.
most social way to
So
play Magic. You
gotta
have
go
one
X-Men.
commander, they lead your deck.
I
so that
was
you're
putting
kind
on my
of,
Dark Phoenix
your headliner
t-shirt today,
character.
and it was a
With these
little
cards, they
bit
have Friend
tight.
Forever, which means any two
I
characters
put
in
on
Friend
that 20
Forever
in
can
2
team
weeks
up and kind of
isolation.
co-lead your deck. But all of these, all of the humans, not
This
the
is
Mind Flayer,
actually
but the rest
a
of the humans
really
have that
cool
ability.
figure. I
So
love
when
the
you,
head
if you get
sculpt
these
on
cards,
this.
you can pick
I
any
love
combination
the
of the
smoke
two.
effects.
Yeah, the
I
smoke
wish
effects.
they were
Max can
clear
build a deck
though.
around that.
There was a
Oh,
bit
wow.
of clearness
Or
in
Dustin and
them.
Eleven
This
can
is a
build a deck
really
around
nice
that,
figure.
or Dustin and Mike can build a deck around that, and so you can just mix and match, and they kind of
Should
snap
we
together and
stop
unlock different
and
possibilities.
take a
So
break
Friends
here?
Forever
Yeah.
is our
So
kind of
we
playful
haven't
way
been
of
paying attention.
kind of
Yeah,
drawing a line
we'll
around
take a
these
break in about
characters
2
and saying
minutes
they
here.
can play well
The
together.
chat's
And
blowing up here.
it's a super fun thing that we, you know,
That's a pick.
we
I'd say
it
X-Men, but I love
plays
both.
well. It's fun,
Yes.
but when we came up with that name for
We
it,
need
it
more
just like
X-Men
it was like
figures.
icing on the
We
cake. It pulled it all
certainly
together.
do.
It's good. It's not as good as Friends for Life, which is going to be our throat tap that we put on at
Yep.
the end of this stream, at the end of this launch. You guys, let me right before we go to the
How
next,
were the X-Men had to boost
the
the
next
figure
series
luck.
of cards. Like, how did you? Do you go out and say to Stranger Things like, "Hey, we want to do a card"? Like, how does that?
How about this?
relationship start?
If
Or do
he
you-
gets
do
it
they come
wrong,
to you,
he
or
has
is
to
that
grow out a
higher than
goatee
you
like
thought?
mine.
Like, how do you guys pick these?
not too
crossovers?
bad.
Because
No, because
I
all I'd
think
have to
this
do
one
is
in
shave
particular-
Yeah,
this.
shave it off, and you have to
Sure,
grow it
how
out
it's
though. It has to be nice and bushy.
Yeah, you know.
Oh, it'll
this
grow
whole
up
thing,
pretty
you know,
quick.
Yeah.
I'll have it
versus
by
beyond.
next week.
It's Magic kind of welcoming in
But no, you gotta
other-
keep it
other
on for a
stories
month.
and
How
other
about that?
IPs and doing
You're gonna
versions
shave
of
the
them.
beard off,
Very
and the
new to us.
goatee
For
has
most
to be
of
on
Magic's
for a month.
history, we've never done any of
Or
this. And
chat.
so,
We can
when
just
we
get
got
him the
to point where we had
70s
to reach out,
porn
we made a short
stash.
list of like kind of our dream partners and the characters and stories that
Just
we
the
thought would be fun
stash.
to bring
He has to shave
life
off
as
the
Magic
goatee
cards.
and the beard and
We
just
started
the
calling these
stash.
people up and trying to get conversations
And
going.
I'll get a
I think,
shirt made.
you know,
Hey,
as
wanna
it's
go
going
for a
now, all of a
ride?
Put
sudden,
one in
other
the
people
chat
are
if
starting
you
to
want
call
to
us
see
up and
that
say, like, hey, we heard
stash.
that you're
Just
doing
that
this thing, and
the
so
Starsky and
kind
Hutch
of growing in that
stash.
way. But yeah, you know, a lot of this
That's
is
a
like
pain in the
this
butt
is all
to grow
essentially
out.
like it's basically a passion
Hey, listen,
project.
are you
We
gonna
love
back
this.
down
We
now?
want to do this. We thought this would be amazing.
Okay,
We just
so
called
if
up
I have to do
the
that
crew
for a
Netflix.
month,
No,
you gotta
I'm gonna wear a
wear
Can we
wig
team
on
up? Yeah,
on
let us
camera.
walk you
It'll
through
be
it,
forever
and, in
seen.
this
every
case, it was like a great
review
match.
for a month,
I mean,
and
it's
it's
a
got to be
no-brainer.
different
Like, who
cuts,
doesn't want-
different colors.
I don't know. I
I'm
just
not
think
gonna get
that
different
when
cuts because
apply
then
your
you have to get
passion,
different
The
cuts.
passion of this
I'll wear
fan
2 different
base
wigs. How about that?
to
And you get to
shows
choose
that
one of them.
are iconic. And
I'll wear a
and,
blonde one for
sort
one,
of
and you get to choose
recognize
another
the
one.
Stranger Things.
There,
It's sort
that's
of
the
a
deal.
no-brainer, and
So,
who wouldn't want that? I
if
just want
Blizzard
you to know
Retro
that my
Packaging
agent will be
Wave
calling
figure doesn't
later
get announced today,
and a Matthew
he's
Miller
gonna have
crossover
that
set,
Starsky and Hutch
like,
mustache
on
for a
cards
month.
From like Wing Commander,
And once he grows it,
people want
shaves
that.
it out,
I
then
don't
the
know if
month
you know
starts.
that. I
Not
think
doesn't
that
start
people
today.
are really.
And if
Okay,
I
good. We move on.
lose, then I'm
all
gonna
right,
wear
so let's
2
talk about the
different
next set. anything else you guys
wigs
want to say?
on the
Tom,
next two
you're so
videos.
handsome with your beard. I just want to make sure that you're being that you're getting the same.
He's
Is there
so
anything
on
else
my
you wanna
side.
I told you not to.
If I grow hair,
Ladies and
my
gentlemen,
wife
if
will
there's a
divorce
chat
me. She's
involved,
already said that.
Can we just put in the chat how handsome his beard is?
He's
I mean,
like
my
Homer
goodness.
Simpson. That's as much hair as he can grow.
The two strands.
It's in the chat.
Yeah. No, we're good. Yeah. So these are all available right now. Secretlair.wizards.com, and they'll be there limited time. So until November 15th, you can pick these up.
Great.
We'll
And
pick
then
out a
we
sick
move on.
reverse
So we
bomb.
have a coffee marathon.
Hey, thanks for
I
that
think
headlamp.
these cards
He'll be
are
Thelma from
incredible. I was
Chicago.
looking at it last night.
One of these for
They're
you
they're
next time I
so
see
good. I love the fact that you've removed the frames.
How about
you've
those
removed
Magic the
sort of
Gathering reveals,
mechanic
though, guys?
box,
Come on.
and,
Give it up.
they're
Give it up for them.
I just think the art's incredible. Tom, just how did you guys come
great
up with
thing
this
about
idea?
this
like,
panel
this
was
seems to me,
Matthew
obviously, this isn't a
Millard,
crossover moment. But how
honestly.
did you
Yeah.
like
I feel bad.
land on these iconic
really.
movie images?
Sure. Yeah,
Or
well,
the theme, right? The movie theme. Sorry.
yeah. What we've done a couple of these what we call hand drawn cards before, like concert posters, metal posters, and stuff. But we knew,
You know what's
Halloween was
crazy about
coming,
this panel?
And we thought
it's
thought it'd be
so
cool to
long?
do some
No,
monster
it's
monsters,
so
right?
relatable to the Titans.
And honestly, this is, a lot of this is
why are you gonna go
with the
there,
artist.
man?
This
Hey,
is-
Apparently,
you
the
gave
final
up-
this
the
is
final
by
episode
Art
apparently
Manson.
was
He does
the
a lot
bees.
of amazing stuff, a lot of
Yeah,
amazing
no.
posters in this.
I can't wait to go home and watch it.
And he's not. I don't think he's a Magic player.
'Cause it'll help me get
So
my nap
when
on.
we gave him this, we said all the text needs to be on these cards. Arrange it however you
Wait,
best,
there's a
see
panel
best.
going on.
He came back with some like interesting moments. He was pushing and pulling on these things, changing little things, making them like look like these posters, something that you could just see out there. If you look at like Dismember, for instance, and you have like all like the text of the rules text is broken up down the poster, just like little blurbs and highlights like you see on a poster. Is really gorgeous.
And joking
Came
aside,
together,
though, Magic the Gathering has
really
a
well.
huge
It's a lot of
family.
work, though. Like,
They're big.
Push and pull on these and get them right.
I still remember, and it's
they're
still
so great.
relevant
I
today,
just want
is
to say
that
that
Lotus card.
if you
and
made
how
a
much it
series
goes
of like
for.
posters that could be framed or hang in a room somewhere, like these
Right.
would. I mean, there are gamers
Yeah.
all over the world that would
Right.
that
Are
would,
we
that
watching
would put
Doom
these up
this
'cause they're
weekend?
incredible. The
I'm
art's that
not.
remarkable. How do you?
I
let me
did
ask you a
watch
question.
Halloween Kills.
Like, how do you find these
which-
arts? I mean, are you just out scouring the
It was a
internet? Like, how do
good
you,
movie,
Like,
but
where are you
the
finding
problem
people? Are they
with
finding you?
the
How
movie
how does
is
that
they
process
added
work?
this weird filler in there.
It's
Yeah.
rarely that
And,
they find us,
it-
but we do get a lot of solicitations. But yeah, the first thing we're doing
It's
exactly what you
so
said.
hard to talk
just
about
constantly scouring
without
we're looking
giving
at
too much away.
Instagram
but
and ArtStation
they kind
and
of
all these other
updated
resources
Michael
and
Myers. You know,
sharing the
he's a
resources,
slow walking.
and just
So does he do
compiling
a
these
more
things
fast
and going
walk?
back
Oh,
in
it
when
was
you have
so
an idea
good.
for
There
a
was a
project,
scene where he
dig
comes
back
out and I'm
into our
like,
list and find the artist
and
that works perfect
especially
for
the
that.
scene where
I mean,
the
that's not even work. That's
firefighters
just,
come in.
You know, a
So they still
fun
kept
Saturday
it
night
true
activity
to
flipping
the
through Instagram.
character,
I love
but
it.
they just gave them
Right.
That,
the
again, I go back to that's why I
updated
think
what
your
it would
job's
be
incredible,
now.
because you're out there
which I
breaking
loved.
careers, changing people's lives.
Skady asked about Dune. Yeah, I
and
did watch it.
Scouring.
Oh, you
I
did?
watched Dune
for
and
talent.
thumbs up
It's-
on
it's
Doom.
beautiful.
I'm gonna
Alright,
give
so
that
then we
probably
have
a
this,
9 out of 10.
What are even Mirrored Insanity?
Yeah,
Is that
Dune
what it
is
is?
out on HBO
Did I say
Max.
it wrong?
Yeah, so
I'm not that smart.
and
no,
you
that,
can also go
no,
to
you're
theaters.
perfect.
Oh,
So
really?
a long
Yeah.
time ago,
You still gotta
we
get
did a
the
magic
HBO
fest
Max
on
goes on
Mirrodin,
Oh.
which is like an
Crave, you have
artifact
to pay
world.
for it.
So we
So I
haven't
have
been
a
there
friend
in
that has
forever,
HBO
but
Max.
Yeah, you
it's
still
part
gotta
of our
take your
history.
extra account off.
And so
I can
these
watch
cards
it.
are
Oh, yeah,
mirrored
yeah, yeah,
insanity.
yeah.
So they're kind of they're
Probably
artifact
mentioned that.
lands. So they're kind of this famous cycle of lands.
Here,
which are
watch
lands,
a
but also
really
kind of
Can't
good
wait
show.
for you to
so
lose
they're
the
set on
bet
Mirrodin, but
today.
I'll let Tom speak to the artist, but these are unlike your everyday kind of artifact lands. I promise you that.
Yeah,
Get him like a
so the
nice
artist for this is
postal
this,
office
guy
short
called
shorts
Dexter,
with the
DXTR.
sheriff's badge.
That's how he spells his,
Actually, you might like that.
spells his artist credit. He did a
Yeah,
he did
9
one
out of
the
10,
early-
yes.
cards for
Okay,
the early
here we
Secret
go.
Lair drops.
This
The
is a
Serum
cool
Visions,
card.
He did one of those. And
What?
he draws in this pixel
chat?
style.
That's
It's,
a card.
Oh,
it's-
we saw
it's
the
super
Great
detailed,
Furnace.
Super cool. Like it's not actually
Cool,
he's not actually
awesome.
drawing with pixels.
Tree
These
of
are all, like,
Tales.
hand
Oh my
drawn
God.
outlines that he then refines. He does a lot of murals and stuff like that. Anyways,
They're
we
what's the
imagine
band
like
that's coming
these,
on
these
called?
artifact
Tweezers?
lands. They're super cool
Oh my
structures
God.
from the original.
Or is it
Mirrodin,
Tweezers?
Like, Mark
Or
said.
Pleasers?
Imagine them kind of as
Is it-
these
it's
like
Pleasers,
bustling,
right?
like,
It's keepers.
city
Keep-
kind of
keepers,
like
okay.
escapes,
Okay.
and he just
Seizures?
ran with it and
No?
put in all these
Oh.
bits and pieces and like. The
Anyways,
they're
Elvin
coming
on soon, and
is on
If
each of the
Elvin was in a
cards.
band, it would be
So
called
they were
Yeezers.
insane. Like
Yes.
you were talking about posters for like the
Our fans would
the,
always chant
monster movie
pleasers,
posters.
pleasers.
These would blow up really cool. Too.
So we are. We're
Yeah,
gonna take a
they're
break during
super
that
cool. They come
time.
in foil
But the
and
chat's gonna stay
non-foil.
on,
How did you guys
and we're gonna
decide,
jump right in as soon as Marvel
how to do
Legends
that?
panel
Is
comes
that, I mean,
on
that's
with our boy
sort of,
G.
how did you
It's
make
gonna be
that
fun.
choice?
When we first started doing these drops,
Can you
we would
imagine
pick,
the very
we would
last
for each drop,
figure
we would say, "Oh, these cards will
the
be in
retro-
foil, and you can buy them," or these ones will be in non-foil. And we quickly realized
That's on
like,
my
different people
laptop.
want different things. And so
Get
now,
your combing
normally
skills
we
ready,
do two versions of
Bish.
each, so people can just
Geezers, that's what it is.
Whatever they
See?
want to own or put in their deck. They can kind
That's
of
why
pick
Master
so
likes
most
them.
of these are full and non-foil.
Because he's a
and this
geezer.
time we even have
How
we'll
is
see in a couple
Alvin
drops. We have one drop that has
90 years
3
old?
variants. So you can have foil,
It's his ethnic
non-foil,
background
or
that
something.
keeps his
You know, I
skin
think
foil.
somebody else would love
Kind of
this
a
figure.
different technique on decorating the card.
What is that?
We're just trying to push and
He's making his way out
So
of this
read the
figure
fine
real
print.
fast.
You know you're not gonna get
Okay,
rid of
yeah,
them.
yeah.
You see, read the
Oh,
fine print. It's like
God.
black cards.
Oh, yeah.
That's one where Right, and so for that one,
Demon Lord.
We saw the art for this, and we were like,
I want a
this would be
Fortnite figure of
so
that
cool
Magic the
foiled
Gathering
etched,
card.
which is this new technique we have. And so we said,
I wonder if there is
what the hell?
Fortnite
Let's do 3
characters.
versions and
The
see
Magic the Gathering
what
characters
people want.
No. They
Oh, that's
did.
good.
Well, Hasbro could do
those
that
cards
because
are
they own
really,
both
those
licenses.
cards
But
are
they
awesome. Why
they
we need to
have
find
done
fit.
Magic
What did
the
that-
Gathering
why did
figures.
that come about?
No, in figure forms.
Oh, okay. But I'm saying
Yeah,
like
that's
but
that's
not
a
Fortnite.
nod to
That's another avenue.
Liliana.
That's
But-
crazy about
who
Fortnite.
has
You can
signed
use
a
it when
contract
Fortnite
with
would
these
have to
four
get the
demons.
licensing
So
to
it's
create
all-
Magic
It's kind of
characters.
a look back.
Yeah, they do.
a
Hasbro's
quaint
parent
retrospect
company
into
of
all
both.
of the deals she's made.
Or has a parent
with
license for
demons.
both.
Oh, that's good.
Because
Yeah.
we've gotten her as a
Hey,
figure.
what color do you guys play when you play?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
What colors?
Didn't they make a wolf last year or something?
Public, do
Remember?
people know, or do you play?
Or was that something
I
else?
like all of them.
Then
All
it
my
was
favorite.
something else.
Some
That-
elvish
That's a
thing.
weekend.
Did it
Blue
happen?
black, yeah,
Oh, it
blue
didn't
black
happen?
is
I don't know
the
what you're
correct
talking
answer.
about.
That's
Last
the
year's
best pair.
PulseCon they introduced I think something from Magic the Gathering.
And
I don't know.
mine's,
Somebody in the chat
white
could tell
blue.
me.
White blue.
It was a werewolf or
I
something
like
like that.
white.
Or no,
I'm
sorry,
a
an elf
dirty
with the wolf.
bird.
It was like a deluxe box. It was, I think, for a
Yeah,
card
I
game.
like
I like white green.
Oh, I
Either
might have
World of
skipped that.
Warcraft
So
or Magic
Monster-
the
we're
Gathering,
running out of
something
time,
like
so I
that. I
wanna
remember
make
they
sure we hit
announced
all
it
this.
last
Monster
year,
Anatomy
and then it
101.
went
So this
nowhere
card,
after that. Nobody
I
talked
think
about
it's
it
the
ever
color
again.
of them and sort
That's
of
the worst.
it speaks to my Dungeons and Dragons roots. I mean, I love
Yeah.
these. Like the Goblin is actually one of my favorite cards.
Well,
in
it
this
can be
whole
Dungeons and
drop.
Dragons.
How
Yeah, I think it
did
was Dungeons and
how
Dragons.
did you guys end up here? Like, is this?
Oh,
again,
that was
is
that
this an
game
artist
thing
coming
that
in
they
and
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
start.
He looked like an
this
elf,
idea
right?
for a
They
drop?
started.
Or
Dark
do you
elf or
go to
something
them
Yeah,
and
they
say, hey,
started
let's do
the
these
Hascon
creatures,
with that, and everyone's like, "Hey, let's
and
move
find
on."
the right
Yeah.
artist. Like, how
And
do
they were
you-
looking
like,
for
these
backers,
are so-
and I
the
guess
whole-
it didn't
the
get
whole
me.
set,
Nothing.
this
Like,
whole
nobody spoke
drop
about it
is
afterwards.
so,
You can't
different
when you
across the
have
board.
Dungeons and Dragons
are
and you
these-
have
are these
Warhammer
drops
that's
coming
been
either
around for
by
a long
artists,
time, you
by
can't try and start
people
something new.
in-house? Like,
Yeah,
do you like
because
get up at midnight
these
every night
games
and
are
scribble
well
down your weird
established.
dreams?
Like, I'll be
where is
honest
this
with
coming
you,
from?
I've started.
Yeah, it
I have
comes,
a few
it comes
friends
from
who
internal
asked
people.
if I
Like,
wanted
a lot of people
to
submit things.
play Vampire
and then there's
Masquerade.
core teams that
Of course
kind
you
of dream
do.
up these
So,
things.
it's
they
not
start as,
gory,
either we're
but
card
it's one of
themes where
those
we have an idea
RPG
for
games,
cards
And it's
and
probably
some
well
artists,
established, right?
or we find an
Yeah,
artist
it's been
and say,
around
what
for a
would be
while,
cool for
but it's
them?
weird because I've never played a
in this
game like
case, we
that.
came
But
up
you
with
gotta
the
play
theme,
in
for
character,
this.
like
We're like,
you're
we wanna see
talking
what makes these
to the other
creatures
people
crazy.
as if you're that character, and
we
it
wanna
was
make- we had to
awkward
make
at
sure,
first
like, it
because
wasn't
he didn't
gross,
tell
like
me
they
I
were
had to come up with the way I
dissecting
looked,
frogs
and
or
he's like,
something,
"Okay, you're in the
science
room.
class. We just want to
Describe
see,
how
like,
you
the
look."
inside
I'm
look.
like,
the colors,
me?
like
You
you mentioned,
know?
I love the colors, and I think.
But
we
it's
made
just
sure
so
to
interesting
share,
because
of
the
Timba's
last game we
style,
played,
we made sure to share like the frame colors.
we
so
went
that
into
you could
battle,
key off of
and I'm a
that. And in
Brewhaus,
essence,
so
each kind
I'm
of
like this
complemented and
big,
matched that
muscly dude,
little
which
bit.
is awesome
It's
because
just-
it's
they're just
completely
gorgeous.
opposite. And like I took out like two
I
or
love
three
the Fire Ghost.
characters,
Again,
and
I just think that
it's
you know,
fun.
I think that
You have to be really
when you get to see the cards
into it.
bigger,
You
than,
gotta,
Yeah.
like,
you know,
you gotta go the
it's
full
so
9 yards,
rewarding.
right?
I dress up.
because the
I
detail
got
and
like
the
leather
amount of effort that
chaps.
goes into them, and
A hoodie.
Did you always oil?
incredibly
A lot of baby oil. Johnson and
okay,
Johnson
the midnight
baby
hunt.
oil was applied.
This is a
How are
crazy
they in
set,
business?
Kind of like Escher-esque,
Me.
right? It's like this.
Yeah.
What
this
pandemic for
line
Johnson and
drawing sort of
Johnson?
beautiful art. Where did this come from? Like, what's the inspiration?
I think they're
Tell
running
me
a bit
about it.
behind here. They should have already
Yeah,
started.
it's kind of
a panel.
drafting off of like this black black and white cards that we made.
Alright,
for
I say
Midnight
Okay,
and Crimson
okay,
Vow,
we are gonna take a
where
break
we
now
have,
because
like,
these guys are running a little bit
key
behind. But we're gonna be
legendary
back. So
characters
the
drawn in
chat,
this black and white
the
style.
chat
We also
and
did some basic
the
lands for each of
channels
those
to stay
sets.
open. But we're gonna take a little
And
break.
We wanted to do
and
something
when we come back on the other
something
side, Dee's
besides
gonna
the
be with
basic
us.
lands, like these cool Innistrad lands from throughout time, and give them this cool style. So
On
we
you
already
as well?
had piles of these black and white cards coming out in these sets, and these artists that were killing it. We asked them to do another one just for this set. This work is a lot more work than actual like other art that we've seen, like traditional Magic art and stuff like that, because it's all just lines. Like it's like you were just saying, like these cards are so small, but when you look at this art, like it's every line, especially in this black and white stuff. We were asking a lot for our artists here, but they paid off, as you can see.
It's so hard to represent shadows and depth, and I just think that the cards are exquisite. That Desolate Lighthouse is like such a striking sort of. As I was going through it the first time, I was like, that's incredible. I literally turned my computer to my wife. I was like, look at the work. I mean, I don't think that some people that don't play Magic don't appreciate the level of craftsmanship that goes into these cards. And then as we're rounding out Tales of the Undead, I think it's hilarious. I just think these cards are funny. I think that, again, the secret layer drops give you an opportunity to be charming, to be funny, to sort of I don't know, there's a tongue-in-cheek aspect to these that are great.
Yeah. This one definitely, the artist was right in mind when we were thinking pulp, fiction covers from the 50s or earlier. And this artist, Faye Dalton, does this style perfectly. Modern artist, but looks like everything's from another era. And we had her work on the titles, the card titles, to draw those out, and the flavor text is up front, like a little blurb on those pulp books. And she just killed this. The Rise of the Dark Realms is particularly amazing with all those zombies coming at her.
Yeah, it's great. And that Liliana piece is awesome.
Right.
I just think they're fun. And then the last but not least is the Pulse release, Perfection, which is, again, hilarious. And these cards are amazing. How did you guys, Mark, where did you guys come up with these? Is this a moment where you went to, how did this relationship, how did this start? Because this is different. What's different here is that it's not at Secret Lair.
Right.
You have to go someplace else for these cards, right?
Right. So everything we've shown you up till now, up until Perfection, is on secretlair.wizards.com. That's the way we typically sell these. We wanted to do something special with Pulse, and so we said, well, let's just take a drop and build it for this and release it through Pulse instead. So that's the way that this Perfection works. So it's an experiment. We're trying it, and we hope people like it. And so we said, what's something that's fun and kind of surprising and has a lot of energy, and even if you're not super familiar with Magic, is fun stuff to look at. And then we remember this artist that had been on our radar, and I'll let Tom take it from there, but that's kind of how this came together.
Yeah, we had worked with her before on a Japanese mystical archive set for Strixhaven, and we gave her a normal art description. And she sent in sketches of whatever it was, but instead of a human, it was a cat, because that's what she does. She draws cats instead of, she draws. That's it. So we're like, this is delightful. We want more. And Mark and team came up with some cards, and this is the result. I love it.
They're so
and to be clear,
they're just go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
No, well, to be clear, these are all cards we've done before. We've done other versions of these. None of these cards have anything to do with cats. They don't have cats in the rules. They don't have cats in the theme. These are just normal cards, and they've never looked quite like this. So,
you guys, that's it. We're out of time. We just went through the whole drop. It's an incredible collection. I just want to say personally that it's been a real joy to spend this time with you, to get to know you a little better, to get to know what goes into the process and how you choose these things. You guys have an incredible job, and Secret Lair is such a gift to the community. Just as a fan, thank you for everything you're doing. I just think the cards are super fresh. They're super fun. And I think they add a lot to the Magic world. So thank you for having me. It's been super humbling to be here for 25 minutes. And who knows, maybe we'll find something to do in the future together. I'm telling you right now, Matthew Lillard said there's something there. Matthew Lillard, a Wing Commander, who doesn't want that card? But anyways, thank you very much. You guys, Secret Lair, it's, the time's running now. You know how this works. Go get them while they're still there. And Perfection, you can find the Pulse. And again, thank you. I'm humbly very, very grateful for being here and for spending this time with you. So thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Matthew.
Wow. That was seriously powerful.
True, and spooky too, right? We could go over some of the drops that actually just happened, right?
Yeah.
But the one I have to highlight is the Stranger Things. Seeing the artwork that they actually put on those cards was really, truly amazing, because all the fans out there, they get a chance to throw them out there into battle and build their decks, and they had this cool equivalent where you can put both of your characters together, and now they're both the actual co-leaders of your actual pack. I think it's truly amazing, man. But I know everyone out there is excited to get their hands on this stuff, so you gotta get ready for all the sale info, all right? Hasbro fans, you guys have been tuned in. I know your fingers are on the keyboard. You guys are ready to go ahead and stack your deck with Magic the Gathering, brand new decks that are all there. We had an in-depth Secret Lair October Super Drop, starting with the Stranger Things reveal. Some beautiful artwork also made its way into the Secret Lair to celebrate this spooky October in big fashion. So check those out, spooky and cute, and connected to all the products we saw today. Secret Lair, Stranger Things, still speaking on spooky. We have some other classics. We have the Monster Movie Marathon. It's nice to be back in an old plane like mirrored them. What's better than like retro 8-bit art?
It's so good.
It's always the best. We have the Mirror Insanity. Now we know the source of Lillian's power. I need to have them all in my deck.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
But we gotta make sure we read the fine print with that.
Oh, you gotta be careful.
Because if my deck gets knocked out, then what was the point of me playing that? Because I don't like to lose.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hate losing.
I don't like losing either.
Innistrad looks so much darker with those arts, just like it should be. Midnight Hunt Showcase was amazing as well. Looks like the Timba Smiths captured the essence from inside of those monsters. Monsters Anatomy, which is really crazy. I saw the inside of a shark, and it was beautiful. I'm like, this is what artists do.
Shark insides. We've seen inside sharks twice. Twice today.
Matthew Lillard, as hosting that, asking those questions, he was really excited to see like the design of the artist bringing the shark to life like that.
Yeah.
No Horror Dark Collection is done without Lillian Vess and her army of zombies, thrilling tales of the undead, and last but not least, the Perfection series with illustrations created by Ayako Ishiguro, beautifully designed around monster cats.
Mm-hmm.
They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
I loved it. I loved it. PKJ Perfection cards are out there. Get your favorites today. Sales from Hasbro Pulse Premium members opens at 4 p.m. Eastern. Non-premium and other retailers, 5 p.m. Eastern. Some exclusions may apply.
Yeah. And now we gotta know, are the fans with us? Are they with us?
They're hyped. They've got to be hyped.
They're hyped.
Of course. Oh my God, Matthew Lillard, I love him so much. He was campaigning for his own card and his own deck. We want to see the Matthew Lillard deck come to
And
Magic
if you've
the Gathering.
got the platform, campaign for your own card. Yeah, I agree.
Joe
Joe
the
the Reviewer, Hasbro makes a Shaggy card, please.
That makes perfect sense.
That makes sense.
You got to do that one.
The
yeah,
fans
bring
get
that
it.
to life.
They get it. And Neo Venom, the art on MTG cards are always awesome.
Yeah.
Agree to agree.
Agree to agree. It's always cool because they're like little art pieces you can take everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tiny little art in your pocket.
Yeah. Gotta love it.
Consider that as a slogan. Tiny little art in your pocket. Okay. What if we switch gears? And what if the next panel is everything you were waiting for? I'm going to talk as slow as I can because I know people are waiting.
Oh my God. I cannot believe it's finally time. So, let's assemble! Dun, 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 dun.
Hey guys, Dwight here from some weird cosmic place somewhere up in Massachusetts. Normally Ryan would be talking to you, but since he abandoned me and left me here all on my lonesome.
And we're back just in time for the Marvel Legends panel.
Yes.
And we got our friend D right there. There he is, my boy D. Say hi, D.
With us through the magic of satellite.
And you can hear us well, right, D?
Ryan.
Yep.
Dan,
all right, let's do this.
And our dear friend Jesse.
All right, let's see what's going on
Yeah.
here.
How you
What do we
doing,
have today?
Crack-a-lack in here.
Just
Lizard.
got off
Hello,
work.
Marvel
Just got
Legends
off work to
fans,
look at some action
and
figures.
welcome to PulseCon. We are your opening act, the Hasbro Marvel team, and we are so excited to kick off this spectacular two-day event.
Look at that guy flexing in the back with Venom.
What's that? Mm-hmm. It actually started when? Oh, okay. No, it's fine.
Look in the background, guys.
Still live? As I was saying, we are the Marvel Legends Big Three, humbly at your service. Ryan, Dwight, and Dan.
Did you know?
We're joined by
You're gonna get Venom.
Jesse Falcon,
You're gonna get him.
our special guest for this entire panel. Jesse,
this guy
of course, you
flexing
guys
deep.
know him.
I got
He is
Venom.
a living, breathing Marvel legend.
Oh, why are you
himself.
gonna
Jesse,
do
thanks
that,
for
bro?
being
Why are you
here.
gonna do
got
that?
it.
Get out of here with that garbage.
Thank you guys for having me here. Super
I hope
fun.
he has a broken ankle.
But didn't you
Please,
get
get
like
everything.
The
You get
second
everything.
annual
I got
PulseCon, guys,
nothing
we got a packed
right now.
You get
agenda.
everything. You're gonna get Venom.
First off,
You're gonna get
we're
like
be
8
doing
of them.
something
Scalpel
pretty cool
prices.
today. We are going
How many
to
did
be
you get,
doing
T?
a fan
I just
vote
won.
reveal.
That's
So what's going to happen
really?
here is there's three
Yeah.
options, and the fans, you guys will vote in the chat with a hashtag, and then at the end of the panel, the winning clue with the most amount of votes, we will actually go ahead and reveal. So what are those 3 clues? So first up, right, is this is a figure that has been released previously in a San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. That's clue number 1. You guys got any
idea?
Clue number 2 is going to be this is a Marvel villain character that has never had an action figure before. And clue 3 is this is a hero character that has never had a figure before. So in the chat, you're going to go hashtag updated, hashtag villain,
gonna be
or
the
hashtag
last
hero.
one, like you said.
And then we'll tally it up, and you'll kind of see, and you'll get an extra bonus reveal later on. But before any of that, we are going to talk about our PulseCon exclusives. These are available now to purchase. We revealed them several months ago. So first up is our World Domination Tour MODOK box set. This is MODOK with the Captain. I think it's one of the funnest
You didn't want that one, right?
exclusives we've done in recent years.
You wanted
Dwight
MODOK?
and Jesse, what do you guys love most about this set? And
Did you
it
get
has to
him?
be the cheeseburgers, right?
Man, there's
Cheeseburgers are
one at
Ryan. I'm,
Langley. I'll go
I'm
see.
a big fan of the Captain.
I'll see if I can find one for you.
We
That's
like
probably
to
gone,
make some of those
'cause I was there the other day
new
yesterday
additions
to
to
pick
our
up the Silver
lineup from
Ranger.
old teams, and him being part of Next Wave. It was awesome to do a character that honestly none of us I think thought we'd get to for, quite a while, if ever, because
I'll find
sometimes
him.
the characters
I'll
are
hunt
just
him
so
down for you.
random.
Thank you.
But that's the magic of Marvel Legends, right? You guys have been with us for a long time,
Who's the-
and
oh,
we go
the
deep.
MODOK?
So here's
Yeah,
your
MODOK and the
first
Captain.
version of the Captain. What about you, Jesse?
I'm just excited that we got to chase more Next Wave stuff. It still, to this day, is maybe one of my top 5 favorite comedy action books that Marvel's ever put out. It's so much fun. If you've never read Next Wave, please go try and find it.
Check out the
It's probably
statues
not
this
very
guy's
hard
got.
to do.
That's sick.
There's a bunch of different ways to find it. It is one
they're
of
okay, I
the most
guess.
delightful things.
The Hulk on the bottom
that I
right.
think
Oh, just
I
kidding.
read.
They're fantastic.
I still read once a year. It's that much fun. So it's very exciting that we get to bring that
Stan
stuff to
Lee with
life
the
in
spacesuit.
Marvel Legends 4.
All right, and that's not the only item. We have one more item. This is a Toy Biz inspired, something Jesse can also talk to, but this is a 6-inch Venom figure with some crazy cel-shaded deco on a awesome Toy Biz inspired Spider-Man toy line blister card. So you see him there.
Still hate that spider, though.
Anything to say about this,
Yeah.
Dwight and Jesse?
I absolutely hate
Dan's
that.
favorite is Spider-Man.
Like they should have did it the way Matt did, like customized Matthew.
No, this was just fun. This was something that the team's been excited about for quite a long time, right? We've been looking at, all these animated shows for all these years, and we just haven't got a chance to take a take at cell shading. So it was cool to do that, something different, something new. It's always exciting when we get to try something different in Legends, and this was our first
The
take
box
at
that it comes
doing
in
that.
is
And
so
so far,
good.
it seems like
So
the
badass.
response has been really positive. So. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of this stuff in the future, but
How's your
it's
box,
definitely
D? Is it
my
still
favorite
in really good
proportioned Venom
shape,
that we've
or
done
did
so
it get
far, using
dinged?
the old Omega Red body for a
Mine's
much larger,
has
more
some
meaty Venom,
dings,
but
like it
not
has
too,
one here.
ridiculously oversized, which I know we have
Aw,
those
that's
as
a
well.
shame.
That's the
Yeah,
magic
but
of Marvel. They're all over
the
the place. and
actual
do lots of cool
creme
stuff.
de la creme
But
Minty.
I think this one's fun.
is
It's
pristine.
different.
Are you gonna open it?
It's really cool.
No, what are you,
The,
crazy?
cell
Look at this
shading
thing.
on
If I get another one,
black
How are
on
you gonna
black
get
on the
another one?
backside is
Scalper?
a really cool look as well.
I'll find one.
Looks like you got
Dwight,
it.
take it
just
out of the
in my
box,
desk
man.
box
Come on.
I love how it's
Take it
got
out
a
of the box.
3D effect with the blue and the
Wow,
red.
you guys did open this for me. You did know that you were gonna have a moron up on stage who wouldn't be able to figure this stuff out. Like, oh,
It's gonna be
John
Lizard.
Somewhere is flipping
No.
out right now, going, Dwight's touching things. Oh no, what's going on? So there you go. Yeah, he looks awesome.
There we go.
Alternate hands, alternate head. See, I don't even remember anymore. Too many figures, man.
I think Matt lucked out and got like the one and only one in North Vancouver as
The
well.
card's awesome. Our oversized retro spider card, inspired by all of the amazing work that Jesse did.
Look,
in
even
his,
their box is
past
damaged.
life
Look at
at
the corner
Corbis.
there.
And
Pitiful.
It's just every one of those
Shameful.
cards are just
Matt
so
opened it,
beautiful and
see?
colorful. It's awesome to see all of them.
Now I don't have to.
getting
Thank you.
that on shelves for all of you guys, our most wonderful fans.
Shout out
so
to
both
our
of these-
packaging team.
That would be
always.
awesome if
make
they started doing that with
retro
other
cards
Legends,
awesome.
made
So
them
shout
look
out to
like-
our packaging team and branding
like,
team,
comic or cartoon
Harry,
versions.
and everybody
Yeah.
else who worked on that packaging. I love that card, so I hope everybody gets multiple.
Speaking of which, okay, so these 2 convention exclusives, they are going to be available
High
to
school,
purchase.
if I find one, I will ship it out to
today
you. How about
for
that,
Pulse
buddy?
Premium members, and
If
then
I find
5
one.
p.m.
I can't even find one for
everyone
myself
else.
right now, but
And the special plug
I have
to
never,
the
you
Hasbro
know,
Pulse app,
not
which
gotten
we
the
know
figure I
everyone is
wanted,
on
so
and download.
I
You can
will
go
get
purchase
that
it
figure.
through the app
Is
as
high
well.
school
I've
in the
already got it
States?
on my
I feel
phone.
like they'd have better luck
He's in
than us.
Carolina
So
area.
those are items you already knew about. Let's get into some new reveals. First up, this is something that Jesse and I, particularly, I think I love, but this is the Marvel Legends Retro 3 3/4 scale. We have a new Pulse exclusive to reveal, and will be up
Didn't we
for
just talk
pre-order
about this,
today.
Alvin?
First up is the Marvel Legends
Did we
Retro
just-
3
we talked about
3/4
3
segment.
They should have
We
a separate
Pulse
Pulse
exclusive
con just for
item,
3
another
3/4
2-pack to reveal for you guys. So let's take a look at the first character here. First up, this is Phoenix. Jean
Oh,
Grey.
these ones.
She
So they
comes
want even
on a
more
gorgeous
retro. So
blister
it's like 4 points of
card that is full
articulation.
foil
You know,
as
Chris
the
is sitting
Pulse
there like,
retro two-packs are. So you take a look at that.
You blacked out off the euphoria.
Chris,
for
you
providing
okay, buddy?
amazing art for this segment. And she will be joined in this 2-pack by another
Just
heroic
starts
X-Men that
vibrating.
needs no introduction. Here we have Wolverine. And Wolverine's blister
I just
card
don't
shows
like
him
the
fighting
paint
some Hellfire
detailing on
Club
these guys.
guards.
What about
And
what
this
about how basic they look?
2-pack
Like, are
will
you
come in
into
a
that? And I'm
special
not
shipper
making fun of
box
it. Like
as
some
these-
people are absolutely about this.
As these 2-packs have. And so
Honestly,
Dwight
I'll
on set
probably
has
get
a
it
look
because
at
I
them.
do
Let's go to
like the
that right now.
artwork on the box, the
Yeah,
packaging.
these things look
People
absolutely
going
amazing,
hashtag
guys.
Weezer.
As you can see, when you play with them with a
Oh.
that you really
Why
get
is
credit
it
for their
gold?
reflectiveness.
Oh, it's holographic.
Yeah.
Which just doesn't.
Oh, now you
Red,
obviously have to
see
get
red?
it.
Now I'm gonna get it. Yeah.
Absolutely, you know, it's
He
spectacular.
got an able
So
just because of
it's really
hologram.
fun. Let's put them up here on this.
It went from
medieval
maybe,
season.
I'm not
Those
sure, to
violent
maybe
season
to
I've
I'm
ever
gonna
seen.
get it.
Anyways,
I'm definitely
the
gonna
figures
get it.
look awesome. The packaging is really, really cool.
Yeah, the price point's a
and,
bit higher,
you know,
eh, on
A
these
couple
ones.
more unpunched cards.
What are they, like $12.99
for
here?
your
Yeah.
awesome
I have no idea.
retro
It's a
3 3/4
2-pack.
Oh yeah.
So we're looking at 25
This
bucks
item will
probably.
be available for pre-order later today at 4
Might have to
p.m.
get that.
Eastern, starting for Pulse Premium members. It's available
buy
on the
on
app
clearance.
as well.
Pulse
so use
Premium
that new
members
Hasbro
first.
app. And Dwight, I expect those figures returned to me
Add
mint in
that to your
package.
basket.
Don't go opening them
The basket's
when I'm
full.
not there.
No, it's not.
All right, so speaking of retro, that is going to round out
See?
the retro
High
segment
school's
for the
got it
year.
right,
We
because
have a
I'll buy it on
nice
clearance.
checklist document here that shows every single retro figure that has come out thus far. Shout out to friend of Marvel
Wow,
and
that's an
collectors
extensive
everywhere,
line
3
there.
3/4 everywhere. Steve Evans, he helped us put together this awesome checklist, so you can make sure you've gotten every single figure. So this now includes the Wolverine and Phoenix 2-pack there. So let's go ahead to 2022. We're going to be revealing some of the figures in Wave 1 Retro 2022. So first up, who do we have here?
Yes.
We have Mr. Fantastic, and
I like that bright blue.
We're slowly completing the Fantastic Four team.
Oh,
right?
they're
We've
still
done the
talking.
Human Torch, and
I'm not
we've
gonna lie, I'm not
done
gonna get it, but I
Invisible
just like
Woman
that
thus
bright
far,
blue
and
though.
so
It's nice.
we have
It's
Reed
nice.
here, and I think
It's
there's a safe chance that we'll
very
complete the team
retro-ish,
at some
right?
point.
Which is
Human
supposed to be what
Torch,
it is.
they made
Fantastic will be
clear.
first out
Why
of the
couldn't
gate
they
in
do a
2022.
partial clear
The
for
next figure,
Invisible Woman?
Yeah.
we have in 2022 is going to be Falcon. So this is a super fun figure that JB and the design team working with Jesse. We've got not only the wings, but also his red
It's
wing
funny,
Falcon
Brad was
to
looking
sit on
for
his arm
birds,
there.
and
He
like
comes
a
in
bunch of figures
great
are
The
all
actual
now.
character
as
came
well.
already out, right?
Yeah, so he doesn't need him anymore, but still.
I'm so glad I didn't tell him to make one.
And then a third new figure for 2022 is going to be Venom. This is a
Ooh, I like the
new,
smile.
slightly bigger body mold for Venom.
Is that a better
And let's
spider
take a
logo?
look at the card art.
That's better than, yeah, this is what I wanted.
Super fun.
That's
So,
exactly what I wanted.
That is our retro reveals. You've got a
It looks like he
pre-order
has
and
no
a sneak
neck,
peek
though.
into 2022. Jesse, did you want to just say a quick
He's
word
probably, like,
about how
leaning
much we were
forward.
working on this retro segment of toys, you know, that might have existed in some alternate reality?
Oh, Skating Night said
honestly,
Fiji
like,
Blue. Oh boy.
This is totally true.
It's hidden
I
on
have
my,
a recurring
it's hidden
theme
on my
about
heart
toys
here.
where I go, I find this place in this city, and I find these toys that, you know, I wanted to have existed when I was 12 years old, when I was a kid, and that's what this line really represents. It gives me so much joy to see all these new iterations of these characters in this form factor, and how cool the card art is. The packaging is just as
I
important.
will not get that
the
Venom, though.
experience experiences the product.
You will not get that Venom?
And
No.
very much looking forward to
Unless it's a
experiencing
holographic box, then yes, obviously I'm gonna get it.
It's all about the box these days.
Oh, it
so
is.
Let's shift gears.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Now
it's
we're
all
gonna
about
go to one
packaging,
of our
right?
first special marvelous guest. Dan actually had the chance to speak with this guest. So Dan, why don't you cue up this nice interview segment?
It's
Yeah,
Weezer.
thanks, guys.
No.
So earlier this week, I had the pleasure and honor of talking just briefly with one of my favorite Marvel writers right now. You might know him from, this year's event of King in Black. So without further ado, let's go to this pre-recorded
You guys
segment
read that? No.
where I got to
No
talk
time, right?
with Donnie Cates. Donnie
Only thing I'm reading these days is scripts.
One of my favorite writers right now in Marvel. He is a superstar. You might have seen his work with Doctor Strange, Thanos, Cosmic Ghost Rider, of course, Venom. His most recent run with Thor is one of my favorite comic runs to read right now.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited because
Did you do
in the
justice
fall,
on Venom?
his first issue of Hulk is coming out. So
I'm not necessarily
being
thrilled
too
with
geeked
like
out and
the
too
route
nerd
they
out
went
right
with King
now,
in Black, but I
just
do
wanna
like
say
this story
thank you.
overall.
Welcome, Donnie, to our Hasbro Pulse Con Marvel Legends panel, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man, and thank you so much.
They made him a
for
little
having
too
me here.
overpowered now.
Really, the only thing that you didn't hit in my whole discography there is that I am also a huge toy and statue nerd. So I'm totally stoked to be here and excited to find out, really, honestly, why I'm here. But I'm sure we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, we did keep Donnie sort of in the dark. So he's sort of in the dark of the surprise that we have. So stay tuned until the end
Is it a reveal of
to
Venom?
see the little reveal that we have
Think it'll be
with
no?
Donnie here. So first,
Yeah,
straight
that's
off
what I'm
from the
thinking.
bat, you said that you collect
That or that
statues. Can you just kind of
skeleton-looking,
talk through your
Carnage?
origin story when it comes to statues, action figures, and things of that nature?
Yeah, totally. Actually,
There's a lot of
weirdly
options here,
enough,
really.
that's actually the reason.
Or
I'm even
another
here.
Venomized wave,
The
which
reason
I don't necessarily like
ever
either,
got to
because they
comics,
never look cool to
was
me.
because of toys and stuff. When I was a kid,
got
we were
that
pretty poor.
Spider-Man.
Like Miles.
No,
my
I've got
parents couldn't
the,
afford to get me
Captain
the
America
statues
one.
and the toys and all that kind
You
of
like
stuff.
it?
And
That's
so
got
I
your name
actually
on it.
started.
Do you like it, though?
I read an article
I got
with
two of them, so
Randy
I'm willing to
Bowie,
give one away.
right?
That tells you
and
everything.
I did like a tutorial of how to walk people through, making their own statues and stuff. And so my parents could afford clay, so they bought me clay, and so I just started sculpting. And I must have made like 30 statues over the course of from all the way through high school. I would do Venom and Hulk and all these things, and then weirdly enough, after I went and ran a chain of comic book shops here in Austin for a
High
while,
school says-
and then when
saying
those
no,
closed down,
fig.
I applied
that's what
to
I'm thinking
art
too.
school because I wanted to be in comics, and I actually ended up getting a scholarship to that college because of my sculptures, with sculptures of Venom. Weirdly enough, I know that sounds made up, but that's totally true. And so, what's cool for me now is that I'm not a huge collector of comics. Weirdly enough, I tend to. Yeah, I tend to give away all my comics to my friends and stuff like that. I don't like to keep copies of my own books in the house. It feels weird. I tend to not really have a rear view.
What are you offended that he doesn't collect? What?
Really
No, I'm offended that he doesn't keep his own stuff in his house.
Or really have much
I get it.
nostalgia for my own work.
It's
and
like,
stuff. But
what do you mean you get it? You have books that we don't know about?
Allow myself to geek
No,
out
no, like
because
I mean,
I
I know
when I
you're
draw
a-
when I draw when I draw
you
people
know,
when I draw pictures, I don't
access
necessarily
to these
keep them.
cool
Like,
toys
You're
and
an acclaim
cool
artist. You should be
statues
keeping your
and
stuff.
I
In
indulge
fact, I need a
myself
signature of
now,
you for one of your
because I can afford
it all goes to my
I
mom.
buy all of the statues.
Your mom keeps them?
Yeah, she keeps all of them. They're all
She
on her
puts them on
wall.
the
Every
fridge.
new book
That's
that
cute.
I write, as soon as I finish the first issue of it and turn it in, I treat myself and I go and buy a statue of whatever character I'm doing. And so you can't see it on camera, but just right over there across the way from my house is a huge collection of Venoms and Hulks and Cosmic Ghost Riders and Thanoses and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm a huge nerd when it comes to that kind of stuff. I find them to
Dude,
be
you should have
such,
shown your pictures. Would have been nice to see his
intensely
collection.
beautiful handcrafted pieces of just of art, like even down to like a pop figure, or especially you guys' stuff. I mean, there's so much craft and so much love put into those things, and as someone who at least used to be a sculptor, it's something that I really appreciate.
ask Elvin, do you
Yeah,
have
shout out to
screenshots
our
of your
sculpting team. Always, they
videos?
never get as much shine. As
It's
they
in the
deserve,
works,
but,
okay?
that's
He
so
does.
interesting.
He has them on
Leave me
VHS.
alone.
For me,
Stop
too.
picking on
You know,
me.
my parents, you know, we kind of grew up a little.
Or I'm gonna
not
make you
the
watch
wealthiest,
Weezer
right?
videos.
So I had one Spider-Man toy that, you know, used to be the main titular character in my head, you know, and I would create stories around him with like a Beanie Baby or like a Happy Meal toy, things like that. You know
of
what
course,
I mean?
yeah, totally.
Like,
Same.
So moving away specifically from toys just a little bit, just so that our fans can know more about, you know, the comic book development process and story development process. Like, what is your process like when it comes to, you know, the abundance of Marvel characters, right? Like, for instance, like I chose my Spider-Man toy and then I created a story around it. Like for you, when it comes to, you know, with Marvel, I'm sure they kind of give you like a list, hopefully, of like characters. Do you just like go through a list and pick a character and then you're like, oh, that's the start of the process? Like, what's your process like when it comes to all the special Marvel characters that you have?
There's no real one set way that it goes down. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it very much is. I mean, I have an exclusive contract with
Chris, be
with
nice.
Marvel, and so
Sorry, I
you know,
forgot
like, oh,
you
did
were
I say that?
contract
Did I
for
say
a
that
number
or
of years, and I have to be writing a certain amount of books, right?
He's
And
so mean.
You know, when it's something like
This was basically me and Elvin yesterday.
You know, like when like Doctor Strange
It's like,
started
ah.
down, once I started
Especially
getting, like, my
during
final
when
6
I
issues or
popped
whatever
on
I'm gonna
and
be
the
doing,
guy's
right?
like, what's it
We'll have
like
a
to
big
be the
conversation
first
and they'll kind
ever
of tell me what's
African American
available
on
right-
Power
right
Rangers?
now.
And like,
They worded it poorly. Like I was
Yeah,
like,
it was
this
really badly
other
worded.
way
Yeah.
because like
it's supposed to be like the
with
first
Venom,
like Gold
that
Ranger.
was a character that as soon as I got to the
Seriously.
company, I started putting it in everyone's ear that I wanted it. I was just like, I don't want to take a job away from anybody, but if it becomes available, I have a dream for that book. I have
You gotta plant the
really,
seed, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? And so, like that and Thor as well. Thor was a book that, like right when I got there, you know, Jason Aaron was still very much at the helm of that book, and I was such a baby writer at the company but I still made it very known. I was like, hey, whenever Jason ends his run, if it's next year or 10 years from now, I'd really like to be the guy who follows him. And I had so many editors say like,
I was able to get the Cantina,
that's the most dangerous job in the
Oh, yeah.
world is to follow
Did
Jason
you get?
Aaron on
Did
the
anyone
floor.
else
And I was
get a
like,
second one for you?
Someone's got to do it, right?
Yeah.
So I'll
Big shoes.
be
Okay,
the
good.
idiot
It was
who
doing that
jumps
for
on
like the
that
next
grenade. That's
hour for
fine.
me. That Iron
But,
Man page.
You know, with something like Thor, it's such a big title. It's such a marquee like A-list book, you know, and the pedigree of writers on that over the years is a powerhouse.
Oh my god,
list,
just hurry
right?
up.
And
Yeah, I keep
the
looking
time,
at that other
like
page,
I said, I was just a
and
little
then I
baby writer,
slowly
and it
back
really
out
took,
like Homer.
you know, Venom taking off the way that it did,
Weezer gate.
and some of the other books that I did taking off the way that they did for them to finally trust me.
Weezer
to
not
kinda,
play?
Nope.
Put me on a
Oh,
bigger
really?
book, you know,
Yeah.
and now, like you said,
I think they were running.
now,
So they
Marvel
skipped
has
them?
seen fit
Yeah.
to give me the two most powerful characters in the entire pantheon.
or they
Thor and
didn't show
Hulk.
up. They're like, oh, I thought this
And,
was
we'll see if
Woodstock.
that's if that
Sorry,
was a good
Matt.
move
I know he was
by
excited
them or
about
not,
that,
'cause I plan on breaking
that
a lot of
sucks.
things.
Oh, someone said
No, I can tell you
retros-
again, like I've
Lizard
been
and
loving
Rhino.
Thor,
Shh,
and
just
you've already
Rhino.
killed it with Venom already, and yeah,
You don't care about Lizard at all?
I can't tell.
Oh,
you
that would be.
we have
how
a
much
bet
Yeah, that was
going on.
good. That was good. I forgot about that.
There
One
isn't
of
going to
the
be a
things that,
lizard. He's going to be the
our
bath.
team really focuses on is that the character
doesn't count.
design is
Yeah,
No,
it's
we said
still
retro. We said
it's
retro.
still
amazing, you
a
know what I
full
mean? And
figure.
sometimes
No,
you
we
have
said
the
a retro
ability
carded
to,
Lizard.
you know, you created some
Can't change everything
titular
now.
characters now, like Cosmic Ghost
It's
Rider. That
recorded.
design is epic, man. You know, that's like
Yeah.
totally like the chains, everything. Like our
Hashtag
team
Weezer's still
at Marvel
going on.
Legends is very collaborative. Are you able to have that collaboration with, you know, the artists when it comes to creating characters?
Someone goes,
like that?
brah, hurry up.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. That's really the best part of making comics is that, you know, I always kind of explain it like this: is like for comic book fans,
Honestly,
anybody who's
it's
ever gone to
Saturday.
a
What else
Comic-Con,
is
right?
us nerds gonna do?
Comic book fans,
We don't mind
get
if
to
it
walk
goes
around
over.
like Artist
Give us
Alley,
Weezer.
and
Custom
you know,
Matthew
if you have
says
some money
poor
in your
Weezer
pocket,
was
you
hitting
can
the hash pipe
go
and
up
got
to
canceled.
Ryan Otley or Ryan Stegman or, you know, whoever in the industry that you love, or who are these great artists, and you can pay them to draw a character for you. That's really cool, right? But my job
is that I get to get them to draw cool stuff for me, and then they pay me. Like, I have the coolest job in the entire world, you know? And so, like, with something like Cosmic Ghost Rider, I had seen a piece of tattoo.
I love Cosmic
Flash,
Ghost Rider. I know some people don't really care about him or his look.
Artist,
I don't mind it. It's something
I hated him at first. I was like, this guy looks hideous. And then I read it more and more. Like, I need him in my collection.
Was this burning ball of
D,
plasma.
aren't you getting that the Christmas
edition
edition
and I was
Hulk?
like, dude, Ghost Rider in space would
That
be
doesn't sound like something I do, but
That one where it's split
yeah,
down the
Two-Face,
center?
Two-Face.
What is that? Seriously?
It's the composite Hulk, and I'm pretty sure he's peg warming already. I don't know.
I get that he probably looks cool in the comics, but toy figure?
I wouldn't go that far either.
Like,
yeah.
Speaking of Hulk, I wouldn't mind getting a scar.
Yeah, that would have
he's
been
a
nice.
character that just first and foremost just looks
Just a
badass.
deluxe figure,
Just
nice
looks-
accessories, a
yeah,
good
looks
sword.
really cool, like airbrushed on the side of a van, right? And then, you know,
Probably Apocalypse size because he's slightly smaller than Hulk.
What about the AOA Sabretooth?
And give him some, you know,
I think that's too tiny.
kind of a
Too
cool
tiny?
vibe,
'Cause he's-
a cool
I think
style
so.
and
Because he's
everything.
supposed to be a lot
you know,
smaller than Hulk. though,
Sometimes
isn't
you
he?
make a really
But he's
cool
still
thing that people
towering over
like
everyone
and
else, like,
tattoo on them, which is very odd. And
Oh,
weird,
D,
and
by the
people
way,
cosplay
how
as,
are
and
you
now there's
liking
action
the
figures and
AOA
statues.
Colossus?
And it's
Oh,
all
I love
very
him so much.
surreal.
Amazing, right?
But yeah, I mean, it's
Chris
definitely,
here found
you know,
me
like,
the crown jewel of the
we
Legion
have a
that no one can ever find for whatever reason.
I saw him
Of all the
scattered
figures.
everywhere.
Did you? Well, get Ron like 5 of them.
No, this is before you guys asked.
I say big
Okay,
long, but
yeah,
And then
Ron's
once you
dying
guys
for
asked,
one.
of course, I can't find it anymore.
Ron, both Ron and Andrew.
I'll be honest with you, like some little 10-year-old kid was walking out of EB and I seen him have it, and I kicked his butt
in the void. And so the idea
That sounds
behind
like
his look was to
Yeah.
make him kind of look like
That was my son, jerk.
Basically, what Chris is trying to tell us is he's a hero, and I appreciate that, Chris.
Stuff like that.
No wonder he was crying.
Their eyes are very
Calling
big,
for his
right?
mommy.
And
fetal
even if you look,
Your mom doesn't love you.
Nolan
Give me
has
the
little,
Legion.
slits on his mouth like gills.
He does. No, that's bad. I'm not
and
a
then,
jerk
you know,
in
we
real
wanted
life.
to add those big venom teeth, and then we wanted to, you know, do the symbol and this armor and all this kind of stuff. And
No, oh, that's
it
so
really-
mean. They're putting
it
this
took
G's
like maybe
sleeping.
I think maybe in the world
man,
there
it's so toxic
exists
there.
2
Yeah.
drawings.
Oh,
of
you went over
Nolan
there? You need to
before we got the
prepare
final
yourself.
Design.
Oh
like
my God,
Ryan
so
and I pretty
toxic.
much like
Now there's
smacked into it
tomato
really quick.
emojis.
So Donnie, it's really funny that you know you talked about Null a lot. I did
But
have
what
a
it
question,
comes
though.
down
Have you
to it is
seen a
those
Marvel
people in the chat can
character
say
that you
whatever they
think
want,
needs a
but
new
this
Marvel
guy
Legends figure
is
or,
obviously amazing
action
at what he
figure?
does,
What are your
and he
thoughts?
knows
What are you thinking?
he doesn't
Yeah.
give a
I
crap
think
what
you.
they
I
think.
think you're leading me up for a surprise, aren't you? Because I think that you already know the answer. Because the answer is
Like you're saying, like no one
quite
cares.
obviously
I'm
the,
pretty sure people
the
care a
Lord
little
of
bit
this
because they're
because
reading
doesn't
his
get
books.
themselves null. Do you have something for me?
Oh, I can't deceive you. You know
Oh,
what I
here
mean?
we go.
So without further ado, how about we reveal for the first time to all of our fans
Here
and
we
to
go.
the public the first ever Marvel Legends Null figure. So take a look. Let us know your thoughts.
Oh, dude, no way.
Mephisto.
Oh, dude, that is killer.
D.
All right, Donnie.
Whoa.
Yes or no?
What are your first thoughts
Yeah, I'm gonna
on
buy it.
this Null, man? What you?
How's
what
it
you
look?
feeling?
You're the
I'm a
expert.
very proud
He looks
dad,
spot on.
man.
I'm
I
just
gotta
zooming
tell
in
you,
on this.
that
Everyone
is a
be
killer
quiet. I need
story.
to open.
I mean,
He
I love
looks
everything about it. It's
awesome.
great.
Now the
I
render
really
is
never thought
phenomenal.
in a million years
Now
that
when they
this bizarre
transition
character
it
that
to
I made
figure
over,
form
God, like
is where the
5
true
years
test
ago
is. But
yeah,
yeah,
would be
no, I'm in
this
love with this thing.
Physical,
Wow.
tangible thing, and honestly, I'm kind of having some what are they called? Emotions.
That would be a cool Power Rangers sword.
because as I told you earlier, and growing
So
up
many
as a kid, I couldn't
opportunities.
afford toys and everything, and then like here I am like on a Hasbro panel, and like you guys are showing off a toy that I created with my brain. With my friend, and it's really amazing.
Yeah, being an
It's-
adult, I can
it's
barely
such a,
afford toys now.
An honor. It looks great, man. It really does.
Right? I had to
Like
decide
you
if I
said,
wanted
you're
to
the
eat or if
daddy.
I wanted to
You
get
and,
this
you
figure.
and Stegman have created such a cool
speaking of
character
eating,
that is so
Custom and Matthew said
toyetic,
that
as we like to say,
Annie
right?
Annie
It's
has
such
Huntress
a
and
cool
Loki up
character
for
with
pre-order
cool
for
designs.
Mayfix.
So, but
Oh, yeah.
but you
Huntress
have
looks pretty
also
sweet.
worked on tons of other characters too within Marvel. And
See, like for example, the dragon emblem, which is stupid,
no. So
because the
just thinking about
Venom's
all the other
logo
characters that
turns
you
out to
worked
actually be a
on, what do
dragon.
you think
Will that
means
be
this
painted
one
on,
action
or will
figure
it
now that
be
you've seen
Sculpted
already?
on?
sculpted
What's
like
another
that? Like
better
those
be
are the
sculpted
things.
on.
that you
Those,
think,
those are
you
the
know, would be
things
perfect
that
for
like
as a Marvel
go
Legend?
from render to final production that they
The first thing
change.
that comes to mind
How can
is
they not sculpted on? The paint
a
scheme for the
figure
rest of the body is one
maybe
color.
10,
The
20
same,
inches in height,
because then they
of me.
they do that thing where they like
Just me in general.
just digitally
Reuse.
print it on, and then
Like,
it bleeds
you know,
over, and you
you
have
get,
like red splash.
give
You
me
know what I'm
a
talking
doll
about?
I
You
know,
know.
I know.
like that might be fun.
I hope it's sculpted on, because it'll just make it look so much better.
Like,
Right?
Looks nice. Yeah.
Water on it, and my tattoos appear, so something. I don't know, but for real, I think that, man, if I had like a dream list of like just things that like I personally want, right?
Yeah.
Nick Klein's new design for the Thor costume in our Thor run, with the rune on his chest and everything is great, and also, I mean, the Herald.
Yeah, I need a new Thor. I still
costume
want a
that
new
he
Thor.
had in our first run.
I
Would be
could always-
amazing.
I'm always down for a Thor.
And
Like his
yeah, from
his
that
King
same
Thor look in the
run,
comics
you have
right now.
new
Like I want
designs
modern
for,
stuff.
Better Ray Bill. He has this cool like horse's mane kind of a thing.
Or
which I
Cosmic
adore.
Thor.
And also Better Ray Bill, because he lost his hammer, he's now
Oh yeah,
wielding
Bill looks pretty sweet
Searcher's,
right now too, but I don't think we'd
Twilight
get
sword.
him.
So he's this big ass this like big anime sword over his shoulder, which is just awesome. And you guys have got to do like a little mini.
He
frog,
apologized.
A little baby
He's got this
frog
big.
just,
Oh,
like,
sorry.
hanging out on someone's
Children
shoulder,
are watching.
But it'd be dope. And then like you know, in my Doctor Strange run, there was a character called Bats, who was a ghost dog, who's still in the book. And
That's right.
Just Doctor Strange's cool ghost dog friend. Oh, and you know what? Also, in that Doctor Strange run, Strange went to
that
Asgard
would
and stole
actually
a
be a
branch
pretty
off of
good
the World
wave.
Tree and became the
Asgardian
god
wave.
of magic. And
Yeah.
his god of magic gear with his like new staff and everything, that'd be a great toy. Really, everything is the answer. Everything I've ever done is the answer of what I want.
Yeah, we'll just have to create the Donny Cates wave. You know
See,
what I
so
mean?
he's saying all
Every-
these
Right,
wicked
yeah,
ideas.
Yeah.
And then the
also-
And then-
Hasbro team's
I would
like,
say
nope,
this,
not happening.
Yeah, they cross an X off that.
Follow,
Off that.
You know, the comic books and everything. I know we're. I'll go into a bit of a tease. My upcoming Hulk run with Ryan Otley is going to have a brand new design for Hulk as he goes interstellar in our first
Oh,
arc,
Ryan,
Smash
Mr. Ryan Otley.
And then as the series goes on, there might just be a brand new character making a first
Googling these while he
appearance,
talks.
and that character, I gotta say, would be a pretty rad toy. But you'll have to wait and see.
Oh man, we're gonna have to go offline and talk this through, man. You and I will have to
Absolutely.
Zoom each other. And,
So we'll get it in 5 years.
Talk about it.
When
But,
they say like, he'll be
for
a pretty
fans,
cool toy. All
and
right,
Donnie,
we'll see that in
thank you for joining
2028.
us, man. It was truly an honor just to have you talking, you know, toys.
So it'll
talking
be
about
released before
Null.
Mayfex
Hope you
figures,
love
you say?
Null. I promise you, man. I will
Yeah,
send
we still
you
have that
the
in this one.
sample
You guys
that we
fun.
have. You can do an unboxing maybe for us. We'll
Yeah,
see, you know?
absolutely. Done. You got it.
Well, that's it, fans, for us. I want to say thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for the rest of our PulseCon panel. But Donnie, thanks again, man. You are truly a superstar, and I'm geeking out truly right now. So thank you, brother.
All right,
The
that's
pleasure's
it.
all
Thanks
mine,
for
man.
joining
Thank
us.
you.
Yeah, the credits, I was gonna say the same thing. The credits just
Peace
roll.
out, fans. Peace, Donnie.
Peace.
Just get a photo of Null, that's it.
See, that's the one
As
thing
an
I
entire
hate.
budget.
We
And
talked
Donnie
about it
for, you know,
earlier.
taking some time
Stop
to
giving
talk
us
toys.
rendering. Give
I
us the
honestly learned a
actual
lot. I
figure
didn't
know.
know he had, like,
reveal.
a sculpting background, but I'm sure most of you caught it. But you know, this was the first time we ever created a Null
changed his
Marvel
hat.
Legends
That was
figure. Dwight,
pre-recorded.
can you talk us a little bit more about the Null that Donnie just revealed today?
Oh, here we
Sure,
go.
man. Well, I can tell you a little bit about it. The figure is absolutely spectacular. I think it's going to stand around 8 inches tall. I can't tell you anything about the character himself because I've learned a long time ago not to lie to you guys and pretend I know stuff that I don't know because it always blows up in your face.
They went to the wrong
I'm still
video.
reading a lot of 80s Fantastic Four back when I was doing research for Galactus, so I have not got around to reading King in Black or any of the actual books on him. But the figure itself is stunning. It has 2 head sculpts. He's got his giant sword with all of the symbiote goo wriggling around it. He's about 8 inches tall in production, and all the articulation.
supposed to be that big?
Marvel Legends. He's just this really cool,
No, he's huge.
evil-looking Dark Knight character.
They actually brought
with
him
all
into
that
Marvel
armor and
Future
goop
Fight.
and the awesome
I need to get onto this
Venom,
comic
what we know
series.
kind of is that Venom crest in red across his chest. So really cool
His
figure.
backstory
and, I think
is
he's
a
gonna
little
be
bit
an
weird,
awesome,
but
centerpiece
That's what
to
I
the,
mean. Like it got a
Spider-Verse
little
because of his
too like
height, when you get him
complex.
yourself.
Yeah. And like they went from being
I'm super
aliens
excited
to
get that. No,
like
I
his
believe
skin.
he's
Like it's
around
just
8
weird.
inches
But
tall, and he comes with that
He's like the
really
Jesus
cool
of
all-black
symbiotes.
Of symbiotes,
sword
yeah.
accessory. And again, for me, I was nerding out. You could see how much I was smiling and laughing just because I love reading Donnie's stuff. So
8
thank you again,
inches.
Donnie.
Holy.
And I can also confirm, if Ryan and Jesse let me, but I can confirm that in
You're gonna have to
2022
edit that
there will
out.
be another Marvel Legends figure that is based off one of the characters that Donnie wrote. So stay tuned, fans of Donnie. There's more to come in 2022. So let's kind of stick with 2022 and kind of go through a little bit. One more reveal. Walgreens this year, we had a theme of cosmic characters. And in 2022, we sort of have a mini theme
Oh God,
to
Walgreens.
finally reveal to you guys here at Hasbro PulseCon. And so for today, we're going to reveal the first character or first item within our Walgreens exclusive program for 2022. This figure
So we'll never
has
see it
not
here.
really come out in classic form
EB.
since
Last time
2014.
they
Brian,
gave us the
correct
Moon
me
Knight.
if that's wrong.
Yeah, I haven't seen that thing in
But
person.
it is
Like,
none
Calvin got one.
I got two of
than
them.
Baron Zemo.
I mean, one
Let's
of
take
them.
a look. Look at that.
Hey, look,
Dwight,
Zemo.
take us through Baron Zemo, man.
Yeah, he's our first villain. We had such.
Is it on
you
a new
guys
body?
Really, really loved the villains wave that we did.
Oh, yeah, it's
last
different
than the old one.
year, and this is
The
our
belt's
first
hiding it,
villain
right?
of this
Is
year.
that Lucky
like
Cat?
He's
I can't tell.
Really cool,
There's a
sculpt.
WWE
A different
championship.
version, a more classic look at Zemo, because we've done the more modern take a couple years ago, and you'll see the sword from that. The sword's familiar, but the character itself has got a lot of new
Pinless?
sculpting. It's got those cool fur
looks like
cuffs around
it.
his,
The arms might be
the
pinless.
top of his suit.
I don't think the legs are.
All new,
I think those are
torso
Bucky Cap
and
legs.
head mask.
Yeah, yeah. The body looks like Bucky
and,
Cap too, right?
He
Upper
just
body?
looks awesome.
No.
So
No?
all the purples, all the golds.
It's not that muscly.
It's
a
new.
really cool Baron Zemo.
It's new. New torso.
I think he's still Baron Helmet Zemo, if I'm correct. I don't think we're doing the other versions.
I don't want to
just
see
yet.
him. I want to
Stay
see the
tuned.
figure.
But our first lead-in for Walgreens, here you go, Baron Zemo.
Yeah, so
come on,
fans,
show
go
me a
on the
close-up
message
shot.
boards. Let's see what other villains you think are going to come out in 2022 with Walgreens. Moving on, though, taking us back to some stuff that's going to be able to be pre-ordered today, starting at 4 o'clock. Let's take it to some of the items that I really love that came out this year. So from this
that was
year,
my video.
remember,
Hey, we got
Tiger
those
and
figures.
Hercules on these awesome classic retro
She was
card
very,
backs.
very orange.
So the next item that
Did
we're
you not
going
like
to be
that?
talking about is actually going to be on a card
No,
bag.
it was-
very
it was not
similar
bad,
to
but
this.
just- I thought it was too
is
orange.
None other than
Would you
the
compare it to
Scarlet
Cheetos?
Witch.
Yeah.
Now, Scarlet
In the video?
Witch,
That would
Yeah.
have been
she
so
is.
good.
I said that.
If you remember,
He
she
said
came
it, yeah,
out
that's
in
how-
our Family
yeah.
Matters 3-pack in 2019. Dwight, you want to take us through Scarlet
Another
Witch?
That's a nice head
Well,
sculpt.
So
Yeah, I do like that
Wanda
head
here
sculpt though.
On the awesome card. There we go. Ta-da.
Oh.
It's
Look
I
at
got,
us spend more money.
a lot
Now I
of,
have to get
took
this.
out the metallics.
Even though I already have
Last
this.
time we did her, she
But
was
it's
very
solid
shiny. She had
color,
the
not
metallic sheen
metallic.
to her
Ah.
pinks. We wanted to go something more classic because of
It's
the
the
retro
same figure
feel
pretty much.
of these cards.
Is it even?
So
Is it the
she's
same
got,
head sculpt?
Quadruple
I think
magic
it's the same.
effect.
Yeah.
She's got the big rings. She's got
In the
the
3-pack.
mystic smoke that can wrap up her forearms. And then just a very bright red and
Video
pink.
sucks.
It's nice and classic. It looks really cool. It's got that really awesome art on the back of the card, paying homage to the past as well. And we think she looks great. I mean, you know, it's super topical with WandaVision, you know, wrapping up and, you know, getting those characters to be known in a more depth to a lot more
What, are
fans.
you looking
So
for it already to pre-order?
obviously, it just made a lot of sense to get her back out for you if you missed the Family
that available
Matters
today?
3-pack.
I don't know.
That was a perfect segue, Dwight. You're such a pro, man. Seriously, because you can't have Wanda without Vision, right? So we didn't want to leave Wanda all by herself. So
hey, there's Brad's
today,
chance to
also
get a Vision
starting
now,
at
a
4
retro
o'clock,
carded.
if you're a Hasbro Pulse Premium
Oh,
member, you will
sorry,
be able
Brad.
to pre-order
You
this
got the
awesome
white Vision instead.
Vision,
I mean-
also on the retro card back. The last time we put this figure out, this character out, I should say, was in 2015. And again, Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but Dwight, why don't you take us through
Another
Vision here?
white one?
Yeah, as you can see,
but this
he's
one has
got alternate
toesies.
hands, which is always fun for punching or grappling. He's
comic
got
version,
this
that
kind
was
of
the movie one.
white, off-white, two-tone nature to the look of his costume. You can see that across his chest
So
and
open
his
it up
shorts
again.
and his cape. So it just has a
Open it
little
up
bit of
here.
variation to it. It was a real kind of simple look that we felt would have been a little bit too bland if it was all too white. So we kind of gave him a little bit of a two-tone
Nice box
nature
art.
to help those details pop a little bit better. But he looks awesome once again on the card. The West Coast Avengers logo.
Yeah, and then they ruin it with the body.
Just looks, it's a lot of fun. He's got his weird bare
Now,
feet.
Bucky
I don't
Cat's
know why
problem was it
this
also had
version of him
tiny
didn't wear
feet.
shoes, but I guess if you're an android,
I
you
didn't
don't need
get a good
shoes,
look
you
at his
can do
feet, but
whatever
does
you
he have
want.
tiny feet too?
So that's what he did.
Yeah, it looks tiny.
And there you go, Vision in white.
Matt's favorite
guys,
is the
so
Bucky
again,
Cat body. He
starting
loves
he loves this.
today at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. If you are a Hasbro Pulse Premium member, you will be able to pre-order the White Vision and Scarlet Witch. Make sure, as I always say, you have to have one in and one out. And yeah, let's build that retro card back collection. Ryan, I think you're going to introduce our next guest for today. So take it away, my friend.
That's right. Our next guest is friend of Marvel Legends, amazing artist. He does great work for Marvel Comics and other projects. This is David Nakayama. We had a chance to interview him, chat about his art, his work on Legends, and he also will help us with a
awesome
new
artwork on the
reveal
box.
via a one-of-a-kind sketch. So let's take a look at our chat with David. All right, so we are here with David Nakayama joining us. Artist David, thank you so much for joining us, first off, amidst your busy schedule, and welcome to
Looks like he has
PulseCon.
Legion's hair.
Thank you for having me. This is so cool. I'm honored.
Yeah, so for those fans in the know, right, and familiar with our Legends packaging, David has done a lot of great work on some various Legends items, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But David, for any fans who may not, know your face and maybe just your name, tell us just what kind of projects you do and what you work on these days.
Well, I've been in game development. I've been doing comic books for years and years. Started freelancing a few years ago, and now I do every cool thing I can get my hands on, including games, comics,
I love his art
and
so
of
much.
course toys, which I love to do. One of my favorite gigs ever.
All right, we'll definitely get to talking toys soon, but as I was doing some research about you, it was really interesting for me, at least, and some fans may not know this, but when it comes to all your fantastic comic covers, which you guys know well, you actually do it all. You're a triple threat. You do the pencils, the inks, and the colors. I don't know how common that is, but can you speak to kind of how you learned to do all the trade crafts?
Thanks. Yeah, traditionally in comics, most people want to be the penciler, right? And then other artists come in and finish and polish
It's
the
interesting
art.
how there's
But what
three
happened to me
levels
is
of drawing a
I went
comic,
off
right?
into video game
Yeah.
land for many years and sort of Battlefield learned how to color. And so when I came back to comics, I had that new skill, and it made me a little different, I hope, than other people, and offers something a little more unique in the marketplace. So yeah, I rely on those Photoshop painting skills quite a bit to add the detail and nuance
Like
that
there's
I like
like
in my work.
pencilists, and people who ink it,
A
and people who
one-stop
color.
shop. That's really cool.
But if
yeah,
you can
didn't
get someone who
know
can do all
that.
three, then
Knew about your covers work, but didn't actually until I researched that know that you were doing it. You were doing everything. So that's really cool. And as David mentioned at the top, we're here to talk toys, and David's done a lot of great Legends work. And we actually have a special treat for a little later in this segment. David did a brand new sketch to help us reveal an upcoming Marvel Legends figure. But before we get to that, can you just for the fans quickly describe what it's like working with Ben and the Hasbro Marvel packaging team, and how that process kind of goes from start to finish, from when you get briefed on an item to the final product, which you see some examples behind me here.
Yeah, it's really fun. So Ben will send me a brief about what's been done already. In a lot of cases, the characters have been at least designed in a 3D way. So I know what it's going to look like. I generally know what the colors are and where they are space and the general style that you guys have come up with. And then I'll pitch a series of roughs, kind of figuring out how the art might look in the specific space that we have on the side of the box most of the time. And then we'll go back and forth until we find something that fits the bill. And of course, we're always trying to keep an eye on an overall set in a lot of cases. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 7 characters, and you're trying to make sure that when those are all laid out next to each other, that they look great as well. So
Drowsy
at
over
some
there?
point, we'll have an approval with you guys, with Marvel, and then I'll actually get in there and,
I'm not an early
draw
morning
it.
person.
And
You need more coffee.
Process,
I don't drink coffee, I drink
want to make
tea.
corrections
Oh,
based on
tea.
something Marvel needs. Maybe something's been recolored. It's a very interesting collaborative thing that we do.
Yeah,
that's
shout
a
out
great
to
point
Ben
from-
and the rest of the packaging team, just going back to that process, just so people know, like, the timeline, right? Like, how long does that timeline usually take, too?
To actually make the art, or when it's
or-
a toy on the shelf?
Yeah, so, like, once Ben initiates that until, like, the end, where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like it plays out over no more than 1 or 2 months at most. Like he'll call me and we'll need something maybe in that 6 weeks to 8 weeks time frame. It happens pretty fast, I think, which is good because you don't want to sit on something. You want to that spark of creativity and excitement should roll right into the project, and it does.
Yeah, our team really appreciates your timing because you pump it out, like you said, usually within a month. So we appreciate that a lot, man. And it's always dope stuff, man.
Thank
All
you
right,
so
let's
much.
see some figures here.
Yeah.
That's a good point about the cohesiveness because David's done a bunch of Build-A-Figure waves for us, right? For example, the Deadpool Strong Guy wave, and then both Age of Apocalypse waves, and then, we're actually keeping that consistency year over year. So if you have all 14 AOA Build-A-Figure figures lined up, that they're all going to look, great next to each other. So not to put you on the spot, but what would you say are some of your favorite Marvel, Hasbro items that you worked on?
Oh, they're all so good. I mean, that's really tough to answer. But I
Star
got
Jammer.
into comics and comic art specifically because of X-Men. Like I saw a Jim
GR
Lee X-Men
Empire.
comic book in the mid-90s or
Dickhead.
something, or sorry, early 90s. And I just fell in love, and I was like, well, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And so whenever you guys offer me an X-Men
I don't
thing,
think
it
we're
has
gonna
a
see any
special
retro
place in my heart,
Spider-Man
I'm not going to
figures
lie.
today.
But,
We
some
got
of the
tons
other
already,
stuff we've
so
been doing, like
can't be
the
too bothered by
Deadpools
that.
and the secret
Someone's
yet to
gonna
be
have that
announced
stash
stuff,
for a month.
it has been really fun too. I guess I'm just like a big Marvel nerd.
Starsky
Like,
and
I
Hutch
love
stash.
all those characters.
Plenty of
and there's
Instagram
really no loser for me.
pictures
They're
will
all
be
fun.
coming abound.
And I've had, I've read a book with just about everything that crosses my desk, so I have that personal connection and
We'll
love
have
for
it like
those characters.
he lost, but at the end of the day,
Speaking
we
of,
all
your
lost.
fandom, I was
We
listening
didn't get
to
the
a
retro
podcast you did, and you spoke
lizard.
about, really being a Transformers fan from back in the 80s, like a lot of us. So for those fans, who have it, behind me is the Transformers collaborative Blackbird jet, basically the ultimate expanse. And then David did the awesome
Yeah, that
artwork you
was
see
so
there. So was that fun working on Transformers and Marvel
Dee still
together
with
all
us?
in one package?
Yeah,
Here.
here.
Oh my gosh, what could be better, right? Like before I was a Marvel fan, I was a
You hear me?
giant Transformers fan. The only toy line like I had all of, like that I was asking for Christmas all the time. I had Optimus Prime one year, I had Metroplex.
I'm just not
a
talking
couple
because
years
he's not
later,
showing me toys.
That was my bag for many years, and Marvel came along later. But I mean, both are amazing. To put them together is so unique. Has it ever happened before? I don't even know. But it was an instant yes. I could not say sign me up fast enough.
That item came out great, and I did want to close on this sort of hopefully fun question, right? So that Transformer has what appears to be a trio of powers. You've got the Psylocke psionic effect, you've got the Cyclops visor for some optic blast, and then you've got Wolverine claws. So if you could pick 3 different X-Men powers to combine into one, who would you pick?
Well, I gotta have flight, so take it from whoever you want. A lot of people can fly. That's the critical power whenever you're asking this question. And then you have to be invulnerable, so you can survive the super flight. So pick that from, let's call it Colossus.
Logical.
Right, and then for fun, let's throw in some Cyclops I-beams. Because that'd be awesome, just new
There's
people
the-
from orbit.
So as part of PulseCon, David was nice enough to do a new sketch for us to help reveal a Marvel Legends 2022 upcoming figure. And so we're going to take a look at the various stages of that sketch. So David, talk us through sort of how this all came to be and the different steps throughout the process.
Sure, thanks. Yeah, so when I'm starting a sketch, the critical thing is like, well, who is this character? What is their deal? What are they about? What are their powers? I'm thinking about, you know, how can I show that characterization in just one frame in the sketch?
Dee's
So
room right there,
for the
big
character in
table with all
question,
these pencils and-
I'm going to dance around who this is, but
Don't
you're
lie.
thinking about the elements.
No, you're right.
of
You're
the
not.
power.
You're not wrong at
Thinking
all.
About their personality.
See, I wish
type.
I had that much space.
Are they a
Must be
kindly
nice
and
to have
good
room.
person? Are they mean and evil? This kind of thing. You're thinking.
Oh, I
about
took over
that,
the
and that
dining
sets
room.
the stage for how you're going to pose them. So the body language and the facial
I'd be
expression.
kicked out of my
and,
house if I did
you
that.
know, energy pouring off them. These sort of things get, you know, pop into your head right away at the beginning, just based on who that character is. After that, it's you
Captain
know,
America.
you're penciling it, and you're starting to think about, you know, well, how do the eyes line up, and you know, certain considerations about anatomy. And
It's
of course,
Kyle
you know,
from
when
Street
you're
Fighter.
working in pencil live, you know, on paper,
He does
you don't
have the
the
jawline.
luxury of using a computer. There's no undo button. There's no do-overs. So it can be a little tricky, you know, for someone like me who mostly works on the computer. I'm not used to it necessarily.
Is Adam Warlock?
I'll do my best when I'm
No.
drawing by hand.
No.
Or is
Make
it?
sure everything's lined up best I can. Once I feel confident about it, then I'll go in with inks. I have a series of
Not
you know,
ink,
various
is
kind of
it?
style pit pens and
Hyperion?
you know, Sharpies for big blacks, that sort of thing. Get all those lines, you know, nice and crisp. And then finally, it's you know, I have a series of
Or Sentry.
Sentry,
Copic markers, alcohol
'Cause
markers, you know, and then also some
Yeah,
Prismacolors.
we'll find
And the
out.
combination of the two, different colors work better in different pen types.
It's Jubilee.
I'll put those down in layers to create the sense of
Short-haired
you know,
Storm.
black and white,
It's Iceman.
you know, contrast.
Non-binary.
And then finally, my favorite part,
Non-binary
up until
Captain
this point,
Marvel.
I feel like the whole thing is, you know,
Get it?
touch and go. It may not work. It's just
Get
not
it?
coming together.
Oh.
I finally get
Dad
into this
joke,
little
get
black
that outta here,
box
right,
with
Dee?
one
I'm not
line
acknowledging. I'm
and
not
pick out little
acknowledging
details
that.
like, the nose or the eye or a rim light around the figure, and that's when it finally comes together for me. So there's a sort of patience that I have to have,
All I
knowing
need
that
is
it's going to
someone in
come
the chat
together
just
in
put
the end,
cricket up
but
when I
not
do
being able to
jokes.
see it up until the last minute. That's the nerve-wracking part.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think if we're seeing it here, the final product here is clearly, you know, you said this was an X-Men character with elemental powers. This
The
is
Vulcan?
Vulcan here, which is an exciting character. We've never had him before in Marvel Legends.
Yes,
This is
called
the
it.
third Summers brother, as we know, and so yeah, we're taking a look.
Another Summers boy.
Yeah, but we don't have. Where's the dad?
Super exciting.
It's like the dad ran away from the
You don't
kid.
need him. You don't
I
need
need
him.
the dad first.
Yeah, and so this is coming to your Legends collections in 2022. David did the packaging artwork for this, so this was another stab at a sketch. Just for those fans who
We'll get
maybe
some
haven't,
random guy in
you know,
X-Men,
worked
but
with
we
an
won't
artist
get the
like
main
yourself
ones.
at
Like
a
Avalanche.
Random guy.
How does
You
the
need the
process go?
third
If
Summers
someone
brother.
Nobody even cares about the
Hey,
third
you
side.
do. Character, can you
Get
do a
out of
custom
here.
piece for me? Do
I mean,
I-
I'm
do
not
you
gonna
need,
buy him,
all
but
the
that's not the
options, or
point.
They just kind of want to be
All that
surprised at the
excitement is
end
that you're
by
gonna
your
buy
take
him.
on it.
I'm gonna throw this at your window when I'm
really
driving
varies.
by.
It's for all the people who want the
For me, it's-
House of X.
I guess I should say,
Yeah.
House of
to
X
start with,
characters.
it's sort of it's a time-sensitive and exclusive kind of thing,
Are
right?
they
Like only have
expanding
a
House
certain
of
amount
X?
of time during any
think
given
so.
show to even
Ooh, a
do them at all.
Storm.
So there's this thing that happens on Thursday at the beginning of every show where everyone is running to the artist table trying to get their
That would be a
request
nice
in before the artist
figure.
list is closed for the entire
Sorry, my
weekend.
hat's only working at 90% power, so you got a mutant, but it's not the one you wanted, so I apologize.
Yes, this guy wants to hire me. Yes, I'm going to take on the job. They'll pitch me what they
You're
want.
killing the panel.
Headlamp goes
99% of the time,
Corsair
I'll
went
say
to get
yes. Sometimes
cigarettes.
it's for whatever reason something I can't or won't do.
Never came back.
If we agree, then generally I get to decide what the pose is. Sometimes
What,
they'll want
what
me to
X-Men do
homage
you want, Chris?
something, you know, famous, and I can decide.
Why do you have to
whether
ask? We already know.
Is something I want
Well,
to
no,
do
I'm
or
not. You
should.
can't say Gene again. Like that's
No.
You
Can't say
know,
Phoenix
do my
either.
best, and you hope
It's the
that
same character
they really
practically.
love
Are
the
they?
result. In general,
I want
people
anything
are
from, like,
I like to think it's
Starjammers.
because I go
Yeah.
to full
Okay.
color in my sketches.
I
not
want
every,
a
artist
you know what
does
would be
do
a good
that, and so I
two-pack
feel like that's
is
my little edge.
to Ken and Lalandra.
Yeah, going back to
Alright,
you're able to do
That'd
it
be
all.
nice.
That
right,
would make
you know?
too much sense.
I try. For me, it's just so incomplete.
But the best thing is we could get the Lilandra in the black outfit.
Or finished without that.
Because we already got our helmets.
If you were to look at my Instagram, there's nothing black and white. Like going back thousands of posts, just not that excited about black and white.
Well, I mean, so now's your chance. What is a pet peeve of yours when it comes to those kind of asks? Like, this is your shot, so that people know not to ask, you. You know,
it's really kind of. At this point, I'm fortunate.
I wouldn't mind.
Grateful
I just saw in the
to
chat someone mentioned Guardians of the Galaxy. I wouldn't mind getting the comic version of it.
They've done that already, though.
A long time ago, there was an exclusive
sketches. So if someone says, "Hey, I want you to draw my original
like a
character,"
more updated version,
or "Hey, I want you to draw my girlfriend," or something like that, which no one's ever happy with the results of that.
They're gonna wait for the new movie.
That's the kind of thing I'm going to say no to.
Yeah,
actually, yeah, that's true.
If the character is really, really, really obscure, like,
but you're gonna get partial.
As nerdy as I am, if I never heard of the character before,
you're gonna get a raccoon, but not
I may be less interested.
I'm
thinking in the back of my head that
I wouldn't be
want
disappointed if they gave us a second wave of what if, like the Gamora in that outfit.
That's going to be next season.
And
Part 2 is coming at the end of
purposely
2022.
For them. I know I'm worth more in the marketplace than what I actually charge, but kind of the idea is to democratize this. Let the
it's
fans
probably
have
already
their
done. Look,
crack at
they had
some
Chadwick,
original art, or at least I'm trying for that to happen.
Voice in that, and it was like,
for the most part, I will try to give people what they ask for, but there are those little edge exceptions that I try to avoid.
So those are tips for any folks who come find you at the conventions to get there.
You heard it here first.
If I were to go to your table, David, I would probably see if you could do trading cards. Because,
I asked an artist.
I made it well known that I'm a big trading card fan, and I was just so happy to learn a couple of years back that you did.
What were you trying to get, Dron?
Ultra 2018.
Oh, we'll talk offline.
Like, I think I saw you posting it on your social.
Oh, I thought it was like Marvel related.
To do something a different medium a little bit.
There's an artist.
It was really kind of a dream come true.
I mean, I don't know.
We were talking before about growing up in the '90s and loving Marvel stuff. Well, if you were a comic fan of that era, you were definitely buying Marvel Universe trading cards, Series 1 and 2. Am I right?
Figures,
and then also the Jim Lee X-Men set that came in between, I think.
Oh, who loves those? Is it our friend Mark?
As we
who
know,
loves the trading cards?
Because they talked about that
if someone's
at the Hascon
thing. The opportunity to draw X-Men trading cards, that's something I got to do at least once in my life. I had to say yes to that.
That set was a pretty limited run. I'm constantly checking eBay to see where I can
Brad dabbles in everything, so I'd be surprised if he did it.
That's kind of on my wish list. But so that we have a lot more for PulseCon.
I have
David, thank you for joining us, and then fans, just so we know. So do you want to show them? Do you have the sketch there with you? Can you get it?
I do. Yes, I have it. I put it up on the screen. Here it comes.
Take a look at it. So there it comes. It's a physical sketch.
Wow.
And one of a kind. Wow. And so we might have some special plans for that sketch. Stay tuned for more about that. We're still working on the details, but there you see it. David, tell the fans, if they don't already, they should, but if anyone doesn't, where can they follow you on the socials?
I'm really easy to find. I'm under my own name on every single major social. So David Nakayama at Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you name it. Also ArtStation. Artists, you want to be on there. So hope you'll find me on ArtStation as well.
So go check out David's stuff. He'll continue to do Legends work for us. He's got that Vulcan and some other figures coming at least in 2022. And thanks again, man. We really appreciate chatting with you and sharing in your Marvel fandom and our collective fandom and learning a bit about your process. So thanks again.
So we get a sketch, not a
definitely
toy.
my pleasure.
Not even
Thank
a
you
toy.
guys a million for having me on. And talk to you soon.
You get a Star Trek.
All I can think is,
All right. Until next time.
We come in peace. No.
We leave in pieces.
Thanks again, David, for joining us. We really appreciate you putting the time and effort into that amazing Vulcan sketch.
Oh, that was a great show.
It was a pleasure to have David reveal the upcoming Vulcan.
Who would have thought that
X-Men
Fortnite
Legends
would
figure.
bring
Let's
it?
take a closer look at the figure. I wanted to talk with
Seriously.
Dwight and Jesse about the greater implications of this figure and
hey, there's a render of something
here. So let's take a look at Vulcan. We have a digital render.
It looks like Captain Marvel's retro suit, the male version.
Captain Marvel's third
But it has
when we were talking,
that's
you were
not
saying
Iceman.
how
But
this
oh,
is,
it's a new body. He said.
Part of that phasing out of
Okay,
the Bucky
sweet.
Cap
Butterfly
mold
joints.
and a new smooth
Buffer
pinless
with butterfly
body
joints.
for future applications, correct?
Correct. You're absolutely
Did you
right,
hear that?
Ryan.
Yeah, Matt.
Becky's getting a little
Finally
long in the
phasing that
tooth,
out.
So we were aware of that for
Yay!
quite a while, and we've been trying to find the right place to have the opportunity to make a new base body.
Oh,
for,
that was a good
Marvel
one.
Legends going forward. And while Vulcan is not someone that would jump to the top of your mind, he gave us the perfect opportunity because of his design and the cleanness to go for broke and create an all-new base
No
body.
more
So
Bucky Cap.
Bucky can slowly
No
start
more
to
Bucky
be
Cap.
put to pasture, and now you guys can start using Vulcan as your call to arms when you see this new awesome body. It's approximately the same scale as Bucky Cap. And it does
So
have
we
some
got
improvements
Shriek
though, along
announced
with
as the
the
new
pinless
female body,
elbows
and
and
now we
knees.
got
It also
Vulcan
has
as the new male
butterflies on
body.
the shoulders,
That's
which
pretty
is
cool.
just always
Yeah.
great to give you some extra posability. And it's a really solid
So,
build.
is he gonna be the new
I love
fodder
it. I'm
base?
really proud of how this figure
I
came
think
out.
so.
And I
he's
think
got
the
butterfly
overall
joints,
adjustment
and me
of
like
the
the
proportions
butterfly
on the
joints.
figure are going to be
How hard is
right
it,
up,
though, to take
most of
apart
your
the
guys'
pinless
likings,
joint?
and
It's
can't
pretty
wait for you guys to get them in hand.
tedious, but
to
you can
start
do
seeing
it.
what
Like
you
I
guys
just use
use
an
this
X-Acto
new
knife and
body
cut
for,
along the
because
seam.
I know all you amazing customizers and collectors always have some
It's very annoying, but
tricks up your sleeve.
yeah.
So can't wait to see what comes next.
Thought it would have been just like a heat and pop.
All right, and so
No,
that Vulcan
unfortunately
figure
not.
will be coming
Like, you
out
gotta-
in 2022 as part of our X-Men Legends offerings there. So let's take a quick detour.
You gotta
now
basically
into
put
the
a knife,
MCU.
like,
We've got a couple
along
of
the
new items
seam,
to reveal in pre-order.
'cause there's no
First
pins to
up
push
is
out,
a
so.
new
Damn.
2-pack with
Yeah.
2 iconic
Here you go.
characters. And so this is going to
Let's see
be
what we
our
have here.
Captain America 2-pack. You see on the left, we have the Sam
Oh my
Wilson
God.
Captain America from Disney Plus, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. And then we have the Steve Rogers Captain America from Avengers Endgame. And
I don't
that
necessarily need that.
Endgame cap
That's all,
was previously
that's all,
an exclusive
Elvin.
in 2019.
We just
know a
got
bunch of
these.
fans
That's
missed
the
out on it
same
and asking for a
sculpt
reissue.
from
So this
Falcon
is
Winter
the way to get him
Soldier.
here. He still comes with the unmasked.
just
But she has a new
slightly
hat.
different as
Color.
well. But what's great about this
Oh my
2-pack is it comes with our first Anthony Mackie ungoggled head sculpt, photoreal head sculpt. I think it looks great. Dwight, walk him through it.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. This pack is awesome.
Oh my
it's
God.
great to pay homage
doesn't
to
even
the
get the
past
wings.
as well as celebrate the future.
No,
and
you
that's
gotta buy
exactly
the
what's
other
going on
figures
here
that come out
with
next
our,
year.
two great Captain
my
Americas.
God.
So we took the exclusive
Okay,
cap from a couple
sorry,
years ago,
terrible.
which you guys have been, wanting to get a second opportunity to get for a while. So it just made sense to bring him out and put him
And
here.
we also
so you
got the
get an
vintage
awesome,
cap coming out.
updated deco for Steve.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the vintage
with,
one.
The striking,
Yeah. That one
amazing
looks good,
head,
but
which hair
why
looks
do
a
we
lot
need-
like mine.
we
He's
don't-
a
we
lot
didn't
better
need
looking than
this.
me and not as shaggy and disheveled. But boom, awesome alternate Steve. And yeah, super awesome to do our first ever Anthony Mackie.
I have to
like
buy it
Ryan
to
mentioned.
review it.
No goggles, no anything. So he looks awesome. I can turn him around so you guys can see his face a little bit better. But
So you're
he's
saying
just,
my
an awesome
other
looking figure.
wave went up in
And,
value now because it has
he's really
wings.
cool.
Sounds about right.
Look
lots
out,
of
eBay,
extra,
here I come.
Details went into them. Tons of deco applications. They're a little bit more premium than what you guys got the first time around. And while Sam doesn't have his wings in this set, we think it's a really awesome 2-pack of Cap, and I think it's going to
actually thought you were gonna do that.
and
Throw
replace
around.
some of the other versions that you guys might have
Flip
on
the
your shelves
table.
already.
Hulk out.
All right, and one more character from the Falcon and the Winter Soldier series. We are going to the flashback
Another one?
sequence from
Oh,
Bucky's
gosh.
memories, and we are doing an updated version of the Winter Soldier
Oh.
back when he was still under the mind control of Hydra there.
Winter
So
Soldier
this figure,
again,
Right, he
yay.
was part of the
got this
2014
already.
Captain America, Winter Soldier Build-A-Figure wave.
Why not,
We've made a lot of great
what about,
strides
the
in,
gentleman
actor likenesses,
that they
so
met?
this actually comes
What's
with
his
a
name?
host of accessories,
Isaiah.
including
Isaiah,
2
why not
new
do that?
heads, right, Dwight?
Why?
Yeah,
Why would
two
they?
new heads, some all-new pew-pews, pew-pew for you guys, 2 heads, a new half-mast head, which we didn't do last time. Last
just-
time we had the goggles up,
Pew pew.
but in that flashback sequence, he decided to not wear his goggles.
A
I guess he didn't need the eye
half-mast.
protection. So 2 new head
They
sculpts,
probably just
both
used
of them
the
with
Electra
photoreal
head sculpt.
technology. And it looks awesome. an updated deco. once again, as you guys know, a
I'm
lot of
gonna make a
times we have
G.I.
to
Joe
build these
figure out of
things
that.
based off of concept
Yeah.
art. And that allows us to do a lot of amazing things, but
Cyber-
not always
cybernetic
does that
snake
mean
eyes.
these figures are 100% accurate. So by going back and revisiting, we got a chance to relook at the
Doesn't
reference.
allow you to give us
and,
what we
kind of
want.
update the deco to be a more film accurate version in overall coloring across the figure.
we're winding
as
down. I
well
think
as
only 5
two
minutes
new,
left.
awesome likenesses for Sebastian.
They better
show.
blow my
So,
frickin'
once
mind
again,
off.
we
Sorry, no such luck.
love it. We think it's a nice improvement, and we, you know, as we always love going back to try to revisit things we've done in the past and make them better for you guys whenever we can. So, there you go, new Winter Soldier.
You do, not us.
All right, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to our friend Jesse. He's a busy man. Jesse, thanks for joining us at PulseCon, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
He barely said anything.
Guys, you're the best. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Have a great PulseCon. Take care, everybody.
He was introduced
Okay,
and then
buddy.
said something, and that was
All right,
it.
So as we say goodbye to Jesse, we'll say hello to our third special
He's like,
guests
"Am I
in our interview
done
segment.
yet?"
So we were very privileged, Dan and I, to chat with Eric and Julia Leewald from the 90s X-Men animated series to talk about their experience on that show, what the show's legacy means for
90s
fans
X-Men,
today,
so we're getting
and
something
they
from
there.
there.
There we go.
perhaps
There we go.
help us with
Okay.
their
Morph
new
is coming.
Legends figures. So let's throw it to that.
More repaints is coming.
Hey, I don't care. 90s, more.
If you're a fan
Yeah,
of X-Men,
we're gonna
then
get
I don't think it'll
more.
Is there an
happen.
echo in
I don't-
here?
These
I don't
guys
think it'll
need no
happen.
introduction,
We don't
but just as
speak
a
of that
reminder,
D.
right, we're so
Can you
fortunate
kick
to be
D off
joined
the
by
chat,
Eric
please?
And Julia Leewald
And delete.
here.
Yeah.
They basically gave us our childhoods, as it
Oh,
were.
look,
so Eric
I got
was the
that
showrunner
Rogue
for X-Men the
vintage.
animated series, and Julia
Who
was a
got that
writer
for
and
you?
key contributor. She wrote
brother.
episodes like
He
Days
got
of
me the
Future
Rogue
Past,
and the
which are,
Phoenix.
amongst the best ever.
Oh,
Alvin
no.
just
Thank
thinks
you
he got
again for taking
everyone's
some
Rogue
time to chat with us,
because he
and,
had to
I got
carry
him a
like
Rogue.
20 out.
I got you.
No, I'm
thank
talking
you
about
so
the
much.
actual
Yeah,
vintage
yeah.
Rogue.
Thanks,
No,
Ryan.
I got him with a.
Yeah,
Do
you got
just
me
go
one.
away.
So I just,
He's just like, I got everyone
Right
everything.
now, as a
Get him
child
a
of the
roll.
90s, I just wanted to thank you both. I know you hear this very often, but we wanted to express our gratitude for all those
I
great
want to
memories.
get
And I
that
think
book.
for a lot of
They
fans
did.
like myself,
Yeah, custom
this
let you, I
cartoon
think,
show
animated
was the
series
jumping-off
line, yeah.
point for fandom.
I mean, it'd be a
led
colossal
me to
fail if
the
they
comic
don't.
books, the trading
Right
cards,
now.
the video games.
That's
then
why
moved
I'm
into
scared.
adulthood, into
It's 'cause
collecting,
it's
and now getting to
highly
share it with
sought
my son
after.
and daughter
It's
eventually.
3 3/4
can't thank
inch
you guys
retro
enough.
line.
So yeah, I just wanted to
I
just
will
jump right in here. What we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna chat for a little bit. There's so
Yeah,
much we can
Ice
talk for
Operations, I'm
hours,
thinking
but,
more.
We've got a couple of questions.
Or we're
and
gonna
then
riot.
Eric and Julia are going to help us reveal some new Marvel Legends product that are very
Pitchforks in the
heavily
chat.
inspired by the animated series and an homage to that show that we all know and love so much. So, guys, as we just reflect back
Customs,
on the
I will
show,
not send a
premiered
morph to
in
Cheney. I
October
will torture
of
him with pictures.
1992. It's going to be almost 30 years next year. Just wondering, with Marvel being in such a different
Cheney's
place
good. Cheney's a
nowadays,
good guy.
at the
Shout
forefront
out to
of
Toy
pop
Migos.
culture and
Those
mainstream
guys are nice
media,
guys.
what comes to mind just as you
That's some of
reflect
that Adam
on
guy.
30
He's
years
not that
ago,
nice.
bringing the X-Men to television
Just kidding.
screens, all across
Is
the world for
is
pretty
Morph
much
his
the first
favorite?
time.
No, Cheney's
It's
a big
like the
X-Men
world's
guy.
turned upside down. It was like before and after Flight or something, because there are the wonderful lady, the president of this new Fox little network that was just started there. She'd been wanting to try to get the show on.
Yo,
for
his
10
shirt
years,
is
and nobody
sick.
in Hollywood
Previously
thought
on
that
X-Men.
could be successful.
I want that
It's just,
shirt.
oh, it's comic book.
Come on,
you
put
know,
it
a few
on
comic book
Hasbro's
guys in their
website.
basements. Nobody's going to watch this show, and there had not been any Marvel movies in 1992, and so nobody had really a reference point to believe in it, but she really did, and so she got the creative people together. She worked with Marvel. She got
Yes,
this thing on
that
the
was
air
amazing.
at the possible cost of her job.
Yep.
Yeah, because her boss didn't believe in it either at Fox. So here was this little orphan
moderators
show
are
that,
deleting chats.
looking back, she told us 85-90% of our audience on Saturday morning
Everyone's
are not
saying
going to know
Morph,
who the
yeah.
X-Men are.
Think about
Toad.
that. That was
That's how
reality back in
different the world was.
92.
There wasn't a genre of
Jubilee?
movies or TV
We already
shows
got
that
a
were
Jubilee,
superheroes.
guys.
It'd be
Yeah.
once a decade there'd be a Batman movie or two or a Superman
Cheney
movie or
hates
two, and
Morph?
that was it.
What?
There was not this
Jesus.
whole world
I'm on the same page as that.
And so
why?
we were hired on.
He didn't do anything, and he came back and tried to kill everyone.
He got killed.
Season, and then all the creative people
can't really do anything when you get
go.
die.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been. He was like, there's the flashback scene where he turns into like Mimic and has all these powers. Like, oh, that guy's cool. And then he gets
working on other shows,
killed, and then comes back and tries to kill everyone else. Yeah, I don't like this guy.
Jason, you haven't missed anything important except for G.I. Joe. Marvel's been dropping some random stuff, but we might be getting something from the 90s X-Men right now. So
some of us couldn't, but that's how different the world was in 1992. It didn't even bother.
Jean Grey, we already got a Jean Grey 89
for any of us.
Well, we're very thankful that they got most of you back to continue with what would run for several seasons there. And yeah, in your interviews and books, you go into detail how executives like Margaret Lesh and your team and Larry Houston had a lot of meetings and with the higher ups, and there were maybe some creative differences.
Yeah, there you go. He did something.
The tone of the show and the plot lines and the characterization.
He shaped
and
the
and
X-Men.
Margaret famously kind of put
he
her
made
career
them
on
tough.
the line, as I think a lot of you guys did, to make this show a success. So, just broadly speaking, what advice would you give to other people, who are trying to balance internal passion and motivations and what they think is right with a lot of the external expectations and more quantifiable measures of success? How did you get through it all?
Let me suggest that you surround yourself with the perfect team, because part of, I think, the magic of X-Men was that on the writing side, many of the folks who were working on the writing side, as I was as a writer, don't stone me here, but I did not know the X-Men.
Are there rumors
Again,
of them bringing it back? The 90s?
So I was bringing
on
many
Disney
of us
Plus
were bringing a passion to telling the best stories we could with whoever these characters happened to be.
And
on the artist
they're
side,
kind of the
Larry
newer
Houston,
look,
Will
like
Mineo,
Disney Store.
they
You know
all
those
knew
little
the
figures
X-Men
that they
chapter
had?
verse.
They
They
had
grew
an
up with these,
X-Men
we
one
loved them.
in all different kind of
So between those
updated
two
looking. So
sides
it's
of the
something
same
we
coin,
could see.
we were all in service of the best story we could tell, the best way we could tell it, given the constrictions of time and money. And I think all of us at different points, it's like, no, we all want to do the same thing. It's just how do we get there together?
Yeah, and we were lucky. I mean, what our advice is, pick really good bosses, because
number one.
Who you're working for, because most of the people that work on this show have worked on many other shows and simply have not been allowed to draw or write as ambitiously as we did on this show. Constantly, people have preconcepted of what children can and should be watching, and so it's always dumb it down, simplify, take the big words out. We've had big fights on other shows where we'd come to a dead end, and it's just okay. Either you dumb down the show or you leave. And when we were younger and starting a family, we didn't have the luxury to say, I'm sorry, this is not what we want to write. Goodbye. We stuck it out and finished the series. And it's just an individual decision. Sometimes the characters and the job means just enough to you. And there are enough people. There was a critical mass of people involved in this that getting it right was important. Some people involved in the show just wanted to make money.
So Jason said, I worked in an animation studio,
understand the characters,
and they are exactly correct.
We're anxious.
You need to surround yourself with at least one overachieving person at every stage of the animation process.
There are always different motivations for the people involved in a large project, because there's so many folks involved with so much at stake. And
well, at this office, that would be me.
There was this critical mass of people who said, we're not
Young, did you hear that?
I'm sorry, you can fire all of us.
He's looking at us right now.
Yeah, it's like,
sorry, he's looking at Elvin right now with a.
Are you having a seizure?
Young's in the background, just sweat pouring down his face.
I'm kidding. I'm probably the least. I'm the least under you.
No, I control the stream, right?
As soon as you say that, all of our feeds just cut off. Our audio just.
It's
got that, the color bars.
And you do what you can with somebody else's original material. This was a really bountiful setup, and
So all those good things came together for us. It was like magic, and we kind of knew it when we were going through it that this is a special deal, and we never took it for granted. And it just we never had an opportunity like it.
Did he just hint a
since.
character magic?
Yeah, and thanks to your dedication and your team's, familiarity with the source material, and really leaning into those X-Men stories, dealing with themes that were ahead of their time, definitely for kids television, but not dumbing it down. I think it speaks to the longevity of it, and it's why
those videos won't edit themselves, sir.
Immediately at our fingertips on Disney Plus. And so you've got adults who have children of their own, like myself, who are starting to introduce their kids to the show. What is it like to just hear that now through Disney Plus?
Please, I have them
whole
all
new
on
generations
DVD.
of kids is basically becoming familiar and fans of your work.
Except the last season, the animation was terrible.
What was amazing was when Eric and
Aren't
I
you excited for the
first
He-Man
began going to
Revelation coming
conventions
up?
about
I
5
know
years ago
you are.
because of the show's 25th anniversary. Just meeting fans, because again,
They probably
way
had to
back
rush
in
it for the
92,
finale.
There was no social media.
Yeah, like graduation
the world
day,
was a
it's
different
like,
place.
no.
And as writers, we were always kind of
I know there
head
was a
down over the computer, just
A lot
getting
of
the work
issues
done.
with
There
the
wasn't a writer's
animation,
room.
but
we were all
I
working
still
out of home
preferred that
offices.
animation over to
I'm going to
what
be
it
honest,
went
I
to.
didn't know. I didn't really get a
Did
sense
you watch Wolverine and the
how
X-Men?
it affected
Did you
people
care?
individually.
I
knew
tried
the show
to.
was Fox's
No dice?
number one show. I knew that, and I.
But I
for
did
the 5
watch
years it was on,
the-
I was aware of that.
the
But then getting to talk to people,
The animation, like
having them come up to the two of us,
it's like
and share
Japanese
these
animation
stories
style.
about
Oh yeah, the
how
anime
they
one.
shared it then
It was
with their
like
own family,
they
and then now
made
sharing it on
Storm
with
such
their
a
kids.
weakling. She would do like a lightning bolt move, and she's like,
way that this has happened, and it's.
He had the
30 years later,
Rogue
we're still
syndrome,
talking
like in the
about it.
90s,
That's
where
what
Rogue
happened
would
with a lot
like
of shows. So
be the powerhouse, and then she'd punch someone, and then they'd ever so slightly hit her with like a laser, and she'd just fall out of the sky and not get up again.
I still love that meme someone did about Jean Grey's diabetes, where she
Oh, she's always
faints
passed out.
like low blood sugar.
out there or something, because words can't
'Cause
really
she'd
describe
always
just in this
faint.
short segment
Yeah,
how
after
much
using her sidekick,
it has
and then be like
impacted
sidekick
myself
backlash,
and Ryan and the
just
rest of
knock
the
her
team as
out.
well. So thank you so much, really.
All right,
Scott, you
here.
got her
That's really
EpiPen.
gratifying. Thanks,
Okay.
thanks, Daniel.
Here comes a figure.
Hopefully
Baby.
we can get out to conventions again safely, like back in the normal days, and the fans can get back to meeting you and chatting it up with you. Before we jump into this awesome book that Dan and I have prominently on display, I did want to ask one quick kind of fanboy question, right? So
It's a book.
It's noted in the book and other sources that Beast was actually not in the core roster from the start, but he was just such an interesting character. He brought this intellectual, kind of calm personality to the show, and that was what it's so great about the show, is that each character has not only unique superpowers, but a unique
reveal is a book.
personality as well. And so,
Yeah, well,
the book's on
a
Amazon.
little bit here, but I was wondering if there was this alternate reality and you had to do the same show, talking about the same themes, but for some reason you couldn't use these 8 characters and you had to use other mutants.
I can't
Who would be
see
some of the
anyone
characters
being
that you might
replaced
consider and why?
with Beast.
Well, it's hard because a lot of these. One of the nice things about these characters is that the history we had of them, they were so human.
Isn't it so
They had-
cool? People their
they
age are
had,
still talking about.
They were abandoned by
Yeah, I
their
love that.
They're
They're
parents.
not close to their
they
age.
have family issues.
I didn't say we are. I
They
said
built
yours.
this
Oh,
whole-
God.
This alternate family.
I'm
of
just saying
them
that
and
like
have them,
it doesn't matter what age you are.
have
Like some people who
very,
get older want to like
dramatic,
feel that pressure
emotional,
to go away from that.
Yeah.
I think you should do it till
crises
you
and
die.
problems with them.
Honestly, who
I
cares?
don't. We're so focused on them for so long.
Do what makes
We
you
learn
happy.
the
Yeah,
other
exactly.
characters as well.
They
Well,
clearly
I'm
are
gonna
so
jump in.
happy
Yes.
doing this, though, right? Like
I'm such a fan of
during
Nightcrawler.
conventions at
and
that
you
age
mentioned
and
Beast,
everything.
and the reason I mentioned Nightcrawler
He's my
is
favorite character.
himself is
Yeah.
the Beast is on the surface the most comfortable with his otherness, but he is of the X-Men on the team the one who can't walk down the street without people going. But he is the most comfortable with that, except for certain moments when it starts to hurt him. And to me, Nightcrawler is also one of those characters that cannot look. He looks the way he looks. It's difficult for him to not have other people point.
Yeah,
and stare.
Nightcrawler was my favorite back
And
in the day.
That
Yeah, he's
kills
pretty
me.
cool.
And then
I
you've
just
got
thought he looked cool, and
him,
like
his
I always thought
convictions
teleporting was
and
cool.
his his intelligence. I think he's a very
I like
his attitude.
Colossus.
I think he's
my
a
underdog.
very
Oh, yeah.
interesting character.
Yeah, and I think
Ileana.
the ones that we were most drawn to, we still used as
Just destroys the tractor.
Nightcrawler or Iceman or Warren Worthington.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
We only
the
had, you
X-Men?
had 9 people to service each episode.
is this
so the question was,
X-Men you
how do
speak
you
of?
tell each person? How do you give each person the right amount of time and story?
Yeah.
So that was a challenge just there. I'd rather revisit them
No,
all.
Wolverine with Sniffle.
Yeah,
Hi there,
that's
Ivan.
it's a real frustration in 20-minute stories.
You're right,
fun.
Ivan.
We find ourselves putting 2 or 3 X-Men in one place, 2 or 3 X-Men in another place, and 2 or 3 another place, so that it wouldn't be a crowd of a team of 8 X-Men stumbling from scene to scene. It's just a lot of people to service and to get to know and to get close to. So most fans will ask us at cons, well, if you could have a lot more characters on the show, and we just said no. Our biggest headache was keep trimming them down,
We
and
just
having
got
them
a
be away on
Nightcrawler.
vacation or whatever we had to do, so that we could focus on a couple of them and make a really
Unless they just
story
repainted for
those
Age of
2 that
Apocalypse.
week. And one of the strangest things,
Or
which I
like
didn't
what
realize till we did
the Fox
book,
costume
was we
looked
did
the
an
exact
episode
same as the one we
in the
got,
last
right?
season
Like there wasn't
none of
lighter
the
colors or
X-Men
anything.
Yeah.
Like you know what they did with Gambit, how they made his jacket a tad
It's a
bit
historical
lighter.
episode where
They'd
you
probably
see
do like the
origin of
coloring
mutants and
different.
Sinister is in.
But I hope not, because there's a
Eduardian
lot of
England, and
other
it's a time
characters.
where
Yeah,
Charles
I mean I don't
Darwin was
want
talking
it
about
for that reason. Like we just
species,
got him.
and you have Professor Xavier's grandfather.
But look at what they did with Captain America and Winter Soldier.
Connection and
Just
young
got
Sinister, because I guess
I'm just
Sinister's
looking
20
at
years
his
old,
his animated.
But none of the X-Men ever appear in the episode, and we had
Yeah, it's basically the exact same.
a network that let us do that. That's okay. You're going to do Friends, but you're not going to see any of the Friends. You know what? Are you crazy? But they let. Like I said, maybe also because it's 5th season and they trusted us. They said, okay, well that's kind of cool. Origin of Mutancy, let's get into it. But that's the kind of leeway we had to tell stories. So it was great.
That's awesome. I did want to, before we ran out of time, just talk about this awesome book. So for you, this is the art and making of X-Men, the animated series. And for those fans, who don't have it, you definitely should get it. It's available on Amazon, Target, and Walmart, everywhere, for a great price. It's literally hundreds of pages of production art, character models, storyboards. Cool. There's a breakdown of the intro and how the intro came to be, and it's really well written too by you guys with insights and stories about the challenges you faced getting the show on air. There was a lot of headwinds to it, but it was very successful. So guys, please go check that book out. And then I did want to ask one question about the book. There's part of it where there's some merchandise of all the early 90s. Different ways that companies were trying to leverage the popularity of the show. My favorites were the Pizza Huts and the Chef Boyardee.
Does anybody else think this is a missed opportunity to
release
release a 90s X-Men figure?
Your favorite commercial tie-ins as we
it's a massive
turn to a
missed
Hasbro
opportunity.
tie-in in a couple of minutes.
They can still do it.
Speaking of
Let's hope so,
the Chef
yeah.
Boyardee, the X-Men have been canned.
Ooh.
Here they are in all their
I
plastic
remember
glory.
those.
Fortunately, this is a band.
Chef
Still
Boyardee.
there,
And
it's still
probably
functioning.
still
Look at
candy
these.
at this point, but
Look at the
that
labels
was
all
on.
faded.
We
Oh, it's like
sent
piggy
out
bank.
X-Men Valentine's.
Oh, that's Now this is a thing that
Wolverine slashing through a
I
heart.
was 8 years old when that came out.
this. Eric, you had a bit of a struggle early in the show.
Yeah.
This is a Wolverine walkie-talkie, and there was a bit of a fight the company wanted to put in the show.
But when X-Men started, I mean, this is going to be hard for Hasbro to imagine, but there were basically no new toys planned for when the show started. There were a couple of dusty ones on the shelves, but there was almost nothing. And the show came on, and it was a hit, and all those old toys were gone in about 2 minutes. Avi Arad, whose toy company ended up becoming part of Marvel, and about halfway through, 2/3 way through writing the first season, he came on board, and his company bought into Marvel, and suddenly it was okay. Well, where can I put my toys? Where can I put what little merchandise I have? Where can we put that in the show? And what do you have, Avi? Well, we've got Wolverine walkie-talkies, and not this one. There's a different one. But Wolverine pajama, X-Men curtains, and I'm saying, Well, I mean, have you read any of the stories we've written? In what world Wolverine will wear Wolverine jammies and have X-Men curtains, and in a tense moment when the city's
Oh,
about blown
Abby,
up,
classic
call
Abby move.
somebody. No, it was Wolverine phone.
It maybe will.
Yeah,
The
there was
idea
a
of
walkie-talkie and a phone set, and so that he would talk to some, something with his face on it.
yeah, that just
So we and he said, "Well, how about we got the Blackbird?" I said, "Okay, we'll put in a few extra scenes of the Blackbird. Where you're golden." But luckily, we've had it. There's always a balance with a show about product placement and about does this service the stories or is this?
See, the things with like toys back in the day and even still
there were
today,
some toys that
they cancel shows because the toys aren't selling. But hearing that
toys
story,
from-
it was like,
was,
oh, you're not
the
marketing my
things that
toys.
they
Your
try
toys
to
are
put
garbage.
into that
Like,
Storm
it's a
on a
walkie-talkie with Wolverine's
That's
head.
what
Storm on a tricycle, and we said, sorry, no, we don't see Storm.
Like, I know cartoons
going
are
around on
supposed to be
tricycle.
she needs to get from point A to point B.
marketing
she can use
platforms
the
as well.
winds.
But your
we
toys
use
have
a
to be
lot of places as much as anybody,
yeah, your toys
but
have to be
we were
like
trying to
somewhat
be protective
decent.
of our
Yeah.
stories. So that's yeah, but we went to Pizza Hut a lot.
We
We've
did.
got a lot of copies of those VHS tapes.
Yes, we do.
Oh, me
Yeah,
too. Me too. Well, that's great. I love all that merchandise. It's definitely
Yes.
great just to pick some up stuff at conventions, at those vendors and scour eBay. But what we have, really exciting to reveal today, we have some new Marvel Legends
Thank
X-Men
God.
figures that you guys have graciously helped
Thank
us
you.
to reveal. So the
Woohoo!
first one we're going to take a look at is that most popular X-Man that you have there. So why don't you guys reveal him and talk us through what you're seeing?
We get to
What
do
is
this.
going on?
Yes.
Okay, ready?
Yes.
Another Wolverine.
This is
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you're braced for
I
this.
told you.
Look
I
at
told you
this.
guys.
It is
That is
glorious.
an interesting box.
Oh, it's in a
If you are not
VHS
flashing back to the
box.
VHS tapes of yore, then you're too young or you're not doing it right. But
That's
this
cool.
is
I'm gonna buy it.
this art.
gorgeous.
This art is
Yeah.
actually nicer. And this is a Dark Phoenix.
But is
scene
it
where
3
Wolverine just falls
3/4?
through a house.
Oh, yeah, there's that
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
And there's a wonderful part in our books where there's the comic book image of this from the Dark Phoenix. Our screen grab.
Let's see what
from
the
TV show of
main
this
chat's
image.
saying.
It's two of the claws. And then Dan Diesenmeyer's beautiful art here on this book.
Open
where
it.
he even reimagines the
Old
same
people
thing,
talk
and
too
it just chills down our spine.
Yeah.
This it was a real seminal moment in that story.
And
Yes,
Chris
we all know the
Houston
scene,
for
you guys.
incorporating that visual in the series, and then for that to here we are on this.
Yeah, a lot of the artists on the show loved the comic book so much that they would take the time to occasionally, if there were a moment from, because a lot of them weren't adaptations, a lot of them were original stories, but during the adaptations, they'd make sure to have certain poses or certain moments that were really dramatic in the comic books and reimagine them
It's
like
gotta be a
like
6
this.
inch.
So
This
this
is just gorgeous.
that was one of the highlights in our book.
And this is just the box.
That's just
Yeah,
the
we
box.
haven't got-
It's
Yeah,
not, there's something
stop
inside
talking.
of it, guys.
Open the
We
box.
could just sell
We
the
haven't,
box.
we
It
haven't
looks
gotten
so
to the
good.
we haven't gotten to the meme yet.
Okay.
No, wait.
Show us the rest of it.
Just for the eeks, we didn't want to.
I'm sorry.
Are we
They're
ready, gentlemen?
amazing
We can
people,
do this.
but
we can do this.
stop talking.
Can we show it?
Yeah,
We can
it's
do
your
this.
I like how he's about to open it and then he stops. Like, oh wait.
Okay, so
Ready? You get this, but
Yes.
no. Wait, there's more. Ready? Here we. Da da da.
She reminds me of Lorraine from
Look
Mad
at
TV.
this beauty.
Oh yeah.
It's astonishing.
And
It's
the most
astonishing.
and the most important.
And it's
You're
it
damn
comes
right
with
it's astonishing.
an extra
Oh.
That's why we
an
picked
extra
that
hands, but it also
name.
comes with girls. The Wolverine
Yes.
Crush picture frame, right there, right there.
His
Yeah.
shoulder
Woo!
pieces are
And
so much more
Eat your heart out,
accurate.
Mondo.
And put your own image in there
Yes.
if you are so inclined.
We don't need to buy that
So
expensive
Wolverine
1/6
Crush can be
scale
crushing on
Mondo to
whatever
get
you
that
want him to be
anymore.
crushing on. Oh my god!
Oh
this
my
is
God.
this is magic. I'm not holding too well together, but that's magic. Would you take over? I'm going to show
Sure.
you. So you got that,
Yes.
And she's got the
and then you also have
the clawless hands.
you've got Wolverine gritting right here, and then you have him with the clawless hands, so as he can hold the Crush frame. I mean, these are the detail in this is astonishing. The
lot
shading.
packed in
Frame
there.
holding hands. That's what they should be called, because it's a little bit difficult to hold the hands with the claws.
Customs and Matthew
Let's
said
do
he's
these
not happy
together.
with it.
I mean, folks.
So,
Oh, wow.
so
This is-
Wolverine's first moment of brokenheartedness on our show, and there were 7
It's
or
like
8
we
of them.
have gotten
in
a lot of
in season 1,
Wolverines,
episode
but
5, Captive Hearts.
Yeah.
You can recreate this moment.
But I think
from the
this
comfort
is
of your
like
own
true
home.
to the
Oh my
animation.
gosh, this
And I
is
think
just
with
Plus
this,
the cell shaded stuff, if that is what they're going for there, yeah.
And slash it.
There you go.
Which is what he did in the next frame.
Truly interactive right here, folks. Oh my, this.
Oh, trust me, I
again,
love going
this
all
box,
the way.
The art on this is
Box
just
is just so much fun.
astonishing.
So that's not all.
It's very
in
astonishing.
Speak, Julia, that's not all. There's one more that we're
She's
revealing
plugging
today, too. Now,
us.
we don't have
Yeah.
the prototype figure.
We should
wasn't ready.
record
You
this.
can follow her on
Send you
Instagram,
out
not
that
just for
other
saying.
package,
We
the
should
VHS
record this,
inspired
and when
package
she's
if we
like
wanna-
astonishing,
you guys
I'll
wanted to
go
dig
in
on for that one.
news and reviews.
This is an honor. But the next
What was
one
that again?
coming up.
Astonishing.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got Jubilee. Jubilationally, you're right there.
Take that, Foosh.
Good,
All
Jubes.
her youthful glory.
Oh,
wow.
Sparkling. Sparkling.
Are they gonna make the
She
whole
is a
series
small
like
babe
this?
that eats chili
If they
fries
do,
right there,
I'm
folks.
so
I'm
for
buying
it.
every single one of them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy two of them.
these
Just
are
put them on the
gorgeous.
shelf.
Look
You
at
know how
these
we used to stack our
boxes.
cassette tapes?
And speaking of ball
You know what?
guys, we
I got
don't
her
know where that
already.
line
I'm
came
gonna be
from.
getting her again.
Neither I
Yeah.
nor Mark Edens, who wrote the
That's
pilot
correct,
for
yeah.
me,
Like
would
yeah, I
ever
keep
come
saying
up
her
with
name.
that. So it drifted down into the ether from somebody.
I frickin'
Maybe the
love
artist
these.
scratched
That's
it in.
awesome.
Yeah.
But so yes,
Woo.
that's become.
Come on, give us a storm or a cyclops.
I want to see what it looks like when you open them.
Maybe a gene without teeth sticking out.
Yeah. Oh, see,
But
I'd
yeah,
be
here
fine.
she is. Here is Jubilee. Look at that.
No horse
Look
teeth.
at that.
And so put him like we designed it, and Dan
Oh, that's right.
Wiesenmeyer, amazing art. If you put them side by side, you get that kind of VHS library type.
Right.
Oh, it's
They changed
perfect.
the jacket.
It's perfect.
The color looks like it's
I mean,
flipped
I'm
over.
hearing the theme song in my head. I've been hearing it a lot lately, but I'm hearing it right
yes.
now. And then
And she doesn't have the blue gloves. She's got the
I
yellow.
can hear the
No
VHS
bubblegum,
tape
though.
whirring. You know?
That's
As I'm
fine.
being
People
kind
didn't.
and
Some people
rewinding.
didn't like that.
These
I
are
can always you can always
gorgeous.
put it on anyway.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous.
What? Didn't they give you the
Yeah,
choice to
thank
like
you, thank you so
add and
much.
remove
was,
it?
It
No.
was a
Oh, yeah,
pleasure
yeah,
for
but
us
not
to
in this
have
pack,
you, Eric,
No,
and
no,
Julia
but, like, people didn't
reveal
like
these
it.
figures for
You
the
don't like
first time.
options?
Fans, you know, we'll
No, I
talk more
do.
about this, in the
No, not
post-con
you,
Oh,
like them.
okay.
Like
but
anyone,
these are
everyone
legend
finds a reason to be
figures,
upset
yeah.
about
VHS
something.
inspired packaging, and it just brings so much nostalgia back.
Oh yeah, I like that they
Go
gave
out
us
and
alternate
fans go out and
glasses
get the
too.
book,
I'm
the
buying
art
two of
and
these
making of
each.
X-Men the
Yeah,
Animated Series.
100%.
And Eric and Julia, where can fans follow
When's
you
it
on
available?
social media for all the latest happenings?
I tend to be on way too often every day on Twitter. We're at X-Men TAS for X-Men the Animated Series.
She's got the dish
We're
gloves.
not on Facebook as much, but we're there for that as well. I'm trying to get on Instagram, and we have a website, XMenTAS.com.
This is a great way for people who
where
didn't
we
get
have,
the
blogs
Marvel
from
Legends
behind the scenes
X-Men
stuff on
wave
the show where
to
we
get
talk
into it.
Couple hundred, stories from behind the scenes.
some more deep dive things. that you
Some
might-
are in the book, some aren't. Some are original.
But this has been an honor, and please come find us. We hope to be out in the real world next year. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll see.
Yeah, hopefully we can all be together soon and meet in person. Thank you for spending some time with us. It was so kind of you, and it's kind of a dream for Dan and I just to even chat with you. It's kind of crazy, but yeah, thanks for being a part of PulseCon. And fans, go check out them on Twitter and go get the book. And
Those
thanks again for all the X-Men
amazing.
fans around the
I love
world.
those.
Well, and this is an honor right here.
Our
Thank you.
pleasure, Ryan. Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you, guys.
Wow, that was pretty cool. For a kid of the 90s, getting to talk to Eric and Julia was just a real special treat. So thank you again to them. Go follow them on social media. They're really hilarious and they're great. So thank you. So yeah, let's get further into these figures, guys. This is a segment that has been brewing a while in our heads. It's kind of both a packaging execution, right, and a unique deco take. So if we want to pull up, what do we want to pull up? Wolverine here, and let's just talk more about him. Dwight, what's new on this Wolverine figure?
Yeah, Wolverine looks awesome here. This is actually one of my favorite things that I got a chance to work on this year.
Who poses these
Wolverine
things?
has some great new parts. He's got two animated
Okay, they
masks,
got his mask right.
Gridded angry
Yeah.
face and
It's not so
calm and
folded
stoic face.
back.
He's got some brand new claws. We know you guys love your claws, and here I can turn these
I'm
around so you can
excited
see
for
them even
this.
better. He's got some nice rounded kind of claws that really look like they did on the animation, which is really
Do you
fun.
think they made these
because
new
we don't
claws
have those
just to
in our tooling
get
library just
Can
yet
of Beam's claws
until
to be
now.
fit in there?
And Wolverine also comes with some really
Well, it
cool,
is more
cel shading,
animation instead of just
kind
coming
to
out of his
represent the look
fist.
from the animation. along with the 2 heads, the awesome new claws, and alternate pop.
Does that mean I gotta
unpop
collect
hands
the legends
because,
all over again?
Ryan and Dan and Jesse, all who love this animation, and like you guys know, I have not seen this animation, so I can't talk about it with any level of education. But there's some awesome memes out there.
I need to see the back of the fist hands again. Did they have those? Did you guys catch it?
Sitting in his bed,
to see the bumps?
over the
yeah, did they have those?
Who is very happy with another man. And that's just sometimes the things you got to deal with in life, people. Things don't always go your way. So we have Logan here with his picture frame of Gene with Scott, which I always thought was such a sad
No, it doesn't
thing
have
for
it,
him to be
right?
sitting on his bed looking at. Just,
Yeah, it doesn't
it's
have
just
it
sad.
from this
but
angle.
It's awesome to be able to recreate that
Yes,
in fun
yes.
form. for the
That's okay.
toys.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It could be on
now
there,
you
just
guys
not
can
painted.
have some fun with it too. Plus, bonus. The
That's not,
frame
paying
pops
attention to
apart,
detail
so the
there,
little
is it?
photo inside can be
Kevin,
removed.
do you have
They did
a
that
photo?
with
You guys can put your own loved ones.
They
in
did that
there
with Venom too. They
and,
didn't paint
look
the
at
white
their
on his
little
hands.
Tiny little toy picture frame or whatever you guys want to do. Have some fun with it. Be respectful, but have some fun and really, really enjoy this new Wolverine. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not even talking about the all of it. Look at this. We also have this really cool, boom, VHS-esque packaging. It's got the all fun logos all around.
Man, that really hits back
Pull this off the
nostalgia.
side so you can see the back.
Yeah.
The horrors
There
of
you go.
rewinding the
But
tape.
it's a real fun take on it. It's got,
Before you
kind
drop
of
Then when
it
you
off.
watch when you watch it
slightly
too many
oversized
times, it
VHS cassette.
just starts to like
For those
get
of you
caught
who
up in
know
the
what
gears.
VHS cassette is.
Be
If
kind
you're
and
old like me,
rewind.
if you
Remember
have
that
gray, you have a
line
beard,
at the
you
rental
grew
stores?
up with
And
the
there was a
VHS.
$1 charge
If you're
if
one
you
of
didn't
the
rewind
younglings
it.
of today, you have no idea what I'm talking about, but hey, it's a cool toy and you'll enjoy it anyways. So there you go.
D might be too young to know that.
Shout out
I
to
was born in
D&D
'86. You guys are
for
nuts.
that artwork, and he was actually
Lots
an
can
artist
happen
that
in 3 years.
worked on the show as well. So working closely with him and of
Cassettes?
course
What's
Ben
that?
and the packaging team.
I did
to
laser
recreate that.
disc.
So shout out to Dan V. And also Dwight, I had a question.
And
Are
they
you
were
gonna
the
put your
size of a
curtains in
record.
a little picture frame? Is that the plan?
Whose
Or
LP
what
is
was
that?
the plan?
It's actually
You're
a
lucky
movie.
I don't know what state you're in right now, my friend, because I have to just send you a digital punch. That's what you call an IOU. So I can't wait to see you at some point.
Getting a little
in the
rough
future,
there,
my
huh?
friend.
In the panel.
So yeah, guys, and I just wanted to point out these new claws on this Wolverine figure are awesome. You guys know I love the fat X-Force Wolverine claws, but these are new and they're very rigid out of the pack there, so no warpage and they're very sturdy. So that is awesome. In addition to the cell-shaded deco, and as Dan mentioned, we had Dan Wiesenmeyer. He did all the art. Was doing all the art for these X-Men cassette tape packages. He was a storyboard artist on the 90s show, so he just comes up with these great concepts like Wolverine down in the sewer there from the episode. So shout out to Dan. He's on Twitter. He's an awesome follow too, so go check him out. And so the Leewalds, we also revealed the second figure in this line, which we have to go to a render because we don't have the prototype in hand yet. But again, it is Jubilee. So let's throw that on the screen here. She comes with a bunch of accessories. Dwight, walk them through everything that Jubilee has.
Boom. Big, pink, and beautiful. We have Jubilee here and her own mock VHS cassette.
So,
she will come with 2 heads.
That looks good.
Yeah, I like hers more.
At least 2 pair of sunglasses. One is opaque and one is translucent tinted. Both of them have the animated
how
kind
cool
of
these guys gonna
cell
look next to a
shading going
Sentinel.
across them. And she has
Can we
all
get a
these
shell-shaded
beautiful
Sentinel,
fireworks,
please?
sparkly
Oh
effects
my
on the
God,
package.
no.
And the cool thing that the team did was if you have multiples of these and you line them up on your shelf, boom, look at that. They all look like they did in your mom and dad's basement. When people still displayed and
I need 2
collected
of each.
VHSs, which once again, I'm old, and that's okay.
And you're up for pre-order
Talk to your mom
today.
and your dad. They'll
pre-order
explain what
today?
the stuff is
Yeah,
to
they
you guys.
said
So, Dwight, I actually
10:23,
have
5 p.m.
an original X-Men VHS here, still mint in pack because that's how I roll.
Of course, it's
But
mint in pack.
we
Oh.
kept the dimensions the same. So these packages are larger to fit the figures. They're actually 9 1/4 by 5 inches wide, but the dimensions are the same. And VHS cassettes felt bigger in our hands when we were kids, anyways. So
they're not
it
the
all
same
blended very
dimensions if
nicely,
they're
and as
not the
Dwight said,
same
you know, the
size.
side-
Don't
side
put-
views are all facing
I
the same
just want to
way,
point
and
that
they look
out.
great together on the shelf.
The width.
So,
Yes.
let's just talk how you're going to get these.
You can
right?
say they're
These
scaled
items are
to the
are a new
sizes.
approach for us. They are going to be shared Pulse exclusives as well as Shop Disney, kind of like how we did the X-Force 3-pack earlier this year. And so they will be available next year, but available for pre-order today on the Hasbro
we love
Pulse
that, you
at
guys.
4 p.m. again for Pulse Premium members, as you know, and then 5
Why would
p.m.
you make such
wide
a
pre-order there.
massive,
so go
important
get your
group
X-Men
exclusive?
cassette style
This is what
90s
just really
animated
gripes
Wolverine
me.
and Jubilee. Love that.
Wait,
love
if
that
we
line. We've got
send
more
that
characters to come.
If we send that VHS, like, will you watch one episode of X-Men animated? Like, I just want
They do
that.
PayPal,
Oh,
right?
Like, if I send you that, are you gonna watch an episode, man? Oh, am I just collecting sandwiches right now? Is that what we're doing? Okay, never mind.
I love
Knuckle sandwiches for
threatening
him.
you like I could possibly back this up. You would destroy me in seconds. So, but it feels good to be you whippersnapper you. Yes, I will watch this show. I have a few other things on my checklist. When I get through with them, I will sit down and I will watch some X-Men animation. Why don't you actually come back to our state? And then we can actually pretend that we're civil human beings and we can do this together instead of you just kind of floating all over the bloody East Coast for the last 2 years.
Are they showing up on the site?
Set some roots, buddy.
No.
Oh right, 'cause it's not time yet.
Good point.
I think we will have to
I
hunker
think you
down
guys
here
should
and wait
both
till
just
the
stop
Pulse
watching
stuff
soccer,
is
and
over,
then you'll
then
have more
head
time
out.
to catch up.
Just I don't want to be in
things.
transit.
But that's
Oh my
another
God,
issue.
pull over.
All right, so let's go on to
So
our next
the
topic
G.I. Joe
here. So this is one
HasLab
that will be sure to
has
catch up with Jesse for his
1,737
Wow.
further insights on
Another thing that I
live
have to
stream,
have
sure.
lab.
But
This
as
is
you
getting
know,
expensive here.
Right,
All
2022
right, we're
is
gonna
going
slash
to be the
production
20th
down here.
anniversary of the Marvel Legends
Sorry,
6-inch
Headlamp.
line that
What are
Jesse
you trying to
and
buy?
his team at Toy Biz
I'll have
helped
to do
usher
another
in this brand
HasLab.
new age of action figures back then. And we've revealed the first figure through Unparalleled Universe. Thank you to him for doing a video for us. He did an awesome job with that. So you know Captain America is the first character out. Here's a look again at all of the contents. Dwight, walk
That's
him
a pretty
through
sweet figure.
everything basically here.
Toad.
Yeah, I like doing unboxing.
They're gonna do
videos
Iron
that
Man
looks
watch.
because that's how it should be.
They're gonna do
because
Iron
we
Man.
all know that out of pack is way more important than in pack. So what we have here is our
Ooh, shout out.
awesome new Captain
Shots
America.
fired to all the
His color
inbox
schemes
collectors.
is heavily inspired by the colors of the original Toy Biz era figure from 20 years ago. He will come with a miniature a kind of comic book. Once again, the dimensions of a comic are maintained because that was such an important
That's
piece of
hard
the
to
Toy Biz
hear.
figures back in the day. They had the actual comics that
But
came with them, which we thought was a
20
really,
years
really
ago.
cool touch. And we wanted to find a way to kind of represent that in these toys. So
You were
Cap
30.
comes with a Marvel Legends classic stand, as you guys can see on the base.
This will
It looks
be
like
his
the
last
old
live.
school logo, which is
30
fun,
young.
and it has the
Astonishing
card,
news
and
and
the card is
reviews
reversible.
as
You
we
can pop
have to
it
say
out,
goodbye to
spin it
Chris.
around,
Have fun
pop it
doing
back
social
down,
media.
and now you have kind of a
D, are you available to do
carded,
social media?
diorama backdrop for the figure.
Just the next segment is like Chris. We knew him well.
wanted to do something
We are hiring.
1959 to
and
2021.
decided to have a little bit of fun with Cap's shield. I know, blasphemy. We put holes in Captain America's indestructible shield. Forgive me if that upsets you. You probably already have shields in your drawers that you can replace them with. I think we'll be okay. And if you don't like it that much, we'll do another more awesome one later. But the cool thing about this one is there are 3 blast effect
Yeah,
holes in the
seriously.
shield that allow you to pop off these blaster deflections. You can put in this big slash effect if he was going against, any other kind of guy that might be slashing
I'm
at him.
fine with
reading some
that
comic
because
books.
you
Or
want
it's got
that
a cool kind of
effect, right?
lightning blast
looks
effect that can also
awesome.
pop onto the shield. So you can
I'm
mix and
loving
match
it.
the
It's awesome.
accessories to really
I
have
have this
fun for
version
posing,
of this figure.
play,
Oh,
and
do you?
photography,
Yeah,
if
I
that's
have this
your
one.
bag.
I was so happy when I got because he was the one finally had scales on it. So I was so happy to get
pointing to open hands to fist hands.
When they're painted on, it doesn't have the same feeling. It's just like,
one of our dear friends Paul worked on.
I had the very first wave.
The twin mask Steve Rogers with the cowl pulled back.
I remember when it got
well
released,
and
I went to the store and picked it all up. Nobody was around. I was
absolutely
just picking it off the shelf.
And if that was
the days when no one cared, no scalpers were waiting.
I was even able to get the variant Iron Man, which is one per case.
You know,
I think it's funny when Scarlet Witch came out and everyone was after her.
Oh, nice.
And then you look.
That's a nice package.
Yeah, this is Toy Biz right there, man.
You guys know I don't really. Packaging's not my thing. So Ryan, Dan, you mint on card people. You want to have?
I got two of those too now. Damn it!
See, that is definitely keeping the pack.
I thank the visionary.
Hopefully, Ron pre-orders normally.
Yeah, that's the one I have right there.
Display stand. Molded in the old Marvel Legends logo that can hold a reversible backdrop that is both an homage to the physical diorama of Toy Biz and then the comic as well. So shout
looks
out
like
to that
someone's
guy.
gonna have a mustache.
Good stuff.
Brilliant.
So so
nice and bushy there, like a dustbuster.
Yeah,
okay?
like
a dustbuster.
It's the best cap I think we've ever done.
Have that for
and
work.
That packaging, it is on a blister card. We could not go full clamshell,
that's okay.
and I don't think
I'm
you
gonna
really
call
wanted
to find out.
that anyways. Because
Hey, can my friend? Yeah, can my friend?
Why are you guys,
discriminating?
Discriminating against mustaches? It's Movember.
Bringing that feel and the art back.
Hey, if you grow it up for a month.
The
I will donate money for Movember.
We went with
How about that?
I can't.
Same
it's
cover
too
that came
itchy.
with the Toy Biz toy, but for the next item, we took some
This
liberties.
guy's backing out of
with
his
it. So,
deal, folks.
A lot of speculation.
He's backing out. He is
Oh, I'm
backpedaling.
sure he would have done the same thing.
That, yes, we are.
I would have
recreating
actually worn a
the
wig.
original
No, you
line.
wouldn't have.
So
would.
next up here we have Iron Man. Let's take a look at Iron Man.
I got one right over there.
Yeah, Iron Man here
In that bag
is
right
built
there. I do.
on what you would expect. The 80th
Look at that Iron Man. I knew it.
base
See?
armor that everybody.
No Toad.
He looks
has
like an
seen
80s porn
gotten
star
their hands
head
by now,
sculpt.
and most
It looks like the
probably,
mustache that I want you to
it's been one of
grow.
the most popular Iron Man armors.
I like
in
that
classic nature and
smoke
scale
effect.
and
Yeah,
everything.
that's the one
So
where
we took that
the other one
Riri
has,
armor,
right?
but because we've done an
Which
armor
is,
a
by the
couple
way,
of
right
times,
here.
even though the
And
first
Chris is
appearance
gonna
of
announce
Iron
the
Man
winner
was in that
very
classic,
soon.
80s armor with the shoulder rings and the more iconic look with the hip disc. We wanted to do something a little bit different for you guys, so we did the variant version of that figure
that the
from
one
back
we
in the
know?
day and gave him the horned helmet with a new torso. He's got nice washes in all of the recessed areas of the ribbed parts of his costume. Once again, an amazing Tony Stark with probably some of the most amazing
They need to
hair
fix
we've
the
done
hinges.
on an action
I
figure
like
ever.
the hands that the
the
blaster
diorama,
hands,
kind of like
but
little
they're
element that came with them in
static.
the past is
Oh yeah,
represented
some don't
in
have the
card
hinges.
art
That's what I
here,
hate. So
showing
it's just
the
like this
Stark
the whole
banner.
time.
And then if you flip the card around, once again, you can swap it. And we got a
Oh,
comic cover. in
somebody
there.
decides to join us
we
now.
Didn't, use the original
Who was
comic,
it?
Cover. We thought this one was a better representation
Oh.
of Iron Man for the time, kind of celebrating his multiple armors. And once again, here's another awesome
Oh,
version
Ron.
of it in pack, which just looks fantastic as well. Look at Tony with his awesome card, and like
Man, I gotta buy
Brian
two of
said,
these
if
too
you
now.
look at the
Darn it.
back of this card, it says featuring Cap, Iron Man, Hulk, and Toad. So I bet we'll see. I bet we'll see some of those guys in just not too long of a time.
But what will they look like? I guess the fans will have to wait to find out.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question.
So these two items, the first two of the Legends 20th anniversary, these are going to be fan channel exclusives in 2022, and they will be available for pre-order on the Hasbro Pulse, starting at 4 p.m. for premium members, and then at 5 p.m. for
Jesus,
everyone
how many
else
things-
and at other retailers. So love these items.
How many
they,
what?
they look great.
There's so many
Impact,
things
out
to
of pack.
pre-order on Pulse.
Super awesome, and you know.
Do I
Jesse
go
had to-
in and
Jesse had
grab
to go,
one or two
but,
and get out? Or do
you
I
know,
go in for the whole
shout
load
out to
and get
Jesse
out?
and the Toy Biz team and
The
everyone
whole
involved
load.
in that original.
Because by the time you
Marvel
get there,
Legends
it might
line,
be
because if it
sold
wasn't
out.
for them, then none of us would be here doing what we're doing right now, and you guys wouldn't have had
Dude, you
many
gotta help me
years
out here, bro.
of great Marvel Legends items to collect. So thank you. Thank
So
you to
needy.
I'm kidding.
Now
Jeez.
it's time to go into our fan vote winner. Shall we tally up the votes here and see?
Oh,
who
here we
won?
go.
All
Fan
right,
vote
and
winner.
the winner is.
And the winner is
Villain.
Weezer.
Okay, so a first-time
Of course it
villain
is.
character, never before had
That
an action
whole
figure.
that whole
This
chat is toxic.
with a very interesting spelling, I might add. Despair. Dwight, I know nothing about this character. Hopefully you can clue the fans in.
Oh no, gross.
I
Why?
can tell you that he is a white and black action figure. Does that help? He's really creepy looking. He's got this weird kind of melty, drippy face. It's got all the
They get
whites
to
and
reuse
blacks.
that Vision body. Oh, they
really
didn't.
Awesome. His cape looks
That
like
looks badass,
corn
D. I don't know what you're
cheese
talking
cloth.
about.
I hate
It's got
that.
lots of
No, I
holes
hate
through
that.
it.
That
It's
is
all tatted and
badass.
gross.
Who is
and,
that?
It's
we like
Despair.
to do those guys for the first time when we have the opportunity. So that's what we're doing in this
He's a fear
instance,
lord and he's
giving
lame.
you a first time in the line and another awesome villain to go.
Leave it to D to tell it like it
So
is.
you want that for Christmas, huh? Okay, sounds good.
That's what Alvin said, quick.
So Dwight from his office brought something to show you guys. So let's take a look. We're not going to say anything about it, okay? So you're just going to have to let your imagination run wild.
All right, let me reach into my grab bag in my special
forgot it.
mystery space back here behind the void of space and time and give you guys something to look at.
It's a giant turd.
And I look like one, actually.
Oh, it's Doc Ock. Hey, right? It's the movie Doc Ock tentacles, isn't it?
Whoa, what is that?
Maybe not. That looks kind of like.
Is it one thing or two things?
I don't know. What is it?
It's a worm.
It's a weird thing in a puddle. Wow, spared no
Dude,
expense.
it's a portal
Thing in a
base.
puddle.
Portal base to what?
That's. I just want to commend you on your lazy Susan action today. By the way, that's been very good.
Me and Michael have been practicing.
All right, so with that, the second PulseCon in the books. Thank you guys for sticking with these
Everyone's
full
saying
2
Doc
days.
Ock.
Appreciate you hanging out
I don't know,
with
that
us at
tentacle
the
didn't
end
look
here
the
on
same. Yeah.
Saturday. All these pre-orders, check out the Hasbro Pulse website, app, Instagram. That's where all the
MCU,
latest
Shuma
Marvel
Gorath.
Legends, Big 3 shenanigans and
Tadpole?
reveals
Someone's saying
happen, as you know. So with that,
Someone
see you
says
next
cosmic
time.
doo-doo.
Thanks, Marvel Legends fans.
Take it easy, guys. See you down the
Oh
road.
my
Oh
God.
man,
Kindred?
that was not bad. The VHS types I think was arguably the best
Someone
thing.
wrote Blink. Really? Blink?
I'm still in shock. It was just so many fantastic surprises. Jackie,
Jeez.
listen, when I saw the husband and wife showrunner come
Not
out
bad.
from the original X-Men, the
Not
animated
bad.
Maggot from
series,
Those are
X-Men.
good.
I was like, wait,
Custom matches said Maggot
what are
from
they going
X-Men.
to actually show off?
I
And then
know.
they show off 2 vintage
100%.
boxes that brought me right back to childhood, the VHS tapes.
Well, that was a
VHS
nice work
packaging
break.
Is so brilliant. Because yeah, like there's the.
All right,
great
we'll
art
do a
on the
recap
front,
on our
but what you're
podcast.
saying,
So
like,
get on our
having a collection
podcast.
and have them on the shelf,
This
like
week we'll do a
VHSs, and
recap
people
of
are
the
like,
entire
are they-
event and give our thoughts on there.
Oh,
We've been
I
at it
figured.
for 4
And there was
hours
so
today
many
and
cool
4 hours
things. We were
yesterday.
at the MODOK World
Thank you, D,
Domination.
for coming
Right,
on
it's
both
Mark versus
days.
Elvis. You had the,
Thank you,
Venom
Chris, for
on
coming
SPD
today.
card, the
Thank you,
Red
everybody in the
7,
chat, and
Top
also
5
thank you for
Wolverine
our camera
Phoenix,
guy
Falcon,
behind the scenes,
Null,
Young,
that's the first
and
time
everybody
figure.
else.
Couldn't believe that
Hold
one.
on.
Null
Oh,
was
yes.
great.
Okay,
That
go
was a
ahead.
great addition. You
So
got
the
Smart
winner
Rich
of
retro
the
card, of course, and
Ironheart
Baron Zemo
figure
was the
is
Walgreens
Sean.
exclusive, but I know you're excited about
Sean,
Yes.
in the
I love
chat,
Scarlet Witch.
you
Yeah.
get
We got
you win the
Vision on the
Ironheart
retro
figure.
card as well.
Contact
MCU
Chris.
Captain America
He'll get
2
your
packs,
information,
Steve
and we'll
Rogers
get that
and
out to
Sam
you.
Wilson.
All right?
They're the best of friends. They're gonna
Congratulations.
train together.
And
They're
then
gonna
we
make
have
some cool,
Headlamp, who
looks
got the
with them battling
Stormtrooper,
it
Didn't
and
you
then
want to change who
Winter
won
Soldier,
that?
X-Men
Sorry?
VHS1,
Didn't you want to
the
change who won that?
Yeah,
VHS2.
we might change it to
Really?
Headlamp.
I need
We'll
those
discuss
right
it.
Yeah.
He'll have a job or might not have a job.
Yes.
Really, really.
Don't forget
And of
Jason
course,
from
I'm
yesterday.
Yeah, Jason also won the
20th
Transformers
anniversary
that is over
Captain
there. We'll
America.
send that out to you,
Yeah.
Jason.
Shield
Anyways,
on
guys,
the
thank you
defective
so much.
equipment, so much
It was our
3M,
first
slashing
live
out. It all
the
comes to life.
last 2
There's
days,
so-
and it
I
went
mean,
great.
the
We're gonna do
Tony
more
Stark
lives
mustache.
down the road,
Mustache
and
Tony.
so yeah,
I mean,
big
they're
shout
all
out to
next
everybody who
level.
came
And
out.
listen
Thank
up,
you so
fans.
much,
Pre-order
and
for
we'll catch you
Pulse
next time, guys.
Premium
Take care.
members